I'll only smile for the mirror. Call all you want, get endlessly, babe. I feel so glad, no more wasting time. You live your life, I leave mine behind. I'm sure about you. I'm sure about you. Why you there? Set me fun. Why you care? Lights, 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 lights out. 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 Let's feel
Good morning, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Please make your way to your seats. You are about to start promptly. Please make your way into the sitting auditorium. Thank you. One more time. Please come in, everybody. You are about to start. Those of you still on the outside enjoying the exhibition stands, I promise you they'll be here for the next 2 days, so can just come in now so we can start with our program. Thank you very much.
Hey yo, it's District 78.
A big round of applause to our dancers. That was beautiful. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the viewers that are at home, at their offices, that are attending this conference virtually. Good morning to everyone. My name is Faith Ngwenya.
And I'm Kasi Tole, and in spite of the fact that you might think I'm the person that the dancers left behind, I'm not part of the dance troupe. I'm just here to be the MC with Faith for today.
I was actually the mother that was supposed to be leading the group.
Yes, I don't know how we got that, but yeah, we'll try it next time.
We'll try. Welcome to our 40th celebration. Somebody asked, is this how 40 years look like? Then I want to be 40 again. Some of us really do, and those that are still under 40, you can see what 40 years look like. Welcome to the South African Institute of Professional Accountants, Accountancy Indaba 2022. We started this initiative back in 2019. In 2019, when we started with the Accounting Indaba, we said, we need to bring professionals together. We need to bring accountants and business advisors and the entire profession together, and let's sit and dialogue on what is happening around us. The world is changing. Technology has taken over. So how do we prepare ourselves as accountants for this future? It has impacted our lives. It has impacted our businesses. It has impacted how we do our day-to-day activities. And who can forget COVID-19? It really meant we had to really fast track a lot of things that we thought we were still going to plan. Our IT strategy was still going to be in place for how we meet the challenges of the fourth and the fifth industrial revolution. And here we are, 2022, fast-tracked, and we had to be ready. In 2019, we had a physical conference, the Accountancy Indaba in Cape Town. In 2020, COVID hit us. And we had plans. We already had planned where we were going to host the accounting Indaba, but it was locked down. And we had to do our first virtual accountancy conference. And I think SAIPA was one of the first organizations that could pull through a successful, fully online virtual conference. And we did it. 2021 was another year. We thought we might be going on a hybrid system, on a hybrid conference, and it wouldn't happen because we still had the lockdown regulations. And we had as our second virtual conference, which we held, and I think it was a huge success. To those of us who attended the conference in 2021 will attest to the fact that it really was a success. And here we are today, our hybrid event. We have got 3 times more delegates that are actually attending this conference from their offices or from their homes. So really, SAIPA, you have outdone yourself. The chairman of, or the president rather, of IFAC yesterday says, you are already future ready. So we are not just looking to the future, we are ready in the future. It's still a very long way for us to go, and we still have a lot that we need to do as an institute, as professionals, in ensuring that we take the South African Institute of Professional Accountants to higher heights. Well, let me take this opportunity and welcome everyone. I'm not going to mention our distinguished guests that are around because somebody is going to be doing that, but you are all distinguished guests and you are welcome to our 2022 Accountancy Indaba. Kaya, what have we got in store for everyone today?
Well, the very first thing that I've got in store for everyone is a confession. I've never turned 40. As you can see, I've just turned 21. So I've absolutely no idea what it feels like to be 40, but the impression that I get is that whatever it takes to be 40 is really made up of this idea of resilience and persistence and really going through, navigating through challenges and still making out of that comfortably alive. So the fact that SAIPA is turning 40 is something that really deserves a round of applause. So happy birthday, SAIPA, and I'm assuming there's going to be a birthday cake that I haven't seen yet. I prefer chocolate or black velvet, so please be very clear that those are the only cakes that we're going to tolerate. But also,
I'll go and bake it after this.
I need that. But quite importantly, there are obviously some ground rules for the house, what we need to do and how we need to do it. There is no vaping allowed. And I must confess, I still have no idea what vaping is, but apparently people who smoke and don't want to die from cancer have decided that vaping is the way. It's not allowed in this room. And also the traditional smoking, it's unfortunately not allowed. You'd have to step outside for that. We'd also be very grateful if you could either switch your phones to silent or on vibrate mode because the speakers are very, very healthy. They'll keep picking up things and, sometimes we hear things that we shouldn't hear. You'll also be aware that the restrooms are on the right if you exit this site, so you'll be able to get them from them. And as we hear throughout the day, somebody might need a snack or two. The snacks will be there throughout the day. And of course, quite importantly, whenever you do decide to step out, please make sure that you visit one of our exhibition stands. That's the first thing. Secondly, please make sure that you buy something from the exhibition stands. That's quite important because we are trying to sell products. We're trying to market ourselves as exhibitors. So please make sure that you buy something. There's one exhibition stand where they've got a very nice picture. They've got a very, very hot model on the front. Please tell them that I'm available for their next cover shoot. So if you do go, please go and lobby for me because that's what I'd really appreciate. This year's theme, Faith, is something that a lot of people would say it's very fascinating. Technomics for sustainability. And of course, when I first saw it, I was like, yo, SAIPA is telling me big English now. Technomics, yeah, SAIPA, Faith says she doesn't know what technomics is, but I suppose a lot of us are living through it every single day because now suddenly the fusion of technology and economics is something that is inseparable. For all of us to be able to do our business, we have to understand what the digital curve is like. I can't imagine there's anyone here who still says that I run my business completely manually. If you are able to do so, I wonder what it is that you're trying to keep away from the tax man. So that fusion between technology and economics is our reality. And of course, when you talk about technomics for sustainability, it is also quite important to understand that as far as SAIPA is concerned, sustainability is not just a buzzword, but it is actually a business imperative. It is difficult to imagine that there's any business that is going to survive not only the current headwinds, but the future headwinds if it doesn't have a sustainability strategy. So as we deliberate here over the next couple of days, I'd like to have it as the big cloud over our heads about what is it that will make my business sustainable? What is it that I can get from the people in this room today as an idea of what needs to be done in order to ensure that my business remains sustainable beyond the headwinds that you know about and those headwinds that we discovered, like in 2020, something called COVID, where people firstly said, I must say, I was one of those people who said, it's called COVID-19. When did the other 18 happen? Because I'd never heard of them. But anyway, as it turned out, it became the great headwind that affected every single business out there. So as we deliberate on these issues over the next couple of days, I'd like that to be one of the lingering questions. Is my business sustainable beyond this year? Is my business sustainable beyond this decade? And is my business sustainable forever? Because if not, this is where you're going to get the answers to the questions of how you get it there.
Kaya, sustainability is reality. Sustainability is not just a buzzword. It really is something that you have to be living as a human being, as a citizen of South Africa and the world. So it really is something that we should be embracing with all our might to make sure that we are able to survive and also have a world that our future generations will absorb. We don't want to waste time. So we will be calling up our first speaker, who is our outgoing chairperson of the board, Ms. Kantha Naika. Ms. Kantha Naika will be speaking to us on technology driving professionals to render advisory services to clients and how employers can address the demands on quantitative and qualitative information in their decision-making. Kantha is also going to be welcoming our guests as the chairperson of SAIPA. Ms. Kantha Naika.
Good morning. Ooh, that sounds really loud. Mora. Hello. Lochani. No one here. Molo. Sabona. Dumela. Abusheni. Hey, Tama people. We are not boring accountants. So it says that I'm the chairman of the board. I was the chairman of the board, and I'm going to include that very important announcement in my welcome. There was a big event yesterday, a watershed moment in this organization, and we did some amazing things, and we will now acknowledge the new board. The president of the International Federation of Accountants, Mr. Alan Johnson, the head of South Africa's Special Investigating Unit, Advocate Andy Mothipi, the chief executive at the Office of the Tax Ombudsman of South Africa, Professor Thabo Legwala, the chief executive of the Pan-African Federation of Accountants, Alta Prinsloo, the South African Institute of Professional Accountants chief executive, Shahid Daniels, and this is where I've got to change the speech. I am the immediate past chairperson of the board. Chairperson, because that's what we changed way back in June. I was called chairman for the longest time until the outgoing board decided to change that term. So I stand here humbly and proudly in front of all of you and for everybody online as the immediate past outgoing chairperson. Today, I want to welcome, and SAIPA members in the room, if you looked at your emails at about 9:20, you would have received an email announcing your new board. It gives me great pleasure to welcome the new chairperson of the SAIPA board, Mrs. Prem Govender, seated in front. And the new vice chairperson of the board, Mrs. Lainey Smith, seated in front. Why is this a watershed moment? In our 40 years, we have not been led by 2 females. We've always had 1 female at the head and many other females at the institute. But this year, after 40 years, we are being led by 2 females. For me, that is significant. Thank you, and you'll get to mix with them during the day and other board members who are here. So esteemed speakers and panelists, SAIPA members, accountancy colleagues, and distinguished guests, good morning and a very, very warm but a bit cloudy welcome to the 4th annual SAIPA Accounting Indaba. It is my honor to be the first speaker today as we kick off our first hybrid accounting Indaba since the onset of the global pandemic, COVID-19, pandemic 2020, whatever you want to call it. We welcome all of you who are physically present, as well as many people who are joining us virtually from around the globe, I'm told. We are happy to finally be able to shake hands, hug, exchange ideas and insights into the very exciting and rapid changes of the accounting profession in South Africa and worldwide. The theme, as you heard earlier, Technomics for Sustainability, is founded on a deep desire to help accountancy professionals embrace and leverage technology, and to transcend beyond the realms of compliance functions that underpins the professional to a level where we provide value-added advisory services using data as the catalyst for effective decision-making. To drive business growth, sustainability, and the economy, and don't we need that in our country? Rather than feel threatened by technology, it is the potential to enable more insight-driven information-based strategic work that makes a difference to organizations from the smallest to the largest. The Technomics for Sustainability theme does not spring out from a vacuum, nor is it the beginning of this journey. The journey of the Indaba. Oop, does that work there? Oh no, so this is, I'm sorry, I haven't been doing this. Busy reading. I'm not multitasking. The journey of the Indaba. In our inaugural Indaba of 2019, where the threat and challenges of technology were deliberated with intent and enthusiasm of embracing it rather than resisting it or fighting it, we focused on future-ready professional accountants in the 4th Industrial Revolution. What's that? 4th Industrial Revolution, we're way beyond that. The outcome of which created an awareness that technologies create greater opportunities for professionals than the fear it creates. Thus, the unanimous chorus of attendees was, let's buckle up and embrace the new norm of a technology-fused profession. In 2020, we focused on leveraging the power of big data, data analytics, and AI to become the trusted business advisor of the future. But today, last year, seeing the increasing digitization in every aspect of finance, we delved deeper, looking at the accountancy revolution, infonomics, and sustainability infonomics. Unpacking what infonomics means, we explored the economic value that businesses realize when professional accountants SA extract value from information, extracting value to a level where it becomes the most valuable resource, enabling businesses to be agile and navigating the new norms of the pandemic, as well as the accompanying uncertainties to the business environment. Technology was not the only challenge faced by professionals, but the concept of sustainability, as we heard earlier, and value reporting also started its birth. But you haven't heard this term now. You've heard this term from Prof. Small constantly. This required a shift from limiting the focus on financial information to non-financial information to incorporate decisions impacting profits, and thus the SDG and ESG were and still are in the spotlight. This brings us to kick off today's Indaba, the future of technology and economy. Clearly, the role of technology in every aspect of our lives will continue to gain momentum. Therefore, we are building onto the conversation started 4 years ago as we tackle technomics, the bold intersection of finance and technology with its limitless possibilities. Increasingly, technology is driven how professionals render advisory services to clients, delivering the quantitative and qualitative information that is so vital to the decision-making process. SAIPA has embraced these technologies as tools that will capacitate professionals to improve the quality and efficiency of becoming chief value officers to businesses, as Professor Small not ranted and raved about this chief value officer. So rather than displacing professionals, intelligent technology will shape the future of accountancy by impacting the types of jobs that will become available as well as subject matter in the education sector. This technology information journey contributed to SAIPA reviewing its competency framework to prepare professionals to drive the future of the profession through the use of technology. As advanced systems handle repetitive work, professionals will deal with more of the analysis, becoming the crucial link between data and clients. Technology will continue to impact the role and the demand, believe it or not, the demand for the professional accountant essay in the future. Technomics is about using technology to gain insight into information for foresight planning. Quite a critical word, foresight. It's about taking technology and digitization to the next level by fusing technology and data to assist professionals and business decision makers to make informed decisions in disruptive and uncertain times. And we've all been through one of the biggest disruptors in the world. The escalation of cybercrime is also a reality that comes with the advances in technology and the digitized environment. Cybercrime has both business and financial risks to organizations, an indication of the value of data and the technology tools to mine its value. Over these next few days of our Indaba on Technomics for Sustainability, you will not only focus on the fusion of technology and data, but also address the risk of cybercrime while maintaining operations. Technomics for Sustainability is what business decision makers and professionals need in order to understand new intangible assets embedded in data and stored in technology. Think crypto. The question is whether you as a professional is driven by technology or whether you are driving advances in technology. The latter is what makes us professionals stand out amongst peers. In this way, advances in technology are taking accountancy to new levels, with key innovations like cloud, automated accounting tasks, and blockchain technology offering a new architecture on which powerful new experiences, environments, and functionality will exist. What can we expect at 2022 Indaba? The accountancy profession has identified information as being the modern day currency. Through the use of technology, professionals will extract the value from information to establish the next generation of corporate assets and currency. Over these 2 days, we will be engaging about the drivers that will move the economy and the technology required to enable innovation. We'll be looking at how these are changing the way we live, we work, we play, and thrive. In the most profound ways, technology is shaping society, creating and dismantling industries at a breakneck pace, and making business disruption the norm. This, the moment where paradigms are shifting and marketplaces are evolving. We will be looking at critical and relevant matters like what the education sector needs to do to ensure that the most relevant and future-facing skills are entering the sector. We will hear from various experts working in the public sector on matters of compliance, risk, tax, governance, and regulatory frameworks. We will tackle a diversity of topics associated with the technological impact on finance, from cybersecurity, cryptocurrencies, and NFTs, the metaverse, education, tech-enabled public administration, and many others. It's a mouthful, but it's also a very eye-opening look. As climate change becomes an increasingly urgent corporate agenda, we will discuss how technology contributes to the environment and its impact and sustainability on organizations and society as a whole. As the saying goes, there's no plan B, and as the new chair mentioned yesterday, there's no planet B. I'm personally very excited to hear from our speakers. Alan Johnson will open us up to the global perspective on the accounting profession, and you will get some answers as to why we belong to IFAC, those fees that we pay each year. Advocate Muthibi, who will enlighten us on the fight against corruption and enforcement, a much needed topic in the days that we face and are facing. Professor Legwala, who will share with us on the due process on objections and appeals and systematic issues dealt by the Ombudsman. If you're a tax practitioner sitting here, like I am, I'll say nothing further. Ashalia Maraj, who will talk to us through the impact of technology on burnout and workplace wellness, something that we've identified well before the pandemic that became very relevant and pertinent during the pandemic, which we're seeing the effects of now. And of course, robust discussions on King 4, as well as a slew of other thought-provoking panel discussions. Indeed, each of us present here has a voice to add to these discussions, and we encourage both new topics as well as persistent challenges that will have long affected the industry. We are looking forward to hearing each other's comments and questions, which will have undoubtedly will be informed by real life and hard-earned experience. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow professional accountants, SA, and other guests, I wish you an informative and rewarding Indaba that will offer you the tools you need to enhance your careers, your businesses, and your organizations in this digital revolution. The Indaba is open. Good.
Thank you very much, Kantha. Usually the term is the bar is open, so it's a bit early, so I'm hoping that you're going to get the terminology right. I do think that the statement that we are going to be the link between the data and the clients is, for me, a very big moment, because for a lot of people, the anxieties around the fact the machines are here, we're all getting displaced, you all need to find new jobs, is a very relevant one. And particularly for institutions like SAIPA, where members want to understand what the long-term value proposition is, it becomes quite important to reinforce the fact, yes, you'll still have a job beyond next year. Yes, we'll still be here for another 40 years, because guess what? Over the past 40 years, we've actually gone through some particular headwinds. If you look at where we were in 1982 and you look at where we are here, it is clearly a testimony to the fact that it is an institution that keeps evolving and adapting. And of course, institutions don't just wake up and decide to evolve and adapt. They need people to drive them forward. And individuals who drive them forward have to have that ability to see beyond the horizon, that ability to think beyond the next week and the week after, and ask the question of, where will this profession be? Where will this institution be? And what do I need to do in order to get there? So that not only is the institution viable, but the members see value in it. And the fact that SAIPA is turning 40 simply means that the person whose job it is to wake up and ask himself what the vision of this institution is and implement it has done a stellar job. Shahid Daniels.
Good morning. I'm not going to greet you in all the traditional and official languages in the country. My immediate past chair have already done that. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much being online in a virtual. Very unfortunate that you cannot be here, and we would encourage you to consider for future Indabas that you joining us in person wherever the next one is going to be for next year. Colleagues, before I start on my topic, I also want to take you very, very briefly about memory lane of where we're coming from and where we are today. I'm going to talk about the changing world first and then come back to the history of us and where we're going to. A topic you're going to hear throughout the 2 days, other than the theme, is continuous change, sustainability, change and sustainability, change and sustainability. So we embrace the change. I'm on record so many times that the only constant in life is change. The world is changing. Technology is spreading its reach into more and more of our lifestyles, our work, businesses at a very exponential rate. Artificial intelligence are emerging in all sectors, and these are being integrated together to create an ecosystem of interrelatedness, of which imaginations cannot begin to fathom the opportunities. At the same time, humanity is also coming to grips with the full extent of our impact on the environment. As we look at the ways in which technology and digitization are improving efficiencies in our everyday lives, we are faced with the challenges of evolving of how we learn, how we grow, and do business. So, I think I must use this thing as well. I also forget. Okay? I dealt with that. So, celebrating our 40 years of SAIPA's existence. So, since its inception in 1982, SAIPA has passionately pursued the advancement of our members as competent professional accountants, the elevation of the profession in itself, and economic growth through excellence in accountancy. We started off, and unfortunately, we've undergone a number of name changes. And our aim was to capacitate the growing demand of pure accountancy services. And it was also aligned in anticipation of the then soon to promulgated Close Cooperation Act of 1984. From that start, we have determined to play a key role in the evolution of accountancy in South Africa, consistently adapting strategic models in involving business needs. A watershed moment, as is one of which today, we've gone through a number of them. In 1985, we were accepted into the International Federation of Accountants, IFAC, and we are honored to have the IFAC president here, Mr. Alan Johnson, which he will address us after my presentation. A global body which comprises about 180 professional accountancy organizations and representing over 3 million accountants worldwide. So over the years and through these name changes, we refined our identity in 2006, where we were honored that the then Minister of Finance, Trevor Manuel, graced us with his presence, and when we relaunched this institute at the South African Institute of Professional Accountants. Today, the Institute is a full voting member of IFAC, the Pan-African Federation of Accountants, and I was honored to be opening and leading the discussion for the Pan-African organization when it was launched in 2011 at Dakar, Senegal, on the continent. So, 4 decades of dynamic growth has prepared us for complex circumstances in which we currently find ourselves and the forces that shaping the future of the accountancy profession. So, let me go to my next slide. The accountancy and quality, the profession and quality. I hope I'm not going to repeat too much of what my immediate past chair have referred to, but I also want to put a few things into context. So, more than ever today, the work of accountancy and finance professionals is fundamental to the stability and the efficiency of companies, financial markets, and economies. Through this journey of 40 years or 4 decades, many lessons have been learned. And we at SAIPA have grown to recognized as a leading authority and custodian of the accountancy profession. Throughout these years, we have developed a solidified and robust system of the development of quality management standards. These standards comply with the relevant professional standards, regulations, legislation that focus on the shift towards the quality of service delivery and accountability and serving public interests. Now let me stop there. You heard me saying the only constant in life is change. But there's a number of things that's not going to change in life. The first and foremost is our ethical behavior and conduct, and how do we hold ourselves as accountancy professionals or professional accountants, SA. We must at all times take in work in the interest of the public and not self-interest. Public interest is never going to change, and how we're going to serve public interests. So this culmination of our quality assurance and practice review framework, which we just launched in February this year, it is in keeping up with international standards on ethics and conduct, and to have a strict professional conduct infrastructure. As some of you have known, the investigations committee, the disciplinary committee, the appeals procedures that we have, and that is led by, it are totally independent from the operations and from the board. These are in compliance to the ISBA, International Ethics Standards Board for Accountants Code of Conduct, which direct and influence how we as members and globally, and which is aligned to our constitution, which was recently adopted in June, our code of ethics, and the bylaws of the constitution. I'm going to talk to you now on the next slide about the Center of Excellences, which we have, how we structured the organization in order to serve you as the member. So we set up a number of centers under the leadership and the guidance of Madame Faith Ngwenya. First and foremost is the Center of Professional Accountants, which is the accounting side of the profession. A Center of Tax Excellence, which is the tax side of the profession, or tax discipline within the profession. A Center of Business Advisory, which is a new discipline within the profession, which we deemed it is important for us to have focus on advisory services to serve you as the member, to offer that as advisory services to your clients and even to your employers. We also set up a Center of Audit Professionals. As much at this point of time, we are not registered with the regulator as yet. That is work in progress. The team have started. We've engaged with the regulator. And hopefully next year sometime, this organization is going to be a fully fledged accredited audit a professional accountancy organization. So that's the operational centers of excellence. But we've gone beyond that. We set up late in 2019, and in all of these centers was launched in 2020, we set up a Center of Future Excellence. It's a leading thought leadership and visionary education design, that it is a legal entity with futuristic development of competency frameworks and curriculum design. So this Center of Future Excellence, as we know it in local terms or in operational at SAIPA Secretariat, is COFE, C-O-F-E, is going to be the future of where the profession should go. And we're taking pioneership in that regard. You heard the chair have referred a few times to Professor Rashid Small. Was it earlier this year or late last year? Professor Rashid Small did a presentation to the IFAC International Panel of Accountancy Education, and it was a wow moment for the global accountancy profession, to such an extent that a number of these established and first world countries who wanted to work with us in terms of where we're taking the profession, in terms of our new competency framework and our curriculum design. This vibrant think tank research emergency trends within business, finance, to determine the future competencies of professional accountants, which will need and to build on continuous, as we know, CPD, continuous professional development, but is much more than that. It is really of upskilling and reskilling of how life have changed, profession have changed, business have changed, is to upskill ourselves. Some of it is going to be voluntary, some of it is going to be mandatory, some of it is going to be offered for free, and some of it you're going to have to pay for. So furthermore, to these value-added centers, we empower our members as professionals with various international recognized designations. They are enabled to provide the most insight in this data-driven strategic advice, to which we are being seen as value creators. You heard of value creation? Value creators. So, this designation, next slide, is Professional Accountants SA. As you would see, the second word there is much more than that. So, from our humble beginnings, and the accountants for years has been seen, and I'm also on record of saying this, the days are long gone where an accountant is being seen as a number cruncher or a bean counter, or as they would have said in those days before my 40 years was there, Mr. Johnson, is the person in a dark suit with grey shoes and no humor. That's long gone. So it's a journey that we are seeing as this professional accountant to become trusted strategic business advisors, which will be underpinned by this Center of Future Excellence, who will make sure that our competency framework and our curriculum design will talk to that and assist our members in making this happen. A major part of this journey is going to be part of the digital transformation, which is the new business language. We have included and we have launched it, that digital proficiency is now becoming a mandatory CPD. Remember, we were the first, if not one of the first, that we made IFRS, taxation, as a mandatory CPD. We've gone so far that we say ethics it's a compulsory CPD. We've added a fourth one to it, which is digital proficiency, which is expected of us that we need to be relevant in order to serve our clients and businesses and to be at the cutting edge in making a difference and adding value to businesses. So what are we going to become? We're going to become digital professional accountants, if I can call it for the lack of a better word, including using data as the base of how we're going to see and how we're going to position ourselves through data mining and data analytics. So, in doing so, as I said, certain things is not going to change. So, ethics and public trust must be at all times at the forefront as we continue to this digital transformation beyond compliance and adding real value to your clients and to the businesses. The next slide is the future readiness. At the board meeting yesterday and at the SGM, we had a slide or a banner there called Future. We are future ready. And we changed that concept and say we are future fit in terms of where we are and how we've positioned ourselves. And that's an ongoing a journey that you must stay future fit. It's the same like exercise. You can exercise for now, and if you're not exercising, you're not fit. So it's a continuous journey that we need to remain fit. So this is where we, as professional accountants, must be a partner to your client or to your business, being it in private sector, public sector, or even in academia, is to enhance and to modernize and propel its operations for long-term sustainability. So we shall endeavor as the organization, as SAIPA, to continue to work and to ensure that each and every member will remain relevant and capable to be readily adapt to the digital world driven by automation and artificial intelligence. I would continue on the next slide on sustainability and the economy, because that is, you heard the chairman refer to, it is a no-brainer, and it is something that we cannot shy away anymore. But I want to touch on this in terms of, from a perspective, how I see it from as head of the operations in the organization. How are we going to position ourselves to make sure that sustainability within and within the economy? That's why our theme for this year is Technomics for Sustainability. So let me go through this. So what the pandemic have really taught us is that the environment is vital to the current and the future success of society. Across the globe, and even more closer to home, we have witnessed uncontrollable forest fires, floods, natural disasters of increasing intensity. So we have seen as certain communities has been displaced and precious natural resources are under threat. So as part of the Sustainable Development Goals, and as we know it as SDGs of the United Nations, has emphasized the need for organizations to prioritize the impact on the world around them. So all countries are called upon to consider their operations in terms of the impact they made in the environment and their people. The 3 Ps, profit, planet, what's the other one? People, profit, purpose, people, and planet. So it's increasingly the more successfully managed investment funds are of social impact funds. There are these new and existing businesses that invest trillions, not only millions, trillions of dollars every year into businesses that have at the core of their offering the impact of people in this world around them. No longer, it's not enough anymore just to have a corporate social investment program. It is beyond that you need to budget for social programs to simply, not for the sake of just compliance, but businesses from where it is from the beginning, how it started, to product development, creation of services, and being looked at meaningful solutions to some of humanity's greatest challenges. The SME sector plays a crucial role. So you will ask me, and I've done a presentation in Turkey. The Turkish Institute have asked me to talk about sustainability and technology. Myself and the IFAC president were in Turkey. And I said, yes, the SME sector is part of the sustainability journey. But sometimes we need to ask ourselves, which is more important or come first? Or should it be parallel? Sustainability or survival? Which is more important, or should we run it in parallel? Because the SME sectors globally, in not only developing countries, but developed countries, are the engine rooms of the economies of the countries. There's an organization based in Europe called EFA, European Federation of Accountants and Auditors, that have literally went to position themselves next to the European Parliament in Brussels. Mr. Alan Johnson is coming from that country as well, where they say it's not only capital markets that drive economies, but it's the SME sector, which is in the SAIPA infrastructure that the big percentage of our members serving that SME markets. So we've got a role to play in part of sustainability. And it is clearly that technology and digitization will have an impact in that. Sometimes your client is too small to bring in those artificial intelligence. But it's a journey you need to undertake to position your client for the future sustainability, for the long term, but at the same time, look at the survival of that SME sector, of the SME client. So the impact of technology, next slide, is and the digitalization and sustainability. How do we integrate these together? It must come together, and we cannot operate it just in silos and say, oh, we steam ahead with technology and digitization, and we leave sustainability behind, or we see ourselves just driving sustainability and leaving digitization and technology behind. As such, technology and digitization are forcing professionals to develop new skill sets to satisfy the demands placed on their services. That's why we talk about the upskill and the reskill, the new competency framework, the curriculum design, which we in the process of finalizing. So we will assist and support you as the member to become compliant and competent in this expanding array of digital environments where each area is it needed. It doesn't matter where you find yourself. It's an effort to navigate this changing environment, including business advisory, that we have just launched in September, the Digital Hub. You will hear later today about the Digital Hub. It's here. There's one of the exhibitors here in partnership with Vodacom and Internet Solutions. I'm not going to go. That's one of my colleagues who's going to talk to you more about. It's to seek and bridge the divide of accountancy professionals and professional accountants SA, and to be the strategic business advisor. So with the access of the right tools, resources, we as professionals must make use of the connectivity, the data analytics. You heard Kaya was talking about you cannot operate in a manual system. Cloud computing is imperative. You cannot be a professional if you're not operating the cloud computing. So these are how we create value to the business using the data in order to inform the owners or the business decision makers how to have effective strategic decision-making processes, and will improve the relationship between you, your client, and or your employer or the businesses for that matter. Very briefly, on the next slide, we talk about the professional accountant as a designation. And I'm going to say just one or two words on this. I talked about the professional accountant and more earlier. Now this designation, what does it actually mean? So the accounting profession in general, global accounting profession, is also as the engine room of economies that rest on robust skills and knowledge and passion. If you don't have a passion, you don't need, in your profession, if you don't have a passion, you're going to find it difficult because it is not the dollars that you're going to make the end of the day or profitability. You need to have passion in what you do to hold yourself out as this professional accountant. So we expand this focus on technology as part of this competency framework, where this professional accountant is a designation, and as you would notice, it's a designation that's not abbreviated, because we want to be explicit about it, who we are. We are professional accountants. We don't have the abbreviated designation. So our members are exposed as part of the designation with the skills and the competencies to carry out whatever they have to do in servicing the client and businesses. So it is indeed a strategic business advisor that is more than just providing, more than just service providers, but committed, and I said it earlier, to partners who are collective with your businesses that can help them achieve how they going forward into the future and not standing alone. The next presentation is very briefly the role of us, how we're playing in the public sector and academia. It's equally important, the role of professional accountants, both in academia and in the public sector. It's a corporate citizen responsibility that we must ensure that the public sector are effective and efficient. And we need to reach out to the public sector in offering our services to the public sector. So the public administration, it is often more advanced than only controlling and reporting on cash, and I don't want to get into the technical aspects thereof, but it's in accordance with certain legislation and parliamentary limits. The public sector organizations have a responsibility, and it's our role. That's why we just had a meeting with the National School of Government, National Treasury. What's the third one? National School of Government, National Treasury, and one of the other public sector that we had a meeting with in terms of how things in the new legislation just came out in terms of how government is professionalizing the public sector. So we had our meetings. We've been proactive with the certain government departments that these public sector department must be part of the training and the development of its staff, as well as learners coming through, that these as public officials that can carry out their responsibility and to serve the country as professionals. There's a project in terms of the API, African Professionalization Initiative, through FROSAE and PAFA, the Pan-African Federation of Accountants, which was driven very much so by Professor Asit Small, which we will work with government to ensure the capacity within the public sector and academia. So let me carry on, and I want to conclude. So yesterday you heard the chairman said we had a special general meeting. We had a wrap-up board meeting or a close-out board meeting of the immediate past board. And a new board has been elected as the SGM. And it is this new board's responsibility to take over the baton of where the outgoing board have left it and hand it over to them to take this organization to further heights and to continue to take the leading role within the profession, both locally and in South Africa. I want to assure you that this new board will bring with you a wave of positive change that will continue to build on the strong foundation of which the existing or the outgoing board has set for this organization, not only for the organization, but for the accountancy profession, both locally and internationally. The board skill set is comprised of a diverse set of skills which include experience, competencies, gender, and millennials. It's important that we take millennials into our future visionary thinking because they've got a different way of thinking. And we need to balance the expertise or the experience with these millennials as a collective into the future. So the last 40 years, whatever it taught us, starts today. SAIPA will honor that lesson by walking boldly into the future and be proactive and a progressive leader of change. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to boldly go into this horizon, and we look ahead as professional accountants and as strategic business advisors as how we seek to enable the South African economy to seize opportunities for further growth and prosperity. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daniels. Thank you for those sobering words. Let me pay my bills. This event wouldn't have been a success it is today if we didn't have our generous sponsors. I'm acknowledging at this stage our platinum sponsors, and that's FNB and SAGE. We thank you for your generous support. In case of emergency, I'll try and be, the flight attendants. This hall has got 4 exits. 2 exits to the left. Okay, I'm not making it. Our next speaker is the president of the International Federation of Accountants, President Alan Johnson. Alan Johnson is a man that has got a very long CV, and it will take us a long time if we are to read his CV. But just briefly, he joined IFAC in 2015. He was appointed the deputy chair, the deputy president from 2018 to 2020, and the president of IFAC from November 2020 till today. Mr. Johnson, prior to that, amongst a number of things that he has done, he was with Unilever for 35 years. Mr. Allen, we actually share something in common. I was with Unilever for 8 years when you were already at the helm of Unilever. So we might have crossed as a junior. Okay. So Alan is a member of the board of the Gilded Strauss Israel between 2003 and 2004, the chair of the board of the governors of St. Julian School in Portugal, and chairs its finance and bursaries committees. And in October 2016, he was appointed to be the board of trustees of the International Valuation Standards Council and chairs its audit committee. Between July 2018 and September 2020, he was a non-executive director of the UK Department for International Development, that's the DFID, and chaired its Audit and Risk Assurance Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mr. Alan Johnson, the president of IFAC.
Do I switch? Oh, here we are. Good morning. So I'm going to try and copy your immediate past chairperson. I'll do it very badly, but let me give it a go. I think she said More, Lodjani, Molo, Sawubona, Dumela, and Avusheni. I hope I did justice to that. So, immediate past chairperson, and the word past should be taken in context because she was the chairperson until yesterday afternoon. So it's not so past as the word implies. So, Cantho. The incoming chairperson, Madame Pren, who I had the wonderful opportunity of sitting next to yesterday evening over dinner, your CEO, Mr. Shahid Daniels, or as I hear he's called Mr. Daniels, the SAIPA board, both the outgoing board and also the incoming board, and the leadership team, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a privilege to be here with you at your Indaba for 2022. It's actually, I must say, one of my last physical engagements as the IFAC president before I step down in 2 weeks' time in Mumbai. So as the global voice of the accountancy profession, IFAC has 181 members, representing more than 3 million professional accountants, and I like the word professional accountants, in 135 countries. And our role is to speak out as the global voice of this profession, to lead and develop a future-ready profession, a profession that is fit for the future, and to support the development, the adoption, and the implementation of high-quality international standards. SAIPA has been an IFAC member since 1995, but you've been around much longer than that. As you have said, this is your 40th year. So since 1982, you have been making vital contributions to South Africa. And I want to congratulate you as you mark the 40 years of SAIPA, a tremendous milestone and a testament to the lasting value of your work, to the profession, but also, importantly, to the nation. Now, IFAC has many strengths. We are the global convener of the profession stakeholders, a global forum for thought leadership on the most pressing issues facing our profession and indeed our world, and an influential voice in the critical conversations about public interest issues. But what IFAC does is only possible by working very closely with our member organizations such as SAIPA, because together our member organizations offer the resources and the global reach to make global transformations happen. SAIPA's regional and international cooperation, including its membership and active role in the Pan-African Federation of Accountants, as Mr. Daniel said earlier, especially with Cantha's position on the PAFA board, is very important work for the profession and the public interest. And this Accounting Indaba is an excellent example of how our profession leads on critical public issues at the national level. Today, I'll focus on a few themes under the broader topic of technomics for sustainability: the evolving technological landscape, the large and growing demand for non-financial information and reporting, and the outlook for our profession to apply digital tools to enable sustainability and advance the public interest. So first, the evolving technological landscape. With every year, the implementation of digital technology becomes more critical to every profession and indeed every industry everywhere. The International Telecommunications Union, the ITU, estimates that as at 2022, 66% of the world's population uses the internet. That's up from 53% only 3 years ago. The rate of adoption of digital technology is expected to remain unabated and may accelerate in some areas. But like all revolutions in information sharing, digital technology introduces challenges, but also opportunities, many of which South Africa is very familiar with. South Africa's small businesses have harnessed some of these opportunities already, using smartphone technology to adapt to COVID-19 and rising fuel costs. In South Africa, small and medium-sized enterprises, or SMEs, are about 2.6 million, employ between 50 and 60% of the country's workforce, and contribute around 35% of the country's GDP. So their adaptation to the digital realm has ensured that communities have access to the essential goods and services and have paved the road for other enterprises, both large and small, to enter the region. Global technology giants have come to recognize South Africa's potential as a hub for growing markets on this continent. And your government's plan to invest $161 million over a 36-month period to modernize South Africa's telecommunications networks signals that the need to digitize is becoming more pressing than ever. As all organizations enter the digital transformation, certain roles will by necessity need to be rethought. According to the World Economic Forum, by 2025, 85 million jobs may be displaced by a shift in the division of labor between humans and machines. But at the same time, 97 million roles will emerge to adapt to this new division of labor. So to understand the behaviors and the competencies that make our profession indispensable, we need to understand and predict demand and adapt our skills at the same time. The trend towards data analysis, transformation, and security could eliminate certain accounting and finance-related positions. But I wish to emphasize that the change will mainly take the form of greater integration of people, of processes, and technology into newly defined accounting careers. But we cannot afford to wait to respond to this demand. We need to anticipate it, and that's very much what your Chief Executive and your past chair has said this morning. On issues of digitalization in audit, blockchain, and the decentralization of digital tools, organizations, especially smaller businesses, need trusted advisors. Industries may turn to the accountancy profession to provide essential data and the context that make that data relevant. the accountant of the future will need to perform new roles with advisory responsibilities rather than just exclusively technical ones. With digital technology, industries around the world have recognized the power of harnessing this data. The World Economic Forum statistics give some insight about the skills and competencies that will be integral to our future success. Among the top skills that employers see rising in prominence through 2025 are critical thinking and analysis, problem solving, and skills in self-management, such as active learning, resilience, stress tolerance, and flexibility. But this is nothing new for our profession, and our strength in these areas will carry us well into the future. Because digitalization will create the need for trusted advisors with wide skill sets, comprehensive knowledge of regulation, and most importantly, the integrity of a professional accountant. We talked so much earlier this morning about integrity, and of course, ethics is very important to what we are about as a profession. No profession can survive without being ethical in everything it does. And in my view, most importantly, to serve the public and to serve the public interest. That is what we're here for. Because wherever economic growth is sustainable, our qualities will be prized. In the years to come, we will see accountants doing different things, and we will be doing those things differently. And this change will be a revolution in our profession. Now let me come to sustainability, because that's also a very important theme of this conference. We all know that we are living in an unsustainable world, whether it be that we are consuming more than we can produce, failing to provide adequate housing, education, food, or healthcare for our citizens, or not properly addressing growing economic inequality. We cannot continue with a strategy of business as usual and hope that someone else will address these existential threats. We must change course, and we must change course urgently. We've all seen the devastating impact of global warming across the world, especially here in Africa. It is acute, where agriculture has been severely affected, infrastructure has been damaged, and livelihoods have been destroyed. The UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, last year at COP26, put all of this in context in a speech he made to world leaders. The 2020s, he said, is the critical decade. And he's absolutely right. The science is clear that continued global warming is already leading to an irreversible environmental catastrophe, and the critical decade is well underway. So in Glasgow last November, many governments around the world, including yours, made significant pledges on emissions reduction and forest protection. Last year's COP, in fact, COP27 is this week in Sharm el-Sheikh, also had a greater emphasis than past agreements on adaptation, which is critical for the world to survive climate change and people everywhere to build more equitable and inclusive societies. But we all know how easy it is to make pledges. For me, what matters is much more that pledges are delivered, and that those who make them are held accountable for their delivery. In response to a growing global demand for sustainability-related information and assurance from investors, from regulators, and from other stakeholders, sustainability reporting is finally taking its rightful place within the corporate reporting ecosystem. It is, in my opinion, even more important than financial reporting for ensuring that we have sustainable development. And ending unsustainable development. So IFAC has spent much of the past 2 years campaigning amongst our stakeholders and partners for the establishment of a new International Sustainability Standards Board, what we call ISSB. And its formation in November 2021 was an important step in meeting this stakeholder demand and supporting the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainability Development. But just as we supported the board's formation, we welcome its initial initiatives. Now it is critical to maintain momentum. For the ISSB standards to have a truly global reach, jurisdiction-level adoption and implementation is key. I must say I was delighted that Dr. Ndindi Edozien, who I had the pleasure of meeting and listening to at the PAFA Congress of Accountants in Mozambique last year, was appointed to the ISSB in July. Thank you very much, Kantha. Ndidi has had a very successful international career in multinational and local companies and civil society organizations in Africa and in Europe, and was the inaugural Group Sustainability and Governance Officer of the Dangote Group, a company that does so much good, not only in Nigeria, but right across Africa. So I was delighted that she was appointed to the board, and she will make significant contributions representing particularly Africa as we develop the sustainability agenda and the international standards. Because there's absolutely no doubt that the global accountancy profession is well placed and well prepared to champion sustainability strategies and, of course, reporting. Our voice on these issues is crucial, as is our work. So in September last year, we published the placemat, How Global Standards Become Local. This placemat examines how jurisdictions can leverage mechanisms already in place for adopting standards used in financial reporting for sustainability-related reporting. And I encourage SAIPA and your fellow sister body, SAICA, in South Africa, to continue engaging with policymakers, some of whom are here, to determine which mechanisms, new or existing, are required for sustainability-related reporting in South Africa. Because as sustainability reporting becomes standard practice around the world, investors, regulators, and policymakers are, as you would expect, turning their attention to the assurance of this information. At IFAC, we believe that non-financial information must have the same level of attention as financial information. I would even go further and say it needs greater attention. Because a comprehensive picture of enterprise value, one that encompasses both financial and non-financial information, is only complete and comprehensive with high quality, transparent, consistent, and trustworthy information. And the good news is that all of our stakeholders agree. IFAC's latest State of Play benchmarking report, which determines the number of global companies that are seeking and obtaining independent assurance on ESG factors, has increased from 51% in 2019 to 58% in 2020. So professional accountants, we are equipped with the skills and competencies to action sustainability reporting and assurance, and we must lead the world from commitments to implementation. And I want to stress the word implementation, because we cannot just be satisfied with reporting of information if that does not lead to changes in strategies, policies, and behaviors. And most importantly, that these changes will have the desired outcomes and impacts and lead to better outcomes right across the whole of society. The third and final theme that I'd like to touch on is how our profession can lead in applying technology and advancing sustainability economic development in the public interest. The accountant of the digital present and future will indeed need to perform new roles, as I said earlier, often with advisory responsibilities rather than exclusive ones. To succeed in these roles, professional accountants will have more to learn and new competencies to acquire as ESG factors increasingly guide the decisions of organizations and stakeholders. We need to be ready to seize the opportunities that come with climate action and broader sustainability efforts, especially through roles within organizations supporting senior management and boards of directors through advisory roles and by assuring sustainability information. At the same time, the profession will need to become more multidisciplinary as the contributions of other technical experts, such as computer scientists and climate scientists, become essential in our daily work. This is a reality of the increasing digital global economy, as well as the growing complexity and digitalization among businesses and all organizations. For me, collaboration must be a core principle of our profession. Collaboration will allow us to acquire new skills and competencies and the new knowledge that we need to gain and gain quickly. It will allow us to respond with greater agility to the challenges and the opportunities that we do not yet see coming. And as greater technological complexity in business calls for the involvement of subject matter experts, collaboration will be only more important for the work that we do. Our profession needs to make sure there are sufficient resources available for current and aspiring professional accountants and those that we educate. It is essential that we foster collaboration between all stakeholders in our profession, including professional accountancy organizations, employers, academics, and students, to harness all of these relationships to the benefit of everyone. Professional accountants are also well positioned to objectively identify and analyze strategic trade-offs. This is an important point for every organization because sustainability offers trade-offs and a judgment call is needed in how certain choices can be reconciled with business objectives. For example, there are obvious potential conflicts between long-term sustainability objectives and short-term profitability, or misalignment between competing stakeholder interests. Businesses, particularly the CFOs and the finance functions, need to understand how best to address these challenges in both planning and execution. Because all of these qualities of the professional accountant apply directly to our work to safeguard information and processes, and to ensure that the new digital tools are used effectively and efficiently and with the appropriate level of oversight. To achieve broad-based sustainable development and economic prosperity, for their part, all accountants need to apply their professional skill set to new areas and be willing to refresh our knowledge and business skills in various areas, including sustainability trends and innovations necessary to mitigate risk and maximize opportunities. Becoming active members of cross-functional business teams to influence decisions and to collaborate with and gain the trust of other functions. And, of course, digital literacy, new technology, data management, and data analytics. Our involvement in driving sustainability will make the professional accountant's designation even more attractive to the next generation, bringing new people into our profession and building a youthful membership. This is especially important for South Africa, where the large tech-savvy Gen Z population is already harnessing these digital tools to transform industries and create new value propositions. Our comparative advantages as a profession here are significant because people are looking for a sense of purpose in where they work and what they do. And they want to join a profession with that sense of purpose, the third P in what your chief executive talked about. Our profession offers many careers that meet those needs, be in the ongoing evolution of the global economy. We need to do this and more to remain relevant to business today and to attract the next generation for tomorrow. And I am really confident that we can and we will do that. So in conclusion, I wish to add that in our roles as professional accountant, and indeed as citizens, we must act out of compassion, because the public interest word is not just an abstraction. It is a means to guarantee that ordinary people can expect to be safe and healthy, to have access to good education, and find good jobs. Our profession plays a vital and critical role in building and maintaining the institutions and organizations in both the public and in the private sectors to make all of this possible. And let me just say a few words about the public sector. In many countries around the world, the public sector is often the largest investor and almost certainly, in that case, the largest employer. They play a critical role in developing policies and frameworks that allow society to work, to ensure that economic growth is not only sustainable, but equitable and inclusive for all. That is the role of the public sector. And that's why I agree with Mr. Daniels when he talked about the important role that we play as professional accountants to help strengthen the public sector. I had the opportunity, as you heard, to sit on the board of the UK's Department for International Development, and a part of government that does so much good around the world. When I was there, we were spending £13 billion a year in helping countries, putting in capacity, building capacity, both in the public sector, in healthcare, in education. And it gave me a good insight into the importance of our profession sitting around that top table when decisions are being made. We have such an important role to play, and I would encourage all of you to help strengthen public sector accountability everywhere, both at the national, the regional, and indeed the local level. Not only is there an important need for the profession to lead organizations towards strong and sustainable growth in the digital age, but there is also an incredible opportunity for our profession to help all stakeholders make the tough decisions facing every organization. Let us use this opportunity to do what is right for the long-term benefit of all stakeholders in the public interest, to move with the trends, but also help shape those trends. Because I do believe that our profession can create a better, more resilient world with stronger economies and fairer societies by doing so. It was Mervyn King that said, and I had lunch with him on Monday in Johannesburg, he said, accountants can save the world. When he said that, I'm sure there was a lot of laughter across the world. But I do believe accountants will save the world because we have the skills and the competencies. We serve and operate in the public interest. We care passionately, and I heard the word passion. I don't have that written down, but thank you, Mr. Daniels, for using the word passion. We have to have passion in what we do, and I believe we do have passion. And with that, we can help the world become fairer, more equitable, more inclusive. The world that we want our children and grandchildren to grow up in. That's our legacy. We are the only global profession in the world that has a code of ethics that guides what we do and how we do it. There is no other profession in the world. We are fortunate to be part of this. We are what the profession is. So thank all of you. I thank all of you, first of all, for giving me the opportunity of joining you today. I'd like to thank the leadership of SAIPA, both past and present. And of course, all the members of SAIPA for the great work they are doing in serving your country. And I wish you all a great and successful 2022 Indaba. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson, for those very important words. I suspect a lot of people were indeed surprised by the idea that accountants can save the world. It is something that a lot of people associate with people who do debits and credits, but as we now know, as we shift towards value reporting and sustainability reporting, the role of an accounting is evolving and becomes quite critical. You can imagine that one of the big talking points over the next couple of decades is going to be the question of how do we translate what we call the sustainability, the climate risks to people in a manner that enables them to crystallize the essence of the problem. For far too many people, when you take net zero 2050, they're like, I'm not planning on being around in 2050. And if I'm around in 2050, somebody else must deal with the problem. So there is that sense of elusive inability to grasp that the fact that the climate emergency is indeed immediate. And of course, if accountants cannot find a way of enabling society to crystallize that, then we'll be failing in our public duty. And that sense of public purpose is something that a lot of SAIPA members will resonate with. It is what SAIPA as an institute resonates with. So thank you very much for that, Mr. Johnson. Just for the record, I'm 21 years old, so I can't imagine how it is to work for one organization for 30 years. Dear God. One day I'll get there. We're going to move on to our next speaker. And our next speaker is a maverick. So there is a very strong possibility that I'll be expecting him to walk up these stairs and then he's going to fly in from the roof. So I'm hoping that's not what he's got planned in mind. But Mr. Weinberg, he is currently with FNB, and his story with FNB is a very interesting one. Who here uses PayPal? How? Just 1, 2 people? Yo, Mr. Weinberg, I think you need to do something about that. So Mr. Weinberg was obviously responsible for actually bringing the PayPal model and really making it a big thing in South Africa many, many years ago. And since then, he has then gone back to focus on that other S, Mr. Daniels. Remember we spoke about the other S's? Well, there's a third S, the small businesses. Their ability to access the type of resources that big businesses can afford or they can create in-house. A lot of small businesses are not going to be sustainable. A lot of small businesses are not going to survive if the cost of doing business is incredibly high, which is why we need organizations like FNB, our platinum sponsors, to be able to create the type of instruments and platforms that makes it a bit cheaper and a bit more accessible for small businesses to do their thing. Ladies and gentlemen, Jesse Weinberg. I said he might come up, so why aren't you looking up? Come hither.
Testing. Good morning. Testing. Is everybody awake? It's a wonderful day to be at a conference, I must just say. You know, it's always terrible when the weather's amazing and you sort of sit in a conference, but you know, thankfully it's not so amazing. So it's actually a wonderful day to sit inside. But yeah, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real honor to be here today and spend some time with you. I didn't actually realize I was going to get quite an impressive sort of introduction, so I feel energized. I hope you guys are too. How's the morning been going? Lots of good energy. Cool. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to just spend a few thoughts today just about the similarities between the banking and the accounting fraternities. And I think, you know, the theme, and I was listening to the previous speaker talk, there is so much responsibility now which is sitting on your guys' shoulders. And I can safely say just as much as sitting on our shoulders. So don't feel alone. But I thought it'd be good just to share a couple of thoughts today just about some of these similarities and some of these responsibilities which have come about. So my name's Jesse Weinberg. I'm the co-head of the SME banking division, basically at FNB. I've been with FNB for 13 years, and it's been quite a ride, to say the least. I think in the last 13 years, sure, the world's changed. I think we wouldn't have had this conference 2 years ago because the whole world was shut down. So it's just amazing to just even cast your mind back further than 2 years and what's happened. So, look, in these years, we've engaged extensively in the accounting fraternity. In fact, so much so that in 2010, we actually launched our own accounting software called Instant Accounting. It was a joint development, and we ended up buying the accounting software, and we still offer it for free to our customers for them to actually use to do their accounting. But even in the last 2 years, we've unveiled a very cool partnership with Sage Accounting, where historically, if you wanted to get transactions into your accounting software, you'd have to download bank statements or sit there with a ruler or CSV files and that. So we did a very cool partnership with Sage to just let those transactions flow straight into the accounting software. So it reduces time. It's much more secure. And I guess there's many more of these partnerships coming along. So very proud of, I suppose, what we've been doing in the accounting world. But apart from the system side of things, over the years, there have been many similarities that have emerged between the role of a banker and the role of an accountant. The level of automation and data in systems has undoubtedly had an effect on the way that businesses operate and the speed that they operate and the demands that they're placing on not just banks, but on accountants as well. So this means that both bankers and accountants have had to change their approach to how you're servicing your customers, to what your customers actually want from you. An example in the banking world is just the sheer amount of data points that we have with our customers. So all the transactions which are going through, all the payments, everything, we've had this massive collection of data, which at some point we said, what are we actually going to do with all of this data? So we started the preempting of credit asks, and we started analyzing the data, and we started pre-scoring customers for data based on what we know customers are going to ask when it comes to a loan, or what we're going to ask them when it comes to a loan. And so we started preemptively offering, we're actually one of the first banks in the world to start offering loans or pre-scored loans without the customer asking us, just based on their financial data. And most of the time, customers, would either log on and see that there's a loan offer, or by the time they asked us for a loan, we could reply in a matter of even hours, minutes, because we already had done all the work of creating that loan. And I guess, that's important because we're seeing a very similar thing in other industries. And one of them is absolutely your guys' industry as well, is that, don't shoot me down, so I'm just a banker. But a lot of the time, I'm sure that you are often feeling that you're on the back foot, I suppose, especially now with requests from clients when it comes to that they need to urgently see this, or, can you quickly give them a piece of work on this? And, when you start looking at those pieces of information and the asks, a lot of them are quite repetitive, right? And that's what we started doing on our side. And granted, we probably had a lot more resources and we had a lot more people that we could throw at the problem. But often when you start looking at the requests you're getting, you start looking for the ones which are quite repetitive. And this is obviously the nature of automation. It's the whole nature of why many fintechs and many big companies have actually started up, is just because you could start seeing a repetitive ask or repetitive behavior. And those repetitive asks and those repetitive behaviors are actually what you want to focus in on when it comes to any type of automation or data, because ultimately you want to be able to save yourself time. You want to be able to give the customer what they want much faster, right? So it's kind of a win-win. But it's easier said than done. But I guess, the point is that it's actually easier than you think, right? So with the advent of now technologies which have now started coming out, the whole world is actually changing with regards to even your guys' industry. I spent some time in Silicon Valley not too long ago, and we had the pleasure of visiting some of these big techs and what they're up to. And one of the companies that we visited are now about to make these massive groundbreaking throughs, if that's even a word. Okay, they're about to make a breakthrough with voice-directed analytics. All right. So, and this is not far-fetched. This is real. So just like you would speak to Siri and you would speak to Google and you'd say, "Hey, what's the weather? I want to do this. I want to create a new calendar appointment." So this company has perfected data AI on databases to actually give voice commands to them, and you telling the computer what you want, and it can produce those reports. So for example, if you say, of my customers, how many between the ages of 22 and 25 live in this area, enjoy this, whatever data you can imagine, this would have taken, I can tell you now, because I come from this world, this would have taken maybe even a few days to put together that SQL report of saying, okay, and then you click run, and you got to go through the whole database, and if you got it wrong, my word, you'll kind of come back 2 days later, and you say, geez, I forgot to put this in there. So this is like voice activated. So you're literally giving a voice command, and you're saying, how did we do between the first 4 months of, of financial year 2020? What was our income? And it's all being generated by AI, right? And that's real. So if you think about it, there's this massive, when people talk about this fourth industrial revolution and AI, it's not supposed to be a scary concept, all right? It's supposed to be an exciting concept. And it is very exciting if you think about applying these technologies into businesses and to helping your customers, where you can actually start automating and you can start freeing yourself up to give more strategic advice. So we are grappling with exactly the same stuff. Okay, the fintech world. I mean, we are a fintech. We like to believe we're a fintech. We're sort of one of the first fintechs. But this whole fintech world and this whole payments world, it's very exciting. It's freeing up menial tasks and it's making things faster and better so that we can shift ourselves from not just being bankers and saying, okay, we need you to sign there on page 22 and then initial over here and that. We're actually also excited about once these menial tasks get reduced, how can we free ourselves up to help more, which is our core essence, is we want to actually be able to help the country and help SMEs. During the COVID pandemic, a lot of you might be familiar, but the government introduced these government-backed lending schemes where SMEs specifically, or all businesses, were offered the opportunity to now apply for loans. One of the biggest realizations, and I'm sure anybody in this audience that were part of it, one of the biggest realizations that came about was just how few credit-worthy businesses we have, okay? And suddenly everybody wanted a loan because they were struggling in COVID and that. And then we said, okay, no, we need financial statements. We need even just some sort of management accounts, And then even if we did get that, we said, okay, but your business, has made a loss for like 5 years. And that's what just financial statements say. We can't legally give you a loan. So, I mean, I know you guys probably know if you were involved that it's probably a very healthy business, but let's say maybe there's, I don't know, some tax optimization stuff that happened. And then huge amounts of uproar about how can you not give me a loan? My business is making me millions. And we say, okay, well, it doesn't say that on the piece of paper, So a huge sort of realization, from this process of just how important this gap is between the formal financial world and let's call it like the business world, right? So a lot of businesses are exceptionally good at what they do. They know how to make money, okay? They know how to deal with staff. They know how to deal with customers, produce things, give incredible, customer experience in that. But then when it comes to the financial side, what was very clear is that many don't have a proper grip on their finances. They actually even rely totally on, let's say, the accountant or even bookkeeper or whatever, and they actually they're not sort of close enough at all. So, this, in my opinion, is actually why when you hear the government talking about why aren't banks doing more to lend to SMEs, this gap is largely driven by this gap that I'm talking about. There's a reason why we can't lend to lots of businesses because they haven't set themselves up for lending. They're not lendable businesses. And when they go and visit investors, they're not investable businesses because the investor's saying, let me see your management accounts, how's your cash flows looking, and either crickets or well, actually it's not really a fair representation of the business. So this gap is a real challenge. And actually the amount of emphasis that's being placed on, let's call it the SME sector, right? Where's job growth going to come from, in the future? Where is any economic growth going to come from when there's price wars and there's all sorts of stuff happening in the bigger businesses? A large responsibility is sitting on the small to medium-sized enterprises to actually be the backbone and these generators of growth. And actually, you guys are the backbone of the backbone, if you think about it, right? So it's all very well. We keep on saying SMEs and small businesses are going to create employment and we need to get much more entrepreneurs starting, but not if we're going to still have these gaps of that they're just not speaking accounting, So this is what I was saying, that the responsibility on both us, and on you guys is enormous. We've got a responsibility to try and help businesses understand how we look at them from a financial point of view, to say, all right, if you're going to come to us for credit, we're going to need to see the following things, all right? But at the same time, we can't, we're not in their businesses the whole time. You guys are. You guys are actually the ones that they're turning to, and they're saying, the questions that should be coming out is, how do I make myself lending ready? How do I make myself investable? How do I make myself investment ready? Because that is how they start unlocking that ratchet up and that acceleration to actually start getting that lending. So that's what I'm saying. There is a massive responsibility on both of us, and specifically with you guys. Another point I just want to quickly mention is self-employed businesses. I guess extending a little bit onto that is, on what I've just said, is many businesses in this country are what are called self-employed, usually a sole proprietor, somebody that that is their business. Their ID number is their registration, and they might employ people, they might not. But when it comes to, let's say, separating their personal and their business finances, it presents a big challenge. All right, we're getting inundated with self-employed credit applications, sort of saying, I want credit for my business, but actually, what is the separation between my business and my personal capacity? And this represents two major problems. The one is obviously from a tax point of view, okay? Let's call it a tax and legal, and the other one is from a financial point of view. We've seen cases now, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with the concept called piercing the corporate veil even. There's some precedence here of sort of saying, if you're going to run your personal finances and your business together, when you get in financial problems, the court can come after you in your personal capacity. They can start attaching assets because you've been reckless in the way you've run your business. You kind of started paying personal expenses out your business and, I don't know, school fees and buying cars, and you weren't separating your business from your personal finances. It's a challenge. It's a growing trend. It's a bit of an issue. I guess the other point is that when it comes to lending, we're getting these lending applications, and it's very difficult to lend to a business when they say, yeah, I am my business, but all my income comes into one bank account. It's like, there's all my business income, and my friend paid me for this. We, as a community here, if we don't do it between the banks and between you guys, of trying to instill some sort of financial discipline and basic good governance in businesses, specifically these type of businesses, I don't know who is going to actually help solve the problem. If it's not us, of who our businesses are listening to, then we're going to have a challenge. In fact, we already do have a challenge. So again, just another piece of kind of responsibility from our side. We also now, you'll see a lot of business financial literacy education coming out from us, and financial literacy education to say, don't blend everything, into one view. It's not good in the long run. So I think it's just a word of mention that I just wanted to, just to get across to you. In conclusion, I just want to leave you with the following message. So the future of our country, the future of our economy, I mentioned it before, it's going to rest on the growth of financial businesses, on entrepreneurs, on ultimately this job creation that they are going to, produce. I mentioned it before. You guys are the backbone of the backbone. We also sort of see ourselves as part of that backbone. But the responsibilities that's sitting on your guys' shoulders is immense, but it's also exciting at the same time. If you open your mind to some of the technologies which are coming out, the incredible amount. I see Xero's also involved here. Xero's got an entire ecosystem, which once your customers on Xero, they can kind of add on a whole lot of add-on modules, and effectively, I don't know, one click of a button, you can generate 300 different reports and financial insights and analysis. Just an example of where these systems are going, and it's amazing how much time should be freed up, or additional value that you can give to your customers. So with this advent of technology, it sounds daunting, and it sounds like, yes, we've got a big sort of piece of responsibility to carry, but actually it can be done with technology. And I think that's the key ethos of what we also are looking at, is we don't have to do everything manually. We don't have to do banking how we've done it for however long. Once we adopt automation, we adopt technology in that, we want to free up ourselves to be more of that trusted advisor, just as you guys probably are. You don't even know it. You probably the phone call from your clients, or saying, should I go left? Should I go right? I don't know. And you want to do more of that, because that's really where, the accounting fraternity actually should be, kind of less about the reactive stuff. And we want to do the same from a banking point of view. So, I'm going to, again, it's been an honor to address you guys here today. Thank you for the time, and sure, very exciting conference ahead. Wish you all the best and enjoyable moments. But I guess from our side, we are incredibly grateful as FNB for you guys as a community. And maybe it doesn't get said enough, so I'm going to just say it. But you guys are actually the glue, and a lot of the time, the community, which are, maybe when we reject a customer for a loan, they're going to come to you and say, I got rejected. What did we do wrong? And so I can only imagine that we probably also caused a lot of heartache and anguish in your lives. But on a positive note, thank you very much for all of what you guys do for helping South Africa and helping small businesses. And, again, we are open to suggestions, engagement, and that we want to help this country, want to help businesses. If you think that we're missing a few gaps in our financial lineup, or we're doing things wrong, please do tell us, because ultimately, if it's going to make your lives easier or the customers' lives easier, that's probably the only way we're going to actually address some of the challenges that SMEs specifically, in fact, all businesses are facing in South Africa. So thank you very much. Thanks for the time. Have a wonderful conference ahead, and you're in good hands. Sure, there's some serious lineup of speakers, topics, celebrities. Really, I guess, a big privilege to be here. So thank you very much. Have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you. Well, something obviously was missing. The last line was supposed to be, how can we help you? I'm going to report you to Mr. Silius. Thank you very much, Mr. Weinberg. And I think, obviously, that fusion of the skills in the room and the technology that we get from platforms like FNB is definitely the deal breaker that's going to enable many more businesses to say, I stand a better chance of getting it right, Faith.
Absolutely. As professional accountants, as members of SAIPA, we are trusted business advisors. The message that came out from Jesse is that we need to be advising our clients accordingly. They need to be investable, they need to be credit-worthy so that they can be lended to when they are applying for those support that they will need. We will now be breaking up for our networking break, or tea break, and it's time to network. Do not network with the person that you are coming from the same company with. There also are our sponsors. We have got, this is in alphabetical order, before I get charged by my platinum sponsors. We've got KMF. They are on the right-hand side, so please visit them. Even though you'll see people just sitting on their couches, they are waiting for you to come and find out what they are doing, what information they can provide you with. We have got Capitalize, Caseware, Adapt IT, DraftWorks, FNB, PPS, Sage, Standard Bank, Stratcall, Zero, and also we have got the SAIPA booths. And to our delegates online, you can also visit these booths virtually. So you can go on to select the one that you need to visit and go and visit them, and they will gladly welcome you to their lounge, and you will be able to chat to them as if you are here at the venue. So we will be breaking up until 11:30.
11:30 should be fine, but please be aware that by the time we come back, we are talking accounting disruption. If you think you understood what this profession is going to look like in 5 years' time, you've got another thing coming. See you at 11:30.
11:30.
Still sound right. You are the sovereign God. You are the sovereign God. Getting you are the sovereign God. Tuzonke siyathandaza uphendula uthando awehlulwa lutho uthando lwakho lusanele sonke umkhulu ngalendlela imangaza umhlaba wonke amazulu nomhlaba uyakudumisa kala Jehova yena ungaphezu kwakho konke konke kuba bonke Thixo akekho njengawe kuba bonke sibathandaza umhlaba wonke akekho Asibonanga mfana nawe, asibonanga njengawe. Still sound right. Ubonke uThixo akekho onyengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Ubonke uThixo akekho onyengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. It's in ubonke uThixo You are the sovereign God. Nsuku zonke siyathandaza, uphendula ngothando, awehlulwa lutho, uthando lwakho lusanele sonke, umkhulu ngale ndlela, imangaza umhlaba wonke, amazulu nomhlaba, uyakudumisa, yala. Jehova wena ungaphezu kwakho konke konke bonke Thixo akekho njengawe bonke bonke sibathandaza umhlaba wonke Asimbonanga mfana nawe, asimbonanga njengawe, wena ungeke wena ungeze phezu kwabo bonke. Akekho njengawe, kubo bonke Thixo, akekho njengawe, kubo bonke Thixo. Still sound right. Bonke uThixo akekho onjengawe. Kubo bonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Kubo bonke uThixo akekho onjengawe. Kubo bonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Kithi kubo bonke uThixo akekho onjengawe. Kubo bonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Yeah. Nsuku zonke siyathandaza, uphendula ngothando, awehlulwa lutho. Uthando lwakho lusanele sonke, umkhulu ngale ndlela, imangaza umhlaba wonke, amazulu nomhlaba uyakudumisa. Kala ele oh ay ele uJehova wena ungaphezu kwakho konke. Bonke kubo bonke Thixo akekho njengawe. Bonke kubo bonke sibathandaza umhlaba wonke. Akekho kubo bonke
Still sound right. Ubonke uThixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Ubonke uThixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Getting ubonke uThixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign, sovereign God.
Colleagues, can we please make our way inside? Can we please make our way inside?
Even leave. Oh, you missed out on good breakfast. It's about time. It's about time. Stop.
Can we please take our seats? Can we make our way inside, please? And take our seats. No, pardon? No, this one is good.
No. Ladies and gentlemen, can we start making our way back inside, please? Ladies and gents, can we start making our way inside, please?
Okay.
Can we go back inside, please, so we can carry on with our program? Please, can we start going back inside so we can carry on with the program? Shut up. Yeah. Lobby, na? At the lobby. Reception. Please go back to your seats. Hiya.
Where is this? Cabaret. Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome back. The general rule is that after every tea break or every meal break, there are usually a few casualties. Those casualties are much higher when there's a bar open, so that's why the bar specifically was not open during this break. We wanted to minimize the casualties, so please make sure that you all make your way back into the auditorium because we do have a very important session that you're about to start now, Faith.
I don't know whether we need to do some gymnastics after the cups that we have just taken a tea. Okay, so we all charged up. We have also taken our puffs, be it vaping or actual smoking. So we should be ready for the next speaker. We have got our next speaker who is going to be joining us online, and that is Professor L. Bimani. So Professor L. Bimani is going to be joining us online. I think they are putting him on right now. And he is a professor of management accounting at the London School of Economics and was the previous head of the Department of Accounting at the London School of Economics. He is also the founding director of the LSE Entrepreneurship. He has written widely in the areas of financial management, tech startups, digitalization, and control systems. His ongoing research deals with how technologies are reshaping accounting and managerial practices, work and education. Elle is the author of over 20 books and 100 scholarly journal articles that he has published. He recently published Accounting Disrupted, How Digitalization is Changing Finance, and that was featured in the AICPA Wiley 2021 journal. And also it featured in the Financial Management for Technology Startups, which is a Kogan journal, and that was published in 2022. So Professor Al is going to be speaking to us about this topic because as accountants, we are being disrupted. We don't only want to be disruptive ourselves, but we are disrupted in the environment that we find ourselves in the environment that we are operating in. So we will now be handing over to Prof. Al.
Hey, thank you very much for that lovely introduction. It's great to be, well, digitally, I suppose, here. Excellent to see everyone. I did get a little bit of a snapshot of the audience there, and I wish I was there with you. I last visited South Africa actually about 10, 12 years ago. It was a wonderful experience, and when people ask me about it, I say the thing that I really remember was the great wine. So hopefully one day I'll be invited back and taste some of that wine again. But it's lovely to be here. I'm going to be talking about this notion that accounting is being disrupted. We have accountants that I think are fully aware that there's a disruption that's ongoing, but exactly the extent of it is to a degree unknown. And also it permeates across different areas where accountants operate. I think that it'll change accounting work, not in 10 or 15 years, but probably in the next 5 years. So it is a force of change that is moving very, very rapidly towards us. And I wanted to discuss some of that. So a lot of what I'll be discussing comes out of this lovely book that I published last year. This is a culmination of 3 to 4 years of work talking to accountants, looking at researchers in accounting, looking at global changes that are taking place, and the sorts of issues that I think are inevitably going to impact the profession. So what I want to do then is to identify at least some of the areas that I've looked at. But before getting straight into what is changing right now, we might look at what has changed in accounting as the outcome of some quite significant changes that were taking place in the last century. Around the early 1970s, we had the oil price rise. Prices quadrupled almost overnight, and that got a lot of managers to ask questions about should their decisions be reflective of how to grow the top line, or should it be more reflective of what happens between the top line and the bottom line? And I think accountants became more introspective about what is it that yields expenses that doesn't actually translate into profits. So a lot of the 1970s focus of accountants was really about a continuation of how we make processes more efficient, how we cut down on costs, how we generate new ways of creating value, but along the lines of what had been done before. Now, of course, we're facing today again an energy crisis, but I think it lead to quite different outcomes. The other thing that was ongoing from the 1970s was, of course, the notion that technological change was taking place. And the sorts of changes that were taking place there were, to a very small degree, to do with digitization, but much more towards the use of computers to help accountants undertake tasks more effectively and efficiently, the sorts of tasks that they had always done before. But what we were also seeing is that service-based environments and manufacturing organizations were starting to develop new systems of producing things. Again, an extrapolation of the past, but using new systems to perhaps be more productive. Use, for instance, of CAD/CAM systems to visualize things that could only be visualized by the production of physical prototypes. So that was being done on computers. It helped cut down costs, and it helped move product conceptualization much faster. At around the same time, we had Western markets especially being taken over by Japanese companies initially, and then the tiger economies. A lot of what was happening in Japan, I think, was the development of products that maybe were cheaper but better quality and that better met the needs of consumers. These were quite important lessons for Western organizations, which are really built on what was there in the post-war years. So in the post-war years, there was a great amount of demand. Organizations could hardly produce and meet that demand. And so you had techniques like cost plus pricing. You simply had to allocate enough profits to keep shareholders happy on the basis of increasing a certain level of return on costs that were incurred. So then the focus of accountants was really on costing. How do we determine more precise costs? I think the Japanese kind of turned that on its head, and we had the development of new techniques, such as backflush accounting, target cost management, throughput accounting, balance scorecard coming in later, and so on. Strategy itself became the focus of what the accountants' information outlet had to be about. So executives were starting to ask questions not about the short term, but what was considered strategic directions for organizations. But around the same time, we have a greater sophistication of production technologies and a greater array of interlinkages of firms across different countries, different continents, to basically shape products into their final conceptualization. Now, globalization was really an extension of what had been happening for over 200 years. I think it really had a lot to do with what economists will refer to as Ricardo's law, that you try to focus on what it is that you do best. And when you pull a product apart, you have a lot of different parts, and it's whichever country or whichever organization can produce that as best as it can at the lowest possible cost, that led to a lot of the complexities of supply chains that were produced in terms of, where is globalization taking us? I think globalization is taking us to different places today. And then finally, at the turn of the century, we had the rise of the internet, and the internet was initially really about providing us with a lot of information about things that we face challenges finding out about. So that was really kind of what was happening during the last 3 decades of the last century. I think since then, there's been some major shifts, not just technological shifts, which we'll talk about shortly, but I think shifts in both the global axis of economic production as well as demographic changes taking place across countries. If you look at the notion that about a third of the population in the West in 10 years' time will have been born digital, and a huge number will really surface from this kind of analog age. If you look at places like China, India, Africa, you have a much younger population. I think in South Africa, the median age is around 26, 27. It is much older. It's about 42 in Western Europe and a little bit lower in North America. The point is that in the South globally and in the East globally, we have a much younger population that is born digital almost entirely. In 10 years' time, the South and the East will have 97% of its population born in the digital era. And that completely changes the ability of individuals to adapt to technological change. We also have a very different notion of what matters to different individuals that are born at different points in time. The millennials and the Generation Z, which is kind of born from 1995 on, I think those are very different populations that have to appeal to control structures that were devised by individuals who are much more senior now, sometimes referred to as the X generation. And so I think in a lot of organizations that I go into, I find that there's a mismatch between the control structures and what the employees are looking for in terms of answers to questions that could actually help the organization. So this is also a fast changing environment in terms of employees. In addition to that, across the world, we have a lot more women entering the workforce. In 10 years' time, about 3.5 billion women will have been born digital and will be entering or will have entered the workforce. That brings different ideas, it brings new inspirations, it brings innovation of the type that we've never seen before, in addition to a whole array of digital technologies that are emerging, Internet of Things, blockchain, 4D, robotics, and so on. And then I think in the past 3-4 years, we've had COVID-19, which has turned us into, in a sense, it's made us more technophilic. And there's an acceptance now that we have to have technologies that help us do the sorts of things that we want to. So these are kind of major forces that I think are changing accounting. If you look at one of the first desktop that was produced by Hewlett-Packard in 1966, this is a desktop. As you can see, it's quite big, and it probably had nowhere near the function of much, much smaller phones that we use today, smartphones. What was the definition of accounting then? Well, it was essentially identifying, measuring, communicating economic information to enable decision makers to access information that allows them to make good decisions. So that was essentially the definition of accounting. If you look at the latest computer today, you find that it's actually incredibly advanced. It is incredibly fast, also produced by Hewlett-Packard. So this is the world's most advanced computer. What is our definition of accounting today? Well, if you read this, you'll find that it hasn't actually changed at all. It's the same definition when the world has moved on very, very rapidly. So this is the first call, in a sense, for accountants to change their conception of what accounting can actually do. If you ask today what executives are looking for, it is pretty much the same thing that they were asking for 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. The notion that executives have to target different things is probably not right, but how they target those things is probably going to be very, very, very different. So executives are confronting the same sort of challenges, but they have to mobilize very different technologies to achieve those challenges. If you look at products, they've changed immensely. Of course, 40, 50 years ago, we just had physical products that were handled by physical agents through a physical process. Today, we have all sorts of permutations that digitalization has allowed us. You can have the pure internet play as a business model. There's no human input aside from the backdrop coding and development of that product. So we're used to a very different environment in terms of consumerism. I'm not sure that we've really fully understood the implications for accounting. Aside from products having changed, of course, people have changed. You're used to becoming kind of addicted to a constant supply of data, be it social media, be it websites, be it sort of through your smartphones, a multitude of different channels providing us with data. We really are addicted to data. This, I think, is changing a lot of things for accountants. I wanted to identify 3 things that I think are absolutely crucial for accountants to understand. One is that data that was structured was the name of the game for accountants. Organizations would develop information systems to produce data that was structured and that would allow us to make certain types of decisions. What was kind of left uncovered was that whole set of unstructured data, sometimes referred to as exhaust data, which we never actually captured. 1, because we didn't have the technologies to capture that data, but 2, we didn't actually think it mattered that much. I think unstructured data in many organizations comprises about 95% of the decision-making force that relies on information. So this is a big shift that's taking place. The other thing that's taking place is that more and more decisions are being made, as you know, by machines. A lot of the accountants' work is now based on RPA-based technologies, and that's almost run of the mill. But I think we're pushing ahead very, very quickly in terms of technologies used by organizations, and accountants have some catching up to do there. The other thing that is very different today is that we used to have accounting and information systems that would kind of piggyback on products to unravel the state of production, where they're being transported, what happens when they're sold, and so on. Today, we have technologies where the information system becomes embedded in the product itself. So the Internet of Things is a case in point. We have RFID technologies. So a lot of the products now embed the information systems themselves. I think those three things are going to and are starting to change in a big way the world of accounting. So structured data is increasingly a smaller portion of what the organization generates, but still a very large portion of what accountants focus on. I think there's a shift that's required towards understanding the insights that unstructured data provides us with. If we go in that direction, then we uncover perhaps the most important thing that matters to executives, and this is the ability to tell the future. Of course, as you know, predicting the future is the most difficult thing that you might have to do as an accountant. The unstructured data provides us with a basis to unravel things before economic transactions then happen. So in a sense, you can be ahead of the game through the insights generated from unstructured data. And I suspect that if accountants don't take on board the insights that can be provided by accountants, who are really the information specialists for decision makers, then we're just going to be left standing sort of on the sides. What accountants have always done is to have captured economic transactions based on physical changes, and then you convert that into data, and then you further convert it into a readable form for information statement readers. We would be missing the boat if we did not focus on non-economic transactions, the transactions that take place that are the antecedents to the sorts of things that organizations want to capture, which is financial information based on activities that yield to profits, or that generate financial changes. So essentially, data offers us the possibility not to just look at the past and extrapolate into the future, but to look at the present and extrapolate into the future of financial transactions. And that is absolutely key, I think, for accountants. I think the second thing that is changing very rapidly is who makes decisions. So as accountants, we access data, we convert it into financial information that provides us with insights, and then we give it to executives who make decisions for organizations. I think increasingly now we're finding that we can use machines to allow us to make certain decisions on behalf of organizations. I mean, all of us, I think, have encountered websites where decisions are made by machines, small decisions initially, but they're becoming bigger and bigger and bigger decisions. Now, the key thing about this is that we will continue to have to generate information that is readable by executives, but it'll be different information, and we have to get used to that. Also, machines can go from data to decisions to action. In fact, machines don't even need to make decisions. They simply go from data to action. And that bypassing of the whole process of having to structure data into a decision-making format is something that accountants have been used to doing, but they may have to move away from, because machines are going to take on a lot of the decision-making. So that's not a bad thing, and if we have time, we can talk about that later, the implications, but I think this is very important for accountants to realize. So humans basically need the data to be converted by accountants into information, and then they appeal to their knowledge to make decisions. Machines don't need any of that. They can go straight from data to decisions. The third thing that is happening in a very big way is that it's not just individuals who talk to one another, it's machines that are talking to one another. And so as you have, the Internet of Things, but also artificial intelligence capturing the data created by machines talking to themselves, then something quite important happens. And this is the notion of learning. If you look at what we've done in the past, is that we've produced reports that are based on transactions that have taken place in the past. They're pretty descriptive. We've moved into predictive analytics. We provide the basis for forecasting where organizations should be going. I think just now with machine-based technologies, we're moving into prescriptive analytics, and some organizations, and increasingly more organizations, will move into a much more in-depth machine learning based environment where we learn from structured data via machines that provide insights, and that opens up the pathway into deep learning, which is where machines learn from unstructured information. So I think all of this is happening. It's happening extremely rapidly, and it's going to reshape the work of the accountants. So sorry, this slide isn't coming out too well, but in the past, what this is saying is that we have focused basically on variable and fixed costs in order to provide information to decision makers, break-even type information, and so on. And the part that maybe isn't visible here is that we've provided information that is activity-based information based on systems that don't pick up on cost increases that only reflect volume changes. So we've kind of developed these systems over the past 30 odd years. I think they're much less useful for digital environments. But the third thing we've found is that you learn from your experience, and you learn how to better manage costs through experience. This is what we've done since the 1960s, and we still are doing that. What is to be learned as we have knowledge-based systems that tell us something about cost minimization? I think we're entering now a very, very different world where data is going to inform our learning, which will invoke actions, which will then create more data, which will allow us to learn more, which will then create actions, and so on. And as you go around that loop, I think the notion of action creating data, which enables learning, is where most of the accountant's work is going to be situated. Learning machines within accounting structures is what is going to drive a faster pace of decision making, both by machines and human decision makers, which will lead to more data, which will lead to more growth. And if you kind of, extrapolate where this is going, it's actually going in a direction of large organizations will get larger because they'll be able to learn much faster than smaller organizations if they've developed the right systems. Okay, strategy used to be straightforward. You plan based on long-term plans, you implement based on operations, you have control systems that engage in variance analysis, and then you feed that into your plans. That used to tell us something about what are great products and what are not so great products. The products that are not great are the ones where you're losing money and you have a low volume of those. If you can create profitability out of those products and sell them in larger quantities, then you have winning products. Product A here is the product that you would shy away from unless there was some strategic reason for hanging on to those types of products. These are the high volume products that are losing us money. I think today in a lot of organizations, you want those products because they provide you with customer information that you can repackage and invent the future. So I think we're moving into a very different environment where operations and strategy are no longer so separable. It's no longer about the long term versus the short term. It's about what short term insights can tell us about where the strategy ought to be. Something else that's changed in a very big way is that if you look at an income statement, it used to be that expenses were always directly linked to sales. Today, the clients are not necessarily the customers. The consumer is not the customer. You have platforms where you divide the customer away from the consumers of that information, who actually are prosumers, producers and consumers of that information. So that separation in the income statement is something that we've never seen before, but I think it's going to play a greater and greater role. And as accountants, we've got to be adept at identifying the implications of that. A lot else is changing, and I'm just kind of hurrying through, but hopefully we'll have time for questions if you want to pick up on any of these themes. Performance evaluation systems are changing, partly because of what I suggested about the demographics of the employees changing. Employees that are younger look for very different ways of being evaluated. In fact, I've been to organizations where they have reverse mentoring. The younger people are telling the more senior people what they should be doing and what the evaluation systems ought to be. So a very different mode of understanding both the psychology of individuals and what digitization means for the sorts of performance measures that we need to embed in organizations. I think another really important element is that, we all talk about we're moving into data-driven environments. And from what I can see, it would be a mistake to see those data-driven environments as suggesting that quantification and metrics and numerical indicators is all that matters. I think as we become more digitalized, the value of qualitative information actually increases. Insights matter more in a data-driven world than they used to in the past. What the accountant must understand is going to grow. We have to understand transparency, we have to understand ethics, we have to understand the privacy of information. If we're using unstructured data, there's a whole set of issues that come with that. And as accountants, we'll have to basically increase our understanding of the implications of using that data. No doubt, the notion of management fundamentals are changing, and accounting itself is changing. When you bring the two together, I think it's inevitable that the accountants will have to change, and so will their jobs. There's a lot of kind of speculation as to what will happen to accounting and finance work. It's probably fair to say that those who engage in transactional type activities will see a lot of their activities being automated, and those that engage in more strategic, executive decision-making arenas will see their work actually increase in value if they step up to what digitalization requires them to do in terms of being information producers. So I think there's going to be a lot of movements taking place, and the survivors and the beneficiaries of that will be those that understand the implications of digitalization. Businesses today are asking this question, post-COVID, do we get back to work, or do we let people engage through digital technologies in work processes? But I think that brings out a quite important question, and this is, do we let people have the flexibility to use digital technologies to engage in work, but maintain the same traditional control systems, or do we actually change the control systems to align ourselves with the sorts of things that employees are now looking for and can engage with the technology to achieve? And those are key questions that I think are being asked by organizations. Another very big question that needs to be asked is, does digitalization actually increase the happiness of people? I'd be interested to explore that with the audience here, what you think. I came across a lovely study that looked at a large number of countries, and of course happiness has its own meaning in different contexts, but these were the results of that study. Generally, happiness and digital competitiveness show a kind of positive correlation. It may mean that people enjoy spending more time using digital technologies, or it may mean that digital technologies allow us to grow economically much faster, which enables standards of living to rise and therefore creates a greater degree of happiness. So whatever the reasons are, this seems to be the suggestion of the data on a macro basis. I did want to ask you one last question before I close, and this was, do you like this artwork? I've asked that question of executives and students and others, and most people say they love this. It was actually a piece of artwork that was presented at arts competition in North Colorado. It won the first prize, but after it won the first prize, the person who created it tweeted that he's won first prize at this competition, but he's not an artist. He created this through an artificial intelligent agent. And when I ask this question and then I tell people the source of this, some people say it makes no difference. I like it as much as I did before you told me that. Others say, well, maybe it's unethical. It's not right. Maybe it takes away the workmanship of the or personship of the artist. Different people have different opinions about what machines can do to us. The question maybe to ask is, do you mind machines making you feel more human? Which is what this artwork seems to be doing. So I'll leave you with that, and I thank you for listening. Thank you.
That we can field, because obviously this idea of the great digital disruption is something that disrupts my ability to talk, and also is the critical question that all businesses have to deal with as they move forward. So I don't know if there are any questions from the floor. There's one from Professor Small here at the back. Faith? There's a question from Professor Small. Okay, we've got a mic. Anyone from the right wing of the house? Right wingers are usually very militant. All right, Professor Small.
Thank you, Kaya, and thank you for the presentation, Prof. Al. I think for me is what you touched very significantly, and this is a battle that we're going to have as professionals going forward, that we're so used to cost-based reporting. And I think in your book, as well as what you presented now, that cost-based reporting may not be relevant for decision-making. And therefore, you need to sort of go down into micro qualitative reporting for effective decision-making and business sustainability, and also in terms of your other sustainabilities. How do you think it's going to affect the accounting standards in terms of standardized reporting? Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. I think that's a lovely question. Yeah.
Let's proceed.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. I'm happy to take more questions and deal with it. But so in response to this one, I think accounting standards will have to change to the extent that digital technologies allow different forms of value creation, which the accounting world hasn't yet fully grasped. Yeah, I'm not sure whether I can be heard. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll carry on speaking. I think accounting standards will have to grasp digital technologies that are emerging. But to be absolutely frank, I don't think that the forte of accountants in terms of understanding the economics of value creation will change that much. A balance sheet, an income statement will still kind of look the same, I think, for a very, very long period of time. I think that standards will change to the extent that digital technologies produce different forms of value, and we don't yet have standards to capture all of that. If you even something as simple as Bitcoin, if you look at Bitcoin, how do you have a statement that sufficiently well captures the notion of an organization investing in Bitcoin, and then finding that there are not just hourly changes in the value, but on a real-time basis those values are changing. And I think if accounting is really about providing information to statement readers, about anything that is of substantive impact, then that will have to change. So, my sense is that accounting standards will not change that rapidly. They probably won't need to, but I think they'll need to adapt to the emergence of digital technologies in ways that we're still unraveling as we go forward.
Professor Al, another question relates to the fact that regulators are notorious for reacting long after industries have evolved. So they go and learn what is currently happening and then they try to write regulations around it. Now that we've seen over the past 10 to 15 years that different businesses have evolved in one form or another and we've embraced digitalization, the regulatory landscape, has it caught up or is it still something that's going to happen 10 years down the line?
That's a very good point indeed. I think the world is moving towards, in a sense, a homogeneity of accounting. But by the same token, you also have this retention of sovereignty over the economic activities of different countries. And sometimes there's that clash of differentiation that happens. So I think at a global level, you're going to have a lot of talk, which then leads to delayed decision making, and the technology moves much, much faster than that. And we've seen lots of examples of that. So, my sense is that as the world becomes more complex, negotiators need more time to achieve coherence of understanding, and that's simply going to take a lot longer for us to agree on things.
All right, any other questions from the floor? There are no questions from the floor in Sandton all the way to London at the LSE. So thank you very much, Prof, for that very, very interesting presentation. And I think the insights that you shared there clearly reflect that you've been on this journey for much longer than some of us have been alive. As I told you, I'm 21 years old. So thank you very much for that. A round of applause to Professor Al.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Al. Let me just encourage members that are attending virtually, please send your questions on the Q&A tab on the system. We are awaiting your questions. We can see the comments that are commending the conference, but we also would like to hear what questions you have for our speakers. Thank you. Our next session is going to be a panel discussion. Mr. Daniels, in his opening remarks, said the only constant in life is change. But he then went further to say that there are two things that will never change for us as professionals. He says that is our ethical behavior, which is aligned to our ethical code of ethics or ethical code. And also, we shouldn't change in serving in the public interest. So our next panel discussion is going to be unpacking the King report for us. There are a number of people that wonder, am I supposed to be adhering, complying with the King Code 4, or am I not? There are members of boards that sometimes ignore what the King report requires. We have got a new board at SAIPA, and I would like to believe that they are going to live, breathe, sleep the King code, because that is the code that drives what happens at SAIPA. So the next panel that Kaya is going to introduce is going to be speaking to us about King Code or King 4 awareness. And it's great that we have got people from the King Committee that are going to be speaking to us on this panel discussion. I assume that there is going to be, oh, it's ready, okay. Why is it so
Good time.
Yeah.
Perfect timing indeed. And I'd like to call onto the stage the chair of our panel, and that's the Chief Executive Officer of SAIPA, Mr. Shahid Daniels. He is, of course, not going to be alone, because joining him on the stage, DJ. DJ, please. Right, so our two panelists, firstly, we're going to have Mr. Richard Foster, who is obviously a very, very experienced corporate governance specialist. And when the president of IFEC earlier said on that he had lunch with Mervyn King, I imagine there was only one person in the room who said, oh, you only had lunch with him on Monday. I have lunch with him much more frequently, and that's Mr. Richard Foster. Our final panelist is a man who wears many hats. He is the General Counsel of ArcelorMittal South Africa. He's been extensively involved in governance processes in South Africa over the past 20 to 30 years. Again, people who've been working for much longer than I've been alive. It's very, very interesting to see those. Also very involved in the drafting processes for the King 4 report, which is obviously going to form the crux of this particular discussion. So when it comes onto the stage, you may be left with the impression that being the General Counsel of ArcelorMittal and also being a very involved member of the Corporate Governance Code are his primary hats, but I can tell you that they're not. His most important job is a job that is quite recent in nature, and that is the job as the grandfather to Kadeen. Mr. Mohammed Adam, please join us on stage.
Mic on? Thank you, Kaya and Faith. I'm not going to go through the CVs of the candidates. It's all in the brochure. But it's also important to acknowledge the two members of the King Committee, Mohammed Adam as the Vice Chair of the King Committee, in his role, not only in ArcelorMittal, is that they have played the role in corporate South Africa in number of listed companies in corporate governance, legal and ethics. And Richard in itself is a seasoned presenter at the Institute of Directors on governance, boards, and the one that I always enjoyed, it is the chairmanship of boards. As Richard used to say, the chair of the board is a real job. And the risk associated to it, it's enormous. So we're going to have just a conversation with the two King specialists. And just from my side, I'm serving with these two gentlemen on the King Committee, representing SAIPA as a stakeholder on the King Committee. So to start off, let's put it to Richard first. Richard, so why is there a King Code or a King Committee that we need to have? Is the King Report, or why do we have the King Code?
Thanks, Shahid, and thank you for the invitation to be here. I think it's important to perhaps understand the South African evolution and history in relation to the rest of the world regarding the evolution of governance codes. And I mean, we saw the first modern governance codes in the 1990s, Cadbury in the UK, and very, very focused on financial aspects. And most of the sort of global governance codes at that time, we saw them in Australia, Canada, they were in response to corporate failures. The difference in South Africa was, if you look at King 1 in 1993, released 1994, a year after Cadbury, it wasn't in response to corporate failures. It was in response to our new democracy and guiding organizations forward in this new democracy. So granted, we already had law, whether you look at, the Companies Act, PFMA, and all those good things. Those are the what, but what is the how? How do you capacitate and empower directors? So at the instance then of the IOD and whenever it was, 1991, 1992, Professor King was requested to form the committee and of key and interested stakeholders to draft this code. And Mervyn King always says it's important to understand that given the time of drafting of that code, say maybe a year after Cadbury, may have used the same definition, it was important to be stakeholder-centric. The code needed to be different. And so say you had the law, but in order to capacitate directors, you had the various iterations of the governance codes, and each one built successively on the next. The committee has been in existence for, well, say, since 1992. And they've met probably quarterly, obviously have met more often with task teams, as you're aware, when we've looked at drafting the codes. So again, it's an approach taken globally in terms of a principle-based approach to governance. Still quite a departure from what I call the Western approach, EU, UK, Commonwealth countries. The US still relies heavily on shaping corporate behavior through legislation. And that's a question I guess the audience should ask themselves. Do you think regulation does it, or do you need something different?
So Richard, so who's ultimately responsible for governance in the organization? Any organization, being it a listed company, a big corporate, NPO, or even a public entity, who take ultimate responsibility of
I think the law is very clear in that regard, and notwithstanding where role clarity sometimes gets a bit blurred, it's very, very clear. The board or the governing body is the terminology used in King because it's generic. In other words, those charged with governance duties, they are ultimately accountable. And as I say, one has to remember in law who is accountable, because no matter how much, I call it noise or influence the shareholder perhaps have, public sector, executive authority, whoever it may be, ministers, MECs, ultimately the board needs to take accountability. However, having said that, we can explore in due course other role players that are part of what I call the governance ecosystem.
Thank you. Mohammed, so is King 4 mandatory? If not, why is it only voluntary? And should it be made mandatory in terms of any law that needs to be Richard have referred to it is the way how it's being structured, but why is it not mandatory? Why is it voluntary?
No, thank you, Shade, and good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me to this conversation. So, if we just look at any institutional framework, you need an effective balance between regulation, legislation, and then standards and guiding codes. So that's the first thing we start with. If you look at things that are happening in the country, and what's behind this question always is, if we legislate King 4, we'll have better corporate governance. But let's just test that assumption. So if you look at what's been happening in the country, you look at what's come out of the Zondo Commission, you have a wealth of legislation. You have the Companies Act, you have the PFMA, you have all the legislation in place, and we still had the problems we did. And the big question is, was it a failure of legislation or the institutional framework, or was it a failure of people or process? And my view on that is, if you look at the legislative tools we have in the Companies Act and the PFMA alone, we could have laid charges, we could have brought people to book, they could have been prosecuted and put in jail. There was no deficiency of vacuum in the legislative framework. What happened is we got let down by people behaving in a way that is appropriate and ethical in the circumstances. So let me start there, that the assumption that if you make a code like King law, you get better corporate governance practices, it is absolutely not correct. The second important point I want to make is that if you look at King, it's around outcomes and it's based on principles. At its core, King is about ethical and effective leadership. Now, how would you legislate for that? More importantly, one of the other important things around King and why it's applicable across the board is the principle of proportionality. And what King says is, here's the principle, ethical and effective leadership, or governance of risk, or whatever the principle is. But you look at your own situation, you look at your organization, and you apply these in a manner you think appropriate to your organization. How is legislation going to deal with that sort of approach? And lastly, King is around principles and aspiration. Legislation is around minimum standards. And for the reasons I've explained about why we've seen the failures, we don't need more minimum standards. You need to up the standards about ethical conduct, ethical behavior, principled approaches to running the company. Now, having said all of that, the one thing I just want to add, and people always forget this part of it, is when courts, and there have been some judgments where King principles and practices are mentioned, when courts evaluate the conduct of directors and what is reasonable and diligent in a particular situation, they will have regard to what are the best practices in governance, what's the prevailing way people work. And that then becomes law, not by statute, but by what courts find to be what was reasonable conduct of a director in a particular situation. And in that way, you might find some of the principles then in becoming the standard for best practice.
Yeah. So Mohammed, yes, and we know that the courts these days refer to the best practice in terms of King. Mm-hmm. How do these governing bodies or the boards enforce King 4, or how should it be enforced, since it's not mandatory, it's only a voluntary? How should these boards and the leadership of these organizations enforce King into the governance structures of the organization?
So despite what I said about it not being desirable to have King as a legislative compliance requirement, for the reasons I've just explained, if directors conduct themselves in a way that's to the detriment and not in the interest of the organization, and if their conduct was tested in terms of reasonableness and diligence, you have standards like the King Code could be used at the benchmark as to whether they were negligent or not, so they could be held accountable in that way. Then you have regulators and you have stakeholders themselves. I mean, stakeholders are a powerful voice, investors, shareholders. And if we go on disclosure and what is transparent, and companies and directors accounting as to how they are running a particular entity, that is what shareholders, stakeholders, investors will look at and decide whether this is a company worth investing in and whether this is a company I want to buy my products from. And that's the control mechanism, is do we have ethical, effective leadership in this organization? And that's, I will deal accordingly with my money, whether it's for product, investment, depending on my view of the leadership of that organization.
Richard, to add to that question or to the response of Mohammed, how should King be implemented in this organization? How should the code be adopted in the organization?
Thank you. And just going deeper into what Mohammed was saying, and particularly talking about proportionality, and perhaps also looking at the specific audience. And we heard earlier about driving SMEs, how important they are. The governance requirements of an SME are different to Anglo-American or Mutual or FMB, or are they? They are in terms of complexity and structures and teams and resources. But when you come to fundamentals, they're the same. And if you look again at the structure of the King report, there is a supplement relating to SMEs. And what I want to perhaps just describe, King 4 has been through an evolution from comply or explain. We're now in the space of apply the principle and explain the practice. And they're essentially only 16 principles, because the 17th is for institutional investors. So what I'm saying, if you look at the structure of the report and you look at its aspirational nature, which Mohammed alluded to, what leadership need to do, whether you're an SME, as I say, or a large corporation, focus on the outcomes, the aspirational outcomes, such as ethical leadership, good performance, which is delivery of your strategic objectives, not just bottom line, ethical culture, or effective oversight. That's the third or the fourth, legitimacy. So what I'm saying is those are key areas or key outcomes that you should focus on, large and large or small. How do you get there? The adoption of the various principles. How do you apply these principles? You look at the recommended practices and decide, and that's the negotiation point. As I say, if you look across the 16 principles, I doubt there are any organizations, or there shouldn't be, that you're involved with where you can say that principle at principle level doesn't apply. Ethical culture, being a good corporate citizen, incorporating risk to align with your or support your strategic objectives. Just listening to the speakers this morning, information and technology. It's the the world of, in fact, yesterday, today, and certainly tomorrow. One has to look at the principle and then say, well, there are a whole bunch of recommended practices. What do we believe is right for our organization? And if you look at also the various iterations of King 4 is a lot slimmer. The chair of King, Ansi Ramalo, refers to it as a balsamic reduction, because where there are best practice standards or international best practice, King doesn't pretend to be the expert. King refers, whether it's integrated reporting, whether it's IT governance framework, it refers to best practice. So as I say, what you need to do is look at the principles and apply them as you believe, as Mohammed also said, on a proportionate basis for your organization, and then start looking at practices. And obviously, your departure point, which perhaps should have mentioned first, is your legislative framework, because you have to comply with that. King's not law. You've got the the law, the legal framework, and particularly your primary legislation.
Thanks, Richard. So, Mohammed, we as professional accountants are used to or known for disclosure requirements. So how should the governing body or the organization disclose this implementation, how they've implemented? And I would add another question to that. So how should they disclose the implementation of King 4? But also, where should the King 4 application disclosure be? Is it part of your annual reporting? Is it part of your annual integrated report? What do you think?
Okay. So if you don't mind, before I get to that question, if I can just pick up on the issue raised by Richard about proportionality.
Yeah.
So, sorry, do you mind if I turn my chair? I feel like I have my back to that part of the room. Okay, that's better.
Yeah.
The issue around proportionality is immensely important, because linked to proportionality is the one problem we've been trying to address through King 4. And that is the tick box approach to governance and the issue of form over substance. So that's the critical issue. And the second is around mindful application. Now how proportionality helps that is we've seen problems previously in the run-up between King 3 and King 4, and we had public consultations. A lot of the feedback was bureaucratic and too many rules and regulations, and it slows the business down. And that's why we went for key principles and then flexibility to implement. So let me give you an example. And as soon as, sorry, I'm sure with accountants here, you're going to have auditors as well, but please forgive me. When I was an executive in charge of a division, and at that time, risk committees and risk was a big issue. And the organization took a firm decision that we're going to consciously manage risk. So the issue is in the King Code. It's about, are you governing risk well? And every year, well, 2 years, the first year, the auditors come to me and say, where's your risk committee for your division? And I said to them, look, I think risk is so important in my division. I'm actually dealing with it at my divisional exco, so I don't need a committee. So they put an adverse audit finding about that. And then I explained. And the next year, I got the question again, and I gave the same answer, and I got the audit finding again. And now my bosses are looking at me saying, why are you having repeat audit findings? So I said, okay, I'm not going to win this battle, because I tried to explain to the auditors that because I believe risk is important, I brought it up to my exco. Here are the key risks I'm managing. This is how I'm managing it through my exco. But they said, we don't see risk as an item on your agenda. I said, but here are the issues that I'm telling you are my key risks. Okay, so I lost the battle, and I decided, okay, I have to give in now. I can't have a third audit finding against me. So I then said, okay, Here is my risk committee. So I reconstitute my ExCo. So when I finish my ExCo meeting, I then reconstitute it as the risk committee. Then we have the discussion we would have had anyway as part of the ExCo discussion, as part of the reconstituted risk committee. And guess what? Clear audit, no problem. So what I'm saying is, we don't ask the fundamental question about how are you governing risk? Are you governing risk in your organization effectively? We go and say, where is your risk committee? And this is what proportionality helps you to do, guided by the principles. So when the principle says govern risk well, when you go to a small business, 3 directors, few managers, really small, don't say to them, where's your risk committee? Have a conversation about what do the principles say, and how can we implement these principles in that organization to achieve the outcome the principles are designed to achieve. And sorry, I just wanted to score that point about proportionality.
Very important.
And why it's so important.
And that's very important. Before I come to the question which I asked you initially, is a big majority of the SAIPA membership is servicing the SME market.
Yes.
And what you just explained is how important proportionality is in looking at the risk in their respective clients' businesses, and not going sort of with the blinkers on and just look at it straight. That is what King is saying.
Yes.
Proportionality is very important in terms of the application of King.
Yes.
And just for the members' sake, and sometimes because we don't apply the proportionality principle, if I can call it for a lack of a better word, the principle is that we tend to shy away of applying King or guiding your client in terms of how important governance is in the business,
Absolutely.
however small it is. Richard, you want to add to that?
I was just going to add to that, or it's seen as your client as something totally bureaucratic and adding no value to the process.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
again, as you rightly say, and particularly given your constituency, to understand what are the requirements of the particular client in relation to what do they need. They don't need the whole book. They don't need governance to crowd them out. They need to see it as a value driver for the business. And that is key for anybody advising whether it's around risk, whether it's on any of the key principles, for them to create that balance for the client.
Yeah. Let me add to what Richard is saying here. It's important to realize that adopting and applying King code must be seen as a value added to your client and not a burden or administrative burden. But if you don't know how to apply it, then it's going to be seen by the client as an administrative burden. So what's very important that we as professional accountants, within SAIPA, need to educate ourselves how to work with the King, to study the King. IOD SA normally have lots of courses, especially there's one particular course which we call King 4 Insights. And to attend that course so you can understand how to apply King, not to be seen as a burden, but rather as a value add to the business. Okay, Mohammed, come back to the question on disclosure.
Yes, so just one footnote.
Mohammed loves proportionality and how important that is in King, and I think it's tend to be overlooked a lot. Mohammed.
The footnote is the principles are universal. So there's no proportionality insofar as the principles are concerned.
Yeah.
So with regard to disclosure, let me start in the same vein and say we need to, again, with disclosure, start with substance over form and what is the principle. Effectively, King is saying is disclosure to enable stakeholders to make an informed assessment of the quality of the organization's governance. And that's the principle, and that's what you're trying to achieve. There are specific areas where there's specific guidance given around particular kinds of disclosure, for example, on remuneration, and those sorts of things. But in general, King is saying, explain how you've applied the principles, explain in the narrative, the principles, as well as how you've applied the practices, where you haven't applied the practices, why you've applied different practices, so people can understand what the governance in your organization is. The disclosure should be guided by what is material for the organization and what is important to stakeholders. So there's no use, going into lengths about unimportant issues. So disclosure should be guided by those, critical fundamental principles of disclosure to achieve transparency. And where you disclose it, how you disclose, in what form, is a choice the governing body needs to make. Should it be an integrated report? Should it be a few separate reports? Should it be ongoing disclosure on a quarterly basis? There's no prescriptive approach. All we're saying is go back to the principle, and what the principle says. You should be transparent, and that's one of the cornerstones of governance. And with regard to disclosure on King, you should enable stakeholders to understand how the organization is being governed, whether it's been governed ethically and effectively.
Yeah. So I've said earlier in my presentation how important the SME sectors is in becoming the engine rooms and driving of the economies of countries. However, big corporates, if there's a corporate failure, the impact of the corporate failure have on the economy is enormous. So what steps that is needed or to be taken in order to bring us closer to the solution to avoid corporate failures, as we have seen in the past, both globally and locally? What should we do, and how do we apply this King to prevent that corporate failures? Mohammed or Richard, you want to take it?
We can both.
Yeah, I mean, it's that's the so-called elephant in the room. We talk about corporate failures, and a little while ago, I was asked to do a presentation, short presentation at the JSC. How do we stop another Steinhoff? And I had probably 10 slides, and 4 of them, to my daughter's disgust, were cartoons. She said, nobody's going to find them funny. And I said to her, but if you actually look at the cartoons that I put up, they're around people, they're around culture, they're around behavior. And I'm the first one, although I like to say, not defensive to King, broad shoulders in terms of the criticism around King. And you do need criticism in order to improve, the various iterations going forward. So it's not the silver bullet, it's not the magic pill. But what has become quite evident is that it's not the King report as such. It is the application of the report, the mindful application. And particularly if you look at the apply and explain, King 4 was reliant on people. I mean, if you look at the evolution of governance, it was around policies and processes and, how companies directed and controlled. We've really got into the space of the key challenges around people. And if you look at the structure of King as well, King 4, and you compare it, if you go through the evolution, the first 3 principles are around tone from the top, culture, ethics. Second, the culture in the organization. Thirdly, you as a corporate citizen. In other words, how do you attach in terms of being ethical to all of your stakeholders? So again, are the principles actually being applied, or have we got lip service? If you look at some of the corporate failures, what we've seen is, I mean, they've got integrated reports, they've got every committee, they've even got, risk committees, and yet they still fail because if you look at the qualitative aspects, and I reiterate that King 4 is very reliant on the application of qualitative governance. It's not, as Mohammed suggested, the tick box approach. And it's not just in South Africa. If you have a look at where governance has got to, generally, you look at the Japanese model where they overhauled their law, their listing requirements, their governance codes, and so forth. They battle with the same thing, or they have. It's the application of a code on a qualitative basis. And I know, I mean, talking to the audit profession, accountants, if we look at the evolution in terms of audit committees and writing their reports, they had to shift from quantitative report, tick the box. That's what we did during the year. Everybody's happy to disclose it. But what impact did you have? And in today's society, we need to see impact. and be able to start measuring.
Anything to add, Mohammed, on that point?
Yeah, if I may. So if we look at some of the causes, and Richard's been involved in drafting the guidance paper that we issued. If you look at some of the causes, so across public sector as well as private sector around the corporate failures, so you'll find the first issue is around really just unethical behavior. And that's the point Richard makes, is to stop this, what we need in future is mindful application of King around and good governance. So that's the first thing we need to do. I mean, Richard's given the example. If I haven't read the Transnet report, but if you look at the ESCOM integrated report for the period when these things were happening, it'll have a statement there, and I can promise you, it says they applied King 100%. Board charters, everything was done. Risk committee, everything was in place. So it's about the lack of mindful application around good governance and ethical leadership. The second thing that I think was a major cause is lack of independence, in the sense of you start getting groupthink, and linked to that is what is referred to by some of the writers as the halo effect. So Marcus Jooste could walk on water. So when he presented something to his board, there was no interrogation. Marcus Jooste, so it must be right. And you lose almost the fundamental role that a board should be playing in terms of being an independent oversight over the organization. And that, for me, is one of the big causes. And linked to that, you'll see some of the writers also talk about charismatic CEOs, powerful CEOs, where the board, just defers to what they put before the board. And that, for me, is the second thing we must focus on if we're going to stop these things happening, and that is independence of directors. And what comes with the independence, for me, the third pillar of this, if we're going to stop this in future, is courage.
Yes?
Courage.
Courage.
So if you look at, if I take ESCOM as an example of an organization, if you look at a tender that must be put out there for more than R1 billion, it's got a number of committees that need to make that decision. So it starts at divisional level, it goes to group, executive level, then to the board. I would guess maybe 50 people in total involved in a procurement decision of over R1 billion. I don't believe for one moment that all 50 or whatever the number is of those people are corrupt and unethical. There are a few, 5, 6, guiding the process. And what happens is, with some of the people who do speak out and voice objection, we know what happened. They actually get fired, they lose their jobs. The others that remain then become silent. And I'm saying, to the extent that we all are not courageous enough, and whether it's in a Steinhoff or in an ESCOM or wherever it is, that this will happen again, if each of us as leaders and directors are not courageous enough to speak out when we see something wrong. And it's very difficult. It's extremely difficult to do this. But we're not going to do better if we don't have courage. The last one, and linked to that, is, for me, the issue of personal accountability when I have a responsibility as a leader or a director. And what I mean by that is, if I sit in a committee and I express my view and say, I don't like that, and I'm overruled and it goes ahead, and then I feel I've done my job. So that's great. I've done my job. They took a stupid decision. And is that really the right principle around individual accountability? Now, I'm not saying you second guess and you're insubordinate and you want your way every time a decision is taken. But did you do enough to put your views across and actually debate the problem? Or did you just concede on the assumption that by not supporting the decision, I've done my job? And this is the other failing we find. And the lack of, I suppose it's part of our ethical culture. It's one of the important things. If you're ethical, then there must be individual accountability.
I want to touch on two things on both what Richard and Mohammed is saying here. It's important, first and foremost, is we as human beings, our moral courage, who we are, obviously that goes over into our ethical conduct and behavior. So everything turns around who we are and what we do in our businesses and whichever businesses we are. The second thing, it is that what we need to take to another level in businesses. And Mohammed referred to this charismatic CEO, the Marcus Jooste, walking on water and all of these things. If the board is not interrogating or asking more questions or difficult questions, it shouldn't be a personal thing to the CEO. It is what they need, because the accountability stops there. As Richard started right at the beginning, the accountability stops there with the governing body. So that learning lesson is for all of us to realize how important is it for the governing body to make sure that its management team is doing the right thing by asking the difficult questions and more questions. I'm on the record with my management team here, was sitting in the audience here, just saying, and Mohammed have alluded to this, if I have not properly prepared to present a topic to my board and did my homework and the board discarded, then I have not done my job. Not that I want the board to rubber stamp it, but it's important to do your homework to convince your board and look at the consequences, the unintended consequences of that particular decision making. So colleagues, let me just put it, we've got just less than 5 minutes to go. Let's put some questions to the audience, both here and online. Is there any questions for our two experts here? Prem, can we just get a mic to Prem first? Prem is the new, you've all been introduced as Prem as the new chairman of the SAIPA board.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Gentlemen, I just want to ask this question. As an accountant in private practice, I cannot sign off on a balance sheet if I don't belong to a professional body. So given all the evidence that came out of the Zondo Commission, is there any move in place or are there thoughts in the direction that we actually make it compulsory for directors, whether you're executive or non-executive, to belong to some kind of professional body and have a professional designation? Thank you.
Let's take another 1 or 2 questions and then ask the panel. You've got it? You want to make it? You've got the question. Mr. Najjar?
Yeah, thank you. Mine is a bit longer. Just a matter of interest.
Just put a mic to you.
Mohammed raised the issue about your tick box risk committee. Just yesterday, the CEO was laughing when you said it. Just yesterday, we had this discussion about a board member asking us about a risk committee as if it's an audit committee, and whether we're compliant. And so the issue is, just give you an example. I'm a chair of an audit committee of an organization, unlisted, but quite a few billion in turnover size. And the auditors come along and ask us about risk committee and forget in their own audit strategy to identify the risk that the organization has. This is 1 month after a cyber attack within the organization. So it's a matter of interest. We, as auditors, we seem to miss the point a lot when it comes to that. Coming back to the professional accountant, so our experience as people in practice, I'm sure many of us, we have all these failures, your Steinhoffs, your Baines with the SARS issues, and politicians that fail us if you look at the Zondo Commission. The question that comes along from clients who are in the SME market is, why are you so concerned about me being compliant when you can't deal with those big crooks out there? This is what clients, talk to us about. And so suddenly we find ourselves as a professional accountants being challenged by our clients in order to be compliant. Obviously, we have to comply with it. And though that's a principle that I find, or comment that comes along our way a lot. And so that is a challenge for us as a principal. And the other risk we face as professional
If you can just wrap up, Mr. Najjar, because I've got another question because we're running out of time.
My last point is one issue that we have to be careful around even our accountants report, because as we identify risk in the organization, we think that if we just say in our report, we are not responsible for the financial statements, that our risk or our ethical risk is waved away from us as professional accountants. I find that also a lot of problematic within our profession, amongst the professional accountants. I got more points.
Thank you, Mr. Najjar. Just want to give this member opportunity.
Shahid, there'll be one last one from here.
Oh, okay. Okay, can we do that one first and then this one? Okay.
Good day. I'm DKZM from the Special Investigation Unit. I just want to ask gentlemen, how do we effectively encourage government to institutionalize the king in the public sector? And how do we as professional accountants navigate that space? Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Last question on this side, Kaya.
Thanks, Kaya. Just few questions, but I'll be very quick, CE, especially for Mr. Mohammed. You touched on the risk committee that you got a disclaimer for about 2 years, that you did not formally institute, but you were applying. What comes to mind when you say that, and especially when you spoke about mindful application, is that sometimes, I mean, being an auditor myself, it's not about being independent, but also to be seen independent. So for me, how do you tie those two? Then the second one, it was on, just give me 1 second. It was about the courage. I mean, we've seen, as Prem said earlier on, we've seen the commissions that have been constituted in this country, and we've seen a lack of action regarding that. So part of the principles or part of the things you mentioned was about lack of courage, and you gave the example about the supply process, let's say at ESCOM, for a 1 billion tender, and 5 of those, it goes through 50, let's say 5 of those are not exactly unethical, but we know what happens in this country. We know the amount of crime that the professionals face in this country, the lack of protection that happen, people getting killed for speaking out. How do we address that? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Okanya. Going to leave it to the two gentlemen. Who's going to go first? Richard?
Perhaps, I don't know whether
Start
to
with
deal,
Prince. Oh.
yeah, to deal with the last question first,
Okay,
around
go
courage and independence, because to my mind, a lot of that came out in the Zondo Commission. And, you know, it was the departure point. I said, if you look at accountability, you look at the law is very clear who's accountable. And the positive for me was that I think Judge Zondo, now Chief Justice Zondo, confirmed the way a court would look at various issues. And he said, notwithstanding the pressure and, you know, the devil made me do it, or this one had said we must do it, he said, you're a director, or you're a prescribed officer, you owe this duty. And I just want to reiterate this whole thing of courage, and I understand the issues that, you know, with whistleblowing and so forth, is there the protection? The environment doesn't always support this, but the challenge, I guess, practically is the law is clear around accountability, and this came through. And, you know, I reiterate that, you know, in the one session, it was, we don't want to hear about the chair or the big guy or somebody. You as a director are responsible for the organization. And then getting back to courage, you know, are you able to speak up in boards? Have you got the right culture within the organization, first of all? And as I say, these extraneous factors, it plays to one of the other questions that was asked. We realize in King, and I say, King is not the silver bullet. You operate in an ecosystem. It relies on effective regulators. It relies on an effective justice system, effective prosecutions. So if these are lacking, it makes the task all the more difficult for whether you are a director or, like yourselves, particularly professional advisors. It's, you know, and I don't say glibly, it's unfortunately an environment within which we operate. And perhaps I can tie it into the question you raised. And to my mind, it's something, you know, Mohammed and I didn't cover in talking about, you know, failures in corporate governance. And I could again call it the elephant in the room. Have you got qualified directors? Whether or not they've got some designation, and I'll talk about that more, have you got people who even understand what being a director is? the basics. And whether you talk about a director or a trustee or so forth, with a trustee, do they understand? You know, we heard ESG mentioned quite a few times. It's actually written into the legislation. The point I want to make is, do all trustees, they now have to undergo certain training, do they understand what ESG means in the investment context? And perhaps just to, I'm conscious of time, to answer your question more directly, or try to. If I look from a Institute of Directors perspective, and using my sort of past hats, been very involved with the organization and as the past chair, I mean, one of its key objectives is to professionalize directorships. What they've introduced is certified director, chartered director. Practical challenges, though, as well, in getting that into regulation or legislation, because there's a double-edged sword. You want people who perhaps haven't had access to being in boardrooms. Are you making it an elite club for only certain professions? And that's been a kickback right back to the, if you look at the current Companies Act we've had, you even look at the disqualification criteria, the lack of any requirement for experience or professional designation. And at that stage, there was strong pushback in terms of don't make the requirements prescriptive in terms of what directors should and shouldn't be. But I mean, that is, if you look at the corporate failures, often the cause, either it's ethical or effectiveness. And if you have a look at the definition now of being ethical in King, the one key characteristic that was introduced in so-called iCraft is competence, and that is directors having the cognitive ability to understand their decision in the context of their organization. So, you know, where it heads to, as I say, some of the regulators have put in requirements, either vis-a-vis experience or qualifications, and organization like the Institute of Directors, as I say, is trying to, or endeavoring to, professionalize directorship.
Thanks, Richard. Before Mohammed responds, let the chair just see want to add to your comment. Prem?
I was just going to say, you could actually...
Put a mic on. Okay, can you just put a mic on for Prem? It's on, Prem. Yeah.
Sorry. I was going to say, I know it is not the ultimate answer, but it can be a deterrent if you know that you could be blacklisted from somewhere, and then that becomes public knowledge, and then nobody appoints you. So I think maybe that's what I would like to see.
I absolutely take your point about blacklisting and so forth. And in fact, this came up at the JSE in the discussion. How do you stop another Steinhoff? How do you blacklist directors? And just to close it, if you give a practical example how difficult it is, does the JSE maintain a register for listed companies? Do they disqualify certain directors? What are the criteria in order for a director to be disqualified? I mean, there are directors who've been tried, so-called, by the media. There've been no judgments in a court of law saying you are guilty. So, you know, if there is a register of delinquent directors, I think that needs to be taken further. But as I say, it's also a challenging area to implement. But I'm going to take your points.
Thanks, Richard. I think we can wrap up with Mohammed's responses.
So let me just focus on the questions that have not been.
We have a few questions that are online. We have added a few minutes, so.
Okay. So you're going to read out the questions, but let Mohammed respond first on this a number of questions, and then we'll take the other questions. Okay. Thanks, Faith.
Okay, so if I can just touch on, I think the first question was around, you know, small businesses saying, why me? Why don't they go after the big fish? It's always a difficult one, but if we start with, you know, we should, you know, my point around individual accountability and our own individual ethics. King 4 starts with effective and ethical leadership. And if you look at the practices under there, it's about personal integrity and leading oneself. So the starting point of this is you lead yourself, then you can lead the organization, and then you can play a leading and ethical role in society. So that's my answer to those people. And just, you know, as a side, I've attended many braais where people lament about the corruption in South Africa. And in the same breath, they'll tell you how they got away from paying a fine by buying a cold drink or something. And don't see the contradiction in that. And that's part of our problem. So I can understand, I sympathize. It's frustrating to say, why me? I've just done this small thing. But if we want to change, and it comes to the next question, I think you're going to need, we can't wait for government, we can't wait for laws. It's about our personal accountability, individual ethics that will start the citizenry that we need for everything to go right in this country. You need responsible corporate citizens, and we start there. So if I come to the issue around courage, I was answering the question, what do we need going forward? And it's easier for a director. I don't for 1 minute diminish the pain and agony of an employee who is faced with that situation. Livelihood depends on the job. It's extremely difficult. The point I was just making is the more we become aware of it, aware of this is a shortcoming, and not be glib in I've done my job. That was my point, is the starting of building the active citizenry is your self-awareness of what your duty should be and where you are in relation to your duty. And all of us, and let me say this, I mean, I can talk about courage, but tomorrow I may be in a situation I could lose my job and not then follow through. I'm not criticizing that. All I'm saying is I should be aware that this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm faced with, as opposed to a mindset that says this is okay. And that's really the issue I was trying to highlight. With regard to the issue around risk committee in my example, let me just qualify. If you look at King, I mean, it recommends a few committees. One of the committees is the risk committee. I wasn't saying it's not necessary. I wasn't saying it's not a good practice to have. I was just trying to illustrate the point that the more important issue is, are you governing risk well? And King has made suggestions about how you achieve that. Okay, but if you want to do it in a different way, that's fine. So, you know, that's the point I was trying to get across, as well as for the smaller entities. The issue of perception of independence, I agree completely. I think, you know, there are two things. There's firstly what I call institutional independence, and that is when I look at you, you're not related to a supplier or a shareholder and so on. So I can categorize you as an independent, non-executive director, and that's crucial. And if I have conflicts, I need to declare it. And then there's the second part, and that's the individual independence, that no matter, you know, who appoints you and what links you have, as a director, you must act independently with unfettered discretion.
Okay.
I think I've covered the two points that were asked. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Mohammed. And Faith, you want to go for that question?
Yes, the first question that we have, it's linked to what Adam was speaking about, and that is creating a culture of ethical behavior. What do the panelists think about incentivizing such a requirement? The majority respond to the carrot and stick approach. So that's the first question. The second one, which is also linked, is how important is strengthening whistleblower protection in support of good corporate governance? I'll take the next set of questions, which are related to how important is corporate governance reporting in relation to reporting on ESGs? And also, does proportionality implies that the principles are constant by adaptability to the organization and its environment and stakeholders?
Can we go?
Yes, you can go now.
Okay, thank you. Richard?
I'd like to have a go at the couple of those questions just from a very, very high level. And as I say, it's something I was conscious of this morning. I'm conscious that we keep using the terminology ESG. We talk about, you know, ethical culture, incentivizing, so forth. And perhaps if I can just, you know, say at a high level, wrap it up to say, are organizations understanding of what ESG actually means, what it'll mean in the future, how the views around what is required from an environmental point of view, what is required from a social point of view, that's dynamic, it's changing all the time. So again, how do you internalize that into your business? How do you create the? I mean, governance is just is a response. Have you got the people, the structures? Are you allowing the airtime to actually understand that? And then the other point I wanted to make around disclosure is, we spoke about how do you disclose earlier on, and Mohammed spoke about practices and so forth. And the issue of an integrated report is not a principle. It's, I always sort of caution because, I realize in certain forums, people will say, well, our clients are unlikely to go the integrated reporting route, so they switch off. And I say, that's actually not what's important. Integrated reporting might be an outcome and how you disclose, but from an ESG perspective, and from the so-called triple context perspective, do you understand, the notion of economic, social, and environment? Do you understand 6 capitals? And what I want to say is to start the integration journey in your integrated thinking, even in a smaller organization, and however rudimentary it may be, to inculcate that embed it into your systems and processes and decision making. The fact you're not going to produce an integrated report maybe for 2, 3, 4, however many years is actually not the end game, so to speak. It's how do you integrate your business to think about particularly these 6 capitals. And large organizations, you get into position, we need to disclose them better. And if you look at the trends in this regard, certainly, and I mean, you heard about accounting, reporting, and so forth, the disclosure of intangibles the pressure is going to increase. Firstly, obviously, on the larger companies, but it will eventually flow down to the smaller companies.
Mohammed,
sorry, Shade, if I can go through this very quickly. So the issue around proportionality, as I said, does not apply to the principles. No proportionality to the principles. They're universally applicable. And there's no need. If we say lead ethically and effectively, you don't need to do anything in a smaller organization. You still need to lead ethically and effectively. The issue around reporting on ESG issues, if you look at governance and if you look at King, basically we're saying transparency is one of the cornerstones of governance.
Yeah.
You need to report and be transparent about how you make your money, how the organization performs and what it does. We also say that you can't only look at financial performance. You need to look at the triple context, environmental, social, and economic, environmental, social, financial performance, all of the triple context. Therefore, if you disclose, you have to disclose in the context of the triple context, which gives you your ESG issues. Okay. Then strengthen whistleblowing, absolutely. If we're going to try and do what I was talking about, if we're saying courage is the one thing that's going to help us, absolutely a must. We need whistleblowing channels that work. If you look at a lot of the studies, you'll see that a large chunk of corruption, abuse, other practices are found out through the whistleblowing channels. They must be monitored, they must be done effectively. Whistleblowers need to be protected, and the board should make sure that it works well. It is a fundamental, crucial tool to assist the organization. The last one about creating a culture of ethical behavior and incentives is a difficult one for me because I think there needs to be more context to this question. So we can say, if we have the right values in our organization and we run our business ethically, it'll be sustainable into the future. We'll be responsible. We'll be around. You'll have a job, and it'll be a place where people will want to come and work. And that's the incentive for all of us in our personal capacities to be accountable and ethical in everything we do.
Yeah.
If you say, and then there's performance mechanisms generally organizations use for good performance, recognize good performers. I know of an organization that would reward whistleblowers in that sense, but they do it in a way that doesn't create a disincentive, because that's the problem of false reporting. But if someone resisted a bribe, someone in the procurement area in finance did something, there's a gesture to recognize the conduct, praise the person. That, I think, is manageable. I don't know how far. If you're saying reward people for not stealing, I don't know. So that's what I mean by it's a complicated question. But I think there are things you can do that create the right values and culture in an organization, and that can create reward mechanisms
that are not perverse incentives.
Yeah, it's not like just only incentive, but a valuable environment that you,
Correct.
a conducive environment to be able to do to the best of your ability and not being looking over your shoulder.
Yeah.
Colleagues, thank you so much for the questions, and I wish to thank both Richard and Mohammed for their contribution and for presenting how important King is. The code is for all businesses, irrespective. Proportionality is important, and Mohammed made it now clear for the third time. The principles is not proportional, it's how we do it in the actual business. And just give me a round of applause to the two colleagues. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so
Shahid.
much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniels. With your panelists, there was one question that still burns me. I don't know when I'm ever going to get a chance to answer it. How can a person sit on the board for 17 years and say I'm an independent non-executive director? They do it all the time, and it always leaves me puzzled. But that's a question for another lunch session with Mr. King one day. Thank you very much for that. And I think obviously we could see the ongoing tensions around the question of how directors ought to be governed in the country, and whether indeed the King Code can be seen to be a bit of a burden, particularly for small businesses. And I think one of the greatest tension points that we find is that, if I decide tonight that I want to register a company on the CIPC, I'm the one and only director. And then somebody's going to say, what's your qualification? And then, everything starts going haywire. It's a very, very difficult dimension for us to balance. But an important conversation nevertheless, because as we now see what happens when it all goes wrong, Steinhoff being one example. And of course, the Steinhoff movie has created many casualties. But I must say that it's also created a couple of movie stars, people who would otherwise have never been on television unless a Steinhoff documentary was made. So if you haven't watched it, I am on the Steinhoff documentary. So I'm the only movie star in this room today. We're moving on to another superstar. He's not a movie star. He's a different type of star, because when we were at WITS, he was on the wrong side of the campus. So those of you that understand WITS, there's the East Campus and there's the West Campus. The West Campus is where cool people like me used to hang out, and the East Campus is where other people used to hang out. But obviously, I've now noticed that ever since we left WITS University, he's become much cooler, because he's not only the Vice President of Middle East and Africa for Sage Business, but is also someone who's able to come and tell us about what it is that Sage is doing to actually support small businesses, and is going to join me on the stage. I've been told he's not going to come from the rooftop, disappointingly, but from my left side, and that's Mr. Viresh Haduth.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. And yes, I am an East Campus WITS former student. My name is Viresh Hardit. I am the Vice President of Small Segment Sales and for Africa and Middle East. What that means is, within my portfolio, it's the Sage 50 Pastel. I always wait for that to echo to the back of the room. The Pastel product, accounting and payroll, and then obviously the new cloud product, which is our Sage Business Cloud accounting product and payroll equivalent. The reason I always put that out with Pastel is I don't have an accounting background. I come from pensions, banking, and I've got an actuarial science degree. But I find myself at Sage, and how quickly the passion for small business came in from what accountants do was very seamless. So I always like to start by thanking everyone, especially people in rooms like these, is our business success was built on accountants helping small businesses become successful, keeping them compliant, giving them guidance. So today's talk is not going to be a punt on Sage. I think everyone in this room provides a valuable service. The tool for that service, right, we can always compare. We've got armies of marketing teams, we've got R&D and product. What I actually want to talk about today is the culture change that's happening in our industry. And by our industry, I'm not talking software, I'm talking our industry. So I want to talk through some changes I've seen. So I've been at Sage for 10 years. And I started off doing pricing, and then I found myself in the role I am now. When I joined Sage, it was a desktop world. I was brought in to figure out financial modeling to move us from a perpetual license commercial model to a subscription model. And in those 10 years, I've seen the conversation evolve from, is it pervasive versus SQL, to now it's just cloud. So as opposed to just punting the benefits of cloud, of which there's many, I want to have a chat around what does it mean to our customers, to your practices, to the small and medium business industry as we transition. And what's the culture change? Not just the economic model or how we're going to build people, but what's the actual cultural change? So this is, it's from one of the reports we did. And this year for me is very meaningful. And everyone, I don't know if you're technophiles or how deep you're into tech. I'm fortunate that even though my role's commercial, I get exposed to not just the marketing side, but I get to engage with a lot of tech pioneers. And I can tell you that tech outstrips what we are doing at every point. And that's in all facets, whether it be iPhones, watches, but the tech that's currently available is more numerous than what we put out there. Because who actually drives adoption is not the people who punt, market, and package, it's a customer. So once a customer resonates with the value prop in the technology, that becomes a snowball, and we all try and keep up, right? So within competitors, there's a lots of similarities in feature set for one reason: customers want it, right? Everyone punts what they think their competitive advantage is until a customer goes, that's what I want. And this is the point I'm putting out there. So cloud is cloud, but our customers, small business, medium business owners, they paying for an outcome at the moment, right? Whether it's being compliant, whether it's a submission. And I guess you all heard a lot of this over the last few seminars and this one as well. As tech starts speeding up, the data creation and what you do with the data is where the value lies, right? If you're just moving data through one instrument to the next instrument, and then someone comes with tech that can fill those gaps, where are you exposed, right? So in terms of why we need to have this conversation of a culture change is once customers start making those choices, we're playing catch up. This is something I put from a Sage side, and I think this is where we also go wrong, right? So we will engage with accountants and we'll ask these questions. Have you adopted to cloud? What's the time you're spending on data input? Have you thought about the savings on hardware and software from us having backups in a server versus the risk? And don't get me wrong, during the July riots and the floods, we had lots of customers calling us going, I've lost my data, but this was on desktop, on a server, or on a backup in their premises. And effectively, if you don't have a third-party solution, that data was gone. The benefits of cloud are numerous. So we'll ask those questions. How much time do you spend in your practice? And it becomes a commercial conversation around if you adopt cloud, the opportunity for you as a practice to increase your customer base, given the efficiencies and automation, gives you that potential. And it's very appealing, it's very profitable. The question we aren't asking, and that's what we're hoping to engage with, is as a practice, right? How do you find your customer, right? Are you evolving the culture internally in your organization? Because all of these efficiencies will mean that you have to grow your staff and take them on a journey. If you keep on just pricing the output, right? Your business can carry on. There's no issues. But when your customer looks for you now in a digital world, your digital presence on Google search is the starting conversation with your customer for the next couple of years. So there's a thing that everyone likes to say in these kind of settings where if you're in the second page of Google, you don't exist, right? There's a lot of truth in that. But in terms of accounting practice, you have to culturally look at how you portray yourself before you even engage with the customer. With the reviews and people being able to comment on the service, the first part before you even make your platform choice is how you present yourself. And then when you enter the ecosystem of your practice, what's the services? What's your pricing model? Are you still pricing per hour for an outcome where a customer knows that the outcome is automated on the back end, right? Those cultural changes you have to ask, and by all means, please engage with us afterwards. That's our core day today. The good news about it is we have, all of us, have a big population of customers who also on different journeys. Small businesses' passion lies with their business, not with the compliance software. Compliance is important, cash flow is king, all those things. But we provide the peace of mind so they can focus on their passion, which is their core small business. These outputs are going to start evolving. And I know it comes across, because I mean, 3-4 years ago, everyone was talking about AI. And it gave the impression that no one was going to have a job. Everything was just going to be done in the back end. And very quickly, people have walked that message back, because the service provided is not moving data from one instrument to another instrument and getting a clean audit or making your submission date. It's the benefit you can give to a small business in terms of guiding them. So the last 3 years have been very tough in SA. I won't go into all of it, but effectively, we've seen the business closure rate, and we can tell from software buys, go up significantly. But within the 3-year period, we've actually upped the number of small businesses who are using software. And the main driver of that, one is our cloud software, but it's a number of small businesses that have taken the leap from Excel or manual recording straight to cloud software to give themselves the best opportunity, right? Coupled with that is a various ecosystem of ISVs that give them the best chance of survival. So on that slide, it was literally saying, ask yourself the question within your practice, how do you engage with your customer? Are you only adopting the elements that will make your commercial model move quicker so you can take on more customers, do more automation, pump it out? Or are you starting to evolve your pricing models, the way you speak to your customer? In terms of this, why I like it is these 4 simple points. It's normally punted at an accountant practice going, this is the full spectrum of where you should end up being. And I know sometimes the message comes across as accountants are going to become the financial advisors, the reporting analytics superstars, and they're going to give customers all of this here. It's not true, right? Within the spectrum of customers, there are going to be those customers that just need to be compliant, make their submissions. Tick, right? How are you going to use information? If there is a disruptor, and there's always a disruptor, that can close that gap, right? Where submissions now from creation of data to filing is done, what's the value? And the value exists in how do I guide your business? How can I help you report on things? How can I put you into contact with the lowest lender? And it's going to evolve. Do we know the answers right now? Absolutely not. But within your book of clients, you've got the full spectrum. You'll have clients that just want to keep on making the compliance deadlines, make the submissions requirements. Technology can help you increase that base. But as you go through the levels, right, you have the ability to engage with all of this. So when we did the accountant's report of last year, the big push is obviously the move to cloud. And just for context, I'll share some of what we're seeing at Sage. So at the moment, 4 out of 5 first-time buyers of software choose cloud software. Right? Now, we still got a healthy desktop base, but the migration from desktop to cloud is now from 3 years ago. I know it was a small base to start one, but we're at 4x, and we're literally forecasting how quickly we will be a 95% cloud business only. But we've always made sure we kept the whole ecosystem. But when we have chats, and the way we punt it is, the benefits of moving to cloud, the invest, the automation, the finger errors, that's straightforward. What we've heard a lot back from accountants is the culture change. I've never run a cloud business. What does it mean? I don't like that people can work from anywhere. But a big chunk of what it used to be was visiting a client face to face, right? That change and that cultural change, we're feeling it as a corporate as well. But these concerns, the human consideration, is something you have to address. Okay, this one, yeah, I just like doing. This is more something we have internally at Sage. So there's some really clever people who have done some really clever things, and there's a vision for where we're going to take our offering, because the software is core. We still do compliance software. but the ecosystem of partnerships that we're developing, and it all goes back to how data is going to flow in the future or currently. So, and I don't want to say this, I don't want to get attacked on stage, but if anyone who's used screen scraping for banking recons, don't attack me, that's evolved to direct bank feeds. Massive change. But the amount of work in the back end, the legal contracts, making sure it's becoming, how do you track who owns the data, who's willing to give you permission? But in terms of what's mapped out, is these are all the interconnects between your client, us as a software provider, yourselves as accountants, and a whole ecosystem of other providers. And if you fast track, you can see where all of this will pull in. The point why I like putting this in is it comes down to a few things. There's still the client, there's still yourselves, and there's this here. How do we simplify this world, right? Because the client only experiences the output. And if those outputs start taking your value prop out of the equation, it's time for culture change. Right. And then in terms of where Sage fits into all of this, we've got what's automated, and in terms of what's reporting and compliance. And this is a static shot. I mean, the amount of ISVs, in the independent software vendors that we're working with, that number doubles on a monthly basis. The trick is also, you want to work, and that's where we all play in the same space. There's a lot of tech providers that pop up. The validity that's given to them is who they partner with, whether it be accountants, whether it be providers. So the checks of sustainability, support, and solution is going to be something that we all grapple with. But in terms of where we fit in, this is it. We do have a stand outside. So if you want to engage on moving from desktop to cloud, or what this means, or ideas around building up your practice, by all means, please engage. But effectively, that's my time. That's what I really wanted to cover, was the cultural change. I just want to thank you from my side for giving me the opportunity. I look forward to engaging with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Bahaduth, from the wrong side of campus at Wits University. And he was the person standing between you and lunch. So at lunchtime, please don't say anything harsh to him. He tried his best. And of course, that was a really important presentation telling us what Sage is able to do to unleash the business potential of so many of our clients as we seek to service them. So it's definitely something that I took a particular interest in. It is, of course, time for lunch, and lunch will be served in the restaurant on the right there. And I know it's a very good lunch, and I saw that there's a whole lot of dessert, but we do still have a lot of mental nourishment to capture after the break. So we'd appreciate it if we could all try to be back here by 2:15 so we can move on to the next session of our very exciting program. Lunch it is. See you later.
You are the sovereign God. You are the sovereign God. It's you are the sovereign God. Sukuzoke siyathandaza uphendula ngothando awehlulwa lutho uthando lwakho lusanele sonke umkhulu ngalendlela imanga uyakudumisa kala wele oh ay wele uJehova wena ungaphezulu kwakho konke konke kubo bonke Thixo akekho njengawe kubo bonke sibathandaza umhlaba wonke akekho Asibonanga mfana nawe, asibonanga njengawe. Olumagele wena ugeze phezu kwabo bonke. Akekho njengawe. Kubo bonke Thixo, akekho njengawe. Kubo bonke Thixo, akekho njengawe. Still sound right. Ubonke uThixo akekho njengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Ubonke uThixo akekho njengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. It's ubonke uThixo akekho njengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Sukuzonke siyathandaza uphendula ngothando awehlulwa lutho uthando lwakho lusanele sonke umkhulu ngale ndlela imangaza umhlaba wonke amazulu nondaba uyakudumisa kala Jehova wena ungaphezu kwakho konke konke kuba bonke Thixo akekho njengawe kuba bonke sibathandaza umhlaba wonke Asimbonanga mfana nawe, asimbonanga njengawe. Wena ungeke wenda ungeke phezu kwabo bonke. Akekho njengawe. Kuba bonke Thixo, akekho njengawe. Kuba bonke Thixo, akekho njengawe. Still sound right. Bonke uThixo akekho onjengawe kubo bonke uThixo are the sovereign God. Okay, you are the sovereign God. Getting you are the sovereign God. Nsuku zonke siyathandaza, uphendula ngothando, awehlulwa lutho. Uthando lwakho lusanele sonke, umkhulu ngalendlela, imangaza umhlaba wonke, amazulu nomhlaba, uyakudumisa. Yala, wele, oh, ay, wele, uJehova wena, ungaphezu kwakho konke, konke, kubo bonke Thixo, akekho njengawe, kubo bonke, sibathandaza umhlaba wonke, akekho, Asibonanga mfana nawe, asibonanga njengawe, wena ungeke wenda ungeke phezu kwabo bonke. Akekho njengawe, kubo bonke Thixo, akekho njengawe, kubo bonke Thixo, akekho njengawe.
Still sound right. Ubonke uThixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Ubonke uThixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Getting ubonke uThixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Nsuku zonke siyathandaza, uphendula ngothando, awehlulwa lutho, uthando lwakho lusanele sonke, umkhulu ngalekhela, imangaza umhlaba wonke, amazulu nomhlaba, uyakudumisa, kala, uJehova wena ungaphezu kwakho konke. Ubonke uThixo, ubonke uThixo, akekho njengawe. Ubonke uThixo, ubonke sibathandaza umhlaba wonke. Akekho asibonanga mfana nawe, asibonanga njengawe. Welupakele wena uhlezi phezu kwabo bonke. Akekho njengawe. Kubo bonke uThixo, akekho njengawe. Kubo bonke uThixo, akekho njengawe. Still sound right. Ubonke uthixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uthixo, you are the sovereign God. Ubonke uthixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uthixo, you are the sovereign God. It's in ubonke uthixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uthixo, you are the sovereign God. Yeah, nsuku zonke siyathandaza, uphendula ngothando, awehlulwa lutho, uthando lwakho lusanele sonke, umkhulu ngale ndlela, imangaza umhlaba wonke, amazulu nomhlaba uyakudumisa. Yala, wele, oh, ay, wele, unguJehova wena, ungaphezu kwakho konke. Ubonke uThixo, ubonke uThixo, akekho njengawe. Ubonke uThixo, ubonke, sibathandaza umhlaba wonke. Ubonke uThixo, akekho njengawe, akekho. Ubonke uThixo, ubonke, Asimona mfana nawe, asimona
the sovereign, sovereign God. Nsuku zonke siyathandaza, uphendula ngothando, awehlulwa lutho, uthando lwakho lusanele sonke, umkhulu ngalendlela, imangaza umhlaba wonke, amazulu nomhlaba, uyakudumisa, yala. uJehova yena ungaphezu kwakho konke konke kubo bonke Thixo akekho njengawe kubo bonke sibathandaza umhlaba wonke akekho Asimbonanga mfana nawe, asimbonanga njengawe. Wena ufakele wena ugeze phezu kwabo bonke. Akekho njengawe. Kubo bonke Thixo, akekho njengawe. Kubo bonke Thixo, akekho njengawe.
Still sound right.
Ubonke uThixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Ubonke uThixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. It's you, Ubonke uThixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Sukuzonke siyathandaza uphendula ngothando awehlulwa lutho uthando lwakho lusanele sonke umkhulu ngalendlela imangaza umhlaba wonke amazulu nomhlaba uyakudumisa kala uJehova wena ungaphezu kwakho konke konke bonke Thixo akekho njengawe bonke bonke sibathandaza umhlaba wonke Asimbonanga mfana nawe, asimbonanga njengawe, wena ungeke wena ungeke phezu kwabo bonke.
Our lunch time is over. Can we please move back to the room? But just get people back.
Still sound right. Bonke uThixo akekho onjengawe kubo bonke uThixo. You are the sovereign God. Kubo bonke uThixo akekho onjengawe kubo bonke uThixo. You are the sovereign God. Kithi kubo bonke uThixo akekho onjengawe kubo bonke uThixo. You are the sovereign God. Nsuku zonke siyathandaza uphendula ngothando awehlulwa lutho uthando lwakho lusanele sonke umkhulu ngalekela imangaza umhlaba wonke amazulu nomhlaba uyakudumisa kala wele oh ayele uJehova wena ungaphezu kwakho konke bonke Thixo bonke Thixo akekho njengawe bonke Thixo bonke sibathandaza umhlaba wonke Thixo akekho Asibonanga mfana nawe, asibonanga njengawe. Wena ufakele wena ukhele phezu kwabo bonke. Akekho njengawe. Kubo bonke uThixo, akekho njengawe. Kubo bonke uThixo, akekho njengawe.
Still sound right. Ubonke uThixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Ubonke uThixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. It's in ubonke uThixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Nsuku zonke siyathandaza, uphendula ngothando, awehlulwa lutho. Uthando lwakho lusanele sonke, umkhulu ngalendlela, imangaza umhlaba wonke, amazulu nomhlaba uyakudumisa. Kala ngcwele, oh, ayingcwele, unguJehova wena, ungaphezu kwakho konke. Ubonke uThixo, ubonke uThixo, akekho njengawe. Ubonke uThixo, ubonke, sibathandaza umhlaba wonke. Ubonke uThixo, akekho njengawe, akekho. Ubonke uThixo, ubonke, Asimbonanga mfana nawe, asimbonanga njengawe. Wena ufanele wena ugeze phezu kwabo bonke. Ubonke ubo, akekho njengawe. Ubonke uThixo, ubonke uThixo, akekho njengawe. Ubonke uThixo, akekho njengawe.
Break, we finally found a new resolution that the new board of SAIPA is going to have to champion. And the resolution is that from now on at SAIPA events, the lunch break will be made up of the coldest samosas and sandwiches you can ever find, so that people do not spend 30 minutes having lunch. So new board, please be aware that that's the only way to make sure that we remain punctually. This morning was a very exciting one, wasn't it? And I think the key takeaways is obviously the fact that we do need to understand and think differently about issues of sustainability. That fusion between technology and our professional skills remains a remarkably important task. And no, if you walked in here thinking that accountants are about to be replaced by computers and robots, it's not going to happen anytime soon. So you still have a job for the next 10 or 15 years. We also do have a uniquely South African problem, and that is, of course, load shedding started about 10 minutes ago. So if load shedding decides to misbehave again, the lights will go off for a few seconds, about 40 seconds, which I'm told is not long enough for you to sneak out and then come back in. So please do remain in your seats during that break for load shedding. The lights will soon be back on. If you can see anyone still outside, please let them know that you're about to start. And the reason they need to be inside is that the person we are going to be speaking to now is in the habit of finding places that are hidden and finding things in hidden places. So you do not want to be the one that he has to find in other means. The remainder of the day is going to be made up of a couple of panel discussions. And then, of course, the big event this evening is the gala dinner, where there is the expectation that you will then spend a bit more time at the bar. I will definitely be spending a bit more time at the bar, so I'll meet you there. I wouldn't mind if none of you showed up at the bar, because that simply means that I have the widest selection that I can get. So I'm not putting any pressure on you to show up. Then, of course, tomorrow we'll come back for our second day, and there will be time for even more important conversations. Do keep in mind that the exhibition stands outside are for your benefit. So please go and ask difficult questions and bargain your way through it. So some people will realize that, wait, I've been paying a bit too much for medical aid. And when I speak to CAMF, then they tell me that, well, actually, here's your new premium. Where's CAMF? Pella, this is a part of your club because I'm selling you. So CAMF is one of the organizations that you'll be able to see outside. But for those of you that also want to migrate your businesses or maybe help your clients migrate their businesses, you saw outside that we've got a lot of exhibitions from companies that will tell you exactly how that can and should be done. So do not miss this opportunity. I'd now like to introduce to you our next speaker, and I'm not sure how safe I am in introducing this particular speaker, because usually when law enforcement people are in the room, the first thing you have to check is whether you're fully compliant with the law. So from my own individual assessment and my own lifestyle audit that I did a couple of seconds ago, I'm clean. I don't know about the rest of you, so if you are not sure about your lifestyle audit profile, you probably shouldn't raise a hand and attract his attention, because once you've attracted his attention, it may be a bit of a difficult time. A couple of years ago, when the COVID-19 pandemic started, the question that was raised by a lot of people is, yo, guys, we've seen enough about public procurement to know that things can go wrong. So the big question was, how can we avoid it happening, particularly in light of the fact that people are losing lives every single day as the pandemic persisted? There was then the question of, well, let us not wait until 10 years later to discover that it did happen 10 years ago. Let us be more proactive. So the idea of the Fusion Center in particular was something that I found particularly interesting. It involved very, very important Chapter 9 institutions, very important law enforcement agencies taking the proactive step to say, guys, unfortunately, we know enough about how some people conduct themselves. Let us be more proactive in managing the process. So that Fusion Center became, for me, a groundbreaking move in how we can deal with some of the challenges that we see in the public procurement space. And of course, one of the individuals that was central to making that happen is an individual that worries me every time I see him in Parliament, because the reports that he tables them, he had a long one on ESCOM last week in particular, I look at that and I'm like, yo, this man, how does he remain safe in light of the things that he discovers? So when he presents his reports to Parliament and talks about the proclamations and the amount of money that is uncovered, I sit there and then I say, this is the one job I'm happy not to have. He is, of course, brave enough to have taken on this job, and that is Advocate Motibi. And Advocate Motibi is, of course, the head of the Special Investigation Unit. And when you finally get to the Q&A session, I'd like you, hopefully, to ask him a couple of questions relating to the fact, Guti, when he looks at all of these things, does he ever sit there and say, Hazuktin, this just cannot be fixed? Does he ever look at this and have his jaw literally dropping and say, yo, they were very brave to do this thing? Because when you read his reports, you imagine that when he first saw the granular building blocks of all the malfeasance that he uncovers, I would have used a couple of expletives when I first see it. But clearly, he's far more disciplined than I am, and this is why he's still at this job that I will never, ever take up. Ladies and gentlemen, Advocate Motibi from the SIU.
But good afternoon to everyone, and good afternoon to the program director. And thanks for welcoming us here at the occasion by the South African Institute of Professional Accountants. As I go through the presentation, some of what the program director captured will probably come out. And the question that you are asked to ask at the end will probably be addressed in between. But of course, we can engage. And I see that we've got exactly 45 minutes. 42 now. We'll proceed. Thanks very much. I'm joined by our CIO, Chief Information Officer, Ms. Zwane. She helped me put together this presentation, and I've seen some of my colleagues from the provincial office in SIU. So we're presenting today in the main. Just to say, how is it that we do our work, firstly, who we are, and how is it that we go about doing our work, and the collaboration that is so important to ensuring that we all really work together in the fight against the scourge of corruption. Right. Who are we? Our role and our mandate is defined in the legislation, Special Investigating Units and Special Tribunals Act 74 of 1996. As we say there, it was proclaimed way back in 2001. That's the proclamation that was issued. We are a public entity, and we have been established, of course, by that proclamation, and we conduct our investigation based on the proclamation from the president, of course, based on the allegations that we receive. They get proclaimed, and off we go with our work. Once we finalize, we then report the final findings to the president. Right. Of course, we do our work based on the strategic direction that we have crafted ourselves, taking into account what our shareholders expect of us. And our shareholders is none other than yourselves and other members of the public. What is it that you expect from entities like the Special Investigating Unit? Of course, you've got your representatives, whom we often present to. In Parliament, as latest as yesterday, we were presenting to the Portfolio Committee. We are driven by a vision to become the state's preferred anti-corruption agency that is trusted, and the litigation agency. And we use the word preferred because we know we are competing in this space with some of the agencies, and we know that to be preferred, we have to do our work timely and produce appropriate consequences and results. Our mission, of course, is that we work closely with the other investigation services to combat corruption malpractices. And we are a value-based organization. On the extreme left, we put integrity at the center of what we do. We cooperate internally and externally, teamwork, professionalism, efficiency. Efficiency is what drives us as well. And independence is very important. Doing our work without fear, favor, or prejudice, and of course, with the requisite drive and passion. And our strategic direction, of course, we adopted it and based on some of the few pillars, the 4 outcomes really that are driving us at the moment. We would like SIU to be a compliant and high-performing entity, and we are continuing to observe that to ensure that we don't fall short when we require of other institutions to be compliant. Of course, our main intention as well, or mandate, is to protect the state's assets and cash, and we do that in various ways. Of course, we want to restore confidence in the state governance systems. Public confidence is what we drive towards, of course, together with other law enforcement agencies. Of late, since the inception of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, we want to up the game in terms of proactive prevention of corruption and consequence management enforcement. Right, now, as we do our work, there are key outcomes that we seek to achieve. If we find that there are irregularities in the process that we investigate, and you may be aware that almost about 95% of our work is procurement irregularities and procurement corruption. And that makes sense, doesn't it? Because that's where the money is, right? And to siphon money, from what we have observed, is that the corrupt and those who are key in maladministration and malpractices, that's where they target. And once we find that the procurement process was irregular, what do? We then go to the civil proceedings, civil litigation on the left-hand side. Since 2019, we've been taking our civil litigation to the special tribunal. And the special tribunal was proclaimed in terms of the legislation that I referred to. Before then, we've been going to the high courts and we experienced a whole lot of delays. And there's still those cases that are there at the high courts because the litigants are pushing back in terms of transferring them from the high courts to the special tribunal because it is in their interest not to finalize those cases quickly. So now, we have now proclaimed, well, I say we because the president has proclaimed the special tribunal. We take all the civil litigations there. As we sit today, we've got about 54 cases in the last financial year that we enrolled to the contract value that we seek to set aside about just over 9 billion. And this is just for the one financial year. So that gives you a sense of the kind of corruption that is besetting the system. In the process of seeking to cancel the contracts and recover the monies, we do other actions in between, like freezing assets, freezing pensions for those who resigned before we take action, freezing the monies that have been irregularly or corruptly acquired. And at the end of the process, when we get the orders, then we liquidate all those freezings that we've done. We've seen this work and work effectively. We believe it's deterrent. It's deterrent in nature. So that's the civil litigation part. Part of what we do in the process of investigating, we do find that there are officials and even private individuals that render themselves guilty of misconduct, criminal offenses, and so on. Those of misconduct, we refer them to the state institutions, which are departments, SOEs, and so on. You would have known. the example made by the program director around the ESCOM, we have seen quite serious traction. The last time we presented with ESCOM, we're really seeing progress in terms of dealing with the intense and endemic corruption that's at ESCOM, and not only ESCOM, even in other SOEs. So we ensure that those individuals are pointed out and are taken out of the system. And then, of course, we work closely with the NPA in terms of ensuring that those who are guilty of criminal offenses are prosecuted. And we've been very vocal. We've been very vocal because our law requires that when we, during the investigation, we come up any evidence pointing to criminal action, the law requires us to hand it over to the NPA for prosecution. Of course, they are the custodian of prosecution in the country. They still apply their minds in terms of ensuring that there's sufficient evidence to prosecute or not to prosecute. When they decide not to prosecute, it attracts our interest because we want to know why is it that they are not prosecuting. If there's a lack of evidence, we have, together with the Hawks, to go and get that evidence to ensure that the prosecution follows. And then, of course, on the right-hand side, we work closely with other regulators, SARS, FIC, and the others, to ensure that the regulatory environment closer to home. In other instances, we find that there are those accountants that have really not done what is expected in the process, and then we refer them to instances like SAIPA or SAICA, South African Institute of Chartered Accountants, and we ensure that we follow it through, like the lawyers, like the doctors. We follow it through with credible evidence, and ultimately we want to see them struck off the roll, just to ensure that there's a message sent through. At the top there, you see consequence management. There is just no option about it. We have been accused or even said that we do not follow through, just as government, that we don't ensure that there's consequence management. Those days are over. And we've seen it. We've seen it, and we've seen it now of late, even on the criminal prosecution side. We are really happy. We want to see the whole system work and work effectively. And I'll come to where you come in, that you can assist us. At the bottom there, we are the only entity in all the law enforcement agencies, because we are a forensic outfit. We do interact with government entities to implement systemic recommendations so that we prevent the recurrence. Okay, right. Now, just briefly, these are the performance results for the financial year that's passed. Right, as you can see, from all those outcomes that I've mentioned to you, through the civil litigation, we have identified just in the last financial year the irregular contracts that needs to be set aside, the potential cash that should be recovered, and already it's in the process of being recovered, 5.9 billion. And that's based on the corruption and the irregularities that we have identified, right? And as we investigate, we do find that there are other contracts that are still ongoing. This is just an example. And then as we find that the contract is irregular, we immediately advise the department or entities not to proceed with the contract, cancel the contract, and that results in savings, right? What we call loss prevented. And in the financial year that's passed, we've prevented the loss of about 6.2 billion. That tells you the kind of contract, and this is at all levels of government, by the way, national, provincial, and local, including state-owned entities. And then, of course, I indicated to you, we referred to NPA, 570 cases, instances of criminal actions. And those are the 54 cases that we've enrolled in the special tribunal. And the money in the bank, actual cash that we have counted in the last year, over and above the potential one that will still be taken through the process, audited and all of that, just an equitable, the money in the bank in the financial year was 436 million that we take back to government. And of course, there's 469 individuals that must face discipline at all levels of government. And of course, we count some of the instances that we investigate and close out. We submitted about 19 reports to the president. And the last one there, 100%, is that from the whistleblowers, those who report to us. Those whistleblowers, they want us to assess the allegations and report. And no report of a whistleblower is left unattended. Colleagues, I want to assure you that. And that 100% relates to the case that are registered and the allegations that are assessed. On the extreme left, right, is the value of the contracts and administrative actions that are deemed invalid. That's whether we have received the orders, and those orders must still again go through the process of being liquidated so that we end up with actual cash. Which one others? Okay, referrals for executive and administrative action. These ones could be decisions, that high number there. You might have seen recently with the Department of Transport and Minister of Transport, we took to the public and informed them about the scams in the licensing area, right? Those 24,000 includes some of the illegal or irregular licenses that have been issued, and they have to be cancelled, and we'll follow up on that. And then, of course, we do refer evidence in terms of which we need to do civil proceedings. That evidence counted up to 3.3 billion. Right, I'll move on swiftly. Now, I won't go through all this in detail. What we do, amongst others, is to do the surveys, what we call a perception survey. And we want to know what is it that our stakeholders think of us, right? When you are in business, you always want to understand your clients' perception, clients' views about your products, and what is it that you can improve. Our product is service to the public, right? And we want to understand what is it that the public is thinking of us, what is it that we can improve, right? So we do that survey, and it's done very accurately by independent agencies, and we get to understand what it really means. Well, on the left-hand side is really just highlights, just to go through them quickly. In this financial year that's passed, we've achieved 100% of our targets for the first time in the SIU life. But of course, questions get asked: are you not setting soft targets? Then we get to demonstrate that no, not at all. It's because we believe that we have re-engineered the business such that it also increases public confidence. In fact, we didn't put in a slide here that would have shown that in the past 5 years, we have seen 144% increase in the proclamations. And that translates into the allegations that we receive from the public and ensure that they are proclaimed by the president. Contrary to many people's belief, proclamations do not start from the president. We start the proclamation with draft based on the allegations we receive, take them through the process. Of course, the president applies his mind, but not one instance has the president said, no, you cannot investigate here. Just to assure you that the process is just the integrity of the process is respected. There's one thing that I really want to highlight. Not really much. I mean, you'll see the presentation afterwards. We did our 25-year celebration, and I'll show you the highlights there. The PPE investigation, I'll come to that, you'll see. And then, of course, on this right-hand side, the whistleblowing, the part. And, we really take the whistleblowers serious. And I'll really indicate in terms of our value chain. Now, we were asked, as we present here, to come and really say, how is it that we use technology to enable our business, right? So when we rethought or when we did the rethinking of our business, back in about 5-6 years or so, we came up with a business value chain. And this business value chain really just says, and I'm sure you'll really relate to this, right? In your profession, you would have seen this. It really just says, what is it that we follow as a process from when we receive the allegations? I said to you that we receive the allegations and we draft the proclamation that needs to be signed. We get them registered, we do feasibility, we scope the proclamation, and then, of course, it reaches the proclamation stage. The investigation kicks off, and then we reach remedial actions. That slide with the outcomes is the remedial actions that we have spoken to, and of course we report. We report to the president and to parliament and so on, and we evaluate the investigation. We prevent reoccurrence. I indicated to you that we work closely with government in preventing, and then of course we monitor the implementation of our remedial action and the consequence management, right? The bottom blocks really is almost like a mirror of the top one, but they've got the functional areas in the organization: case registration, case assessment, case management, forensic legal assessment, that civil litigation. Now, all of these have got technology enablement in SIU. Receiving allegation, we've got a system that allows us to assess, right? We've got an independent entity that receives the allegations, goes through them, and there's a workflow that sends them to appropriate functionaries in SIU, and then it gets registered and so on. But where the rubber hits the tarmac really is the investigation part, right? It's really enabling us to ensure that we do our investigations appropriately. I just thought quickly I'll take you through our capability model. You'll hear a lot about the collaboration, and we're going to talk about that. Our track record, which of course spans over 5 years, in terms of presence across the country. We've got offices in all the provinces. The recent one was the Northern Cape, where we opened it. And then, of course, our human capital, which is the most important capital in the organization. And then there's the special tribunal that I mentioned to you. And of course, outcomes focused, right? And we'll show in the middle there that we follow the legislative basis. And then in terms of resources, we've got investigators, various of them, and then lawyers, civil lawyers, forensic legals, and the other corporate legals, and so on. And then we've got that you can really relate to, the accountants, right? These are internal accountants, and we'll take more about how is it that we can collaborate with you as accountants. We require your services one way or another. And we have realized as SIU that if we don't enable ourselves around the accounting space, we're really gonna lag behind. Because I said to my colleagues that if you walk into Eskom, walk into Transnet, when you need to assess their books and so on, I tell you, you need serious skills. You need serious skill to assess those books. Otherwise, no, you'll go blank. So this is where we would try to tap into your resources one way or another, and I'm sure we can further engage on that. And then data and cyber forensics, will speak about that some more. Well, this is really some of the highlights that I spoke to you about in terms of the 25 years. It's really very interesting, and it's really being an upstream, and we have seen really increases. Which one do I pick on? If you look at the civil evidence prepared for civil litigation in the middle, right? 57 billion that we have seen that could really be liquidated for government. Look at the number of proclamations, 286, 21.6 billion prevented. And by the way, all of this gets audited, right? And then what else? Value of contracts deemed invalid and set aside about 20 billion. So these are some of the numbers, but we want to spend some time talking about what we really hear today. And this is quite narrative, but we'll go through it to respect the time. You know, as we leverage technology, and that's the lady that's sitting there, ensuring that her and her team make sure that SIU has got the leverage we need. We've increasingly relied on the use of technology by implementing the information and communication technology transformation strategy to modernize and further enhance efficiency, right? Now, our strategy focuses on three pillars, which focused on stabilization, optimization, and digitization, right? Now, the aim, of course, is to drive efficiencies, improving performance, and keeping pace with the modern demands of digital world, right? Now, that's the stabilization part. We've invested in new hardware, infrastructure to support additional enhanced applications and make certain that it runs on a stable network. Stability is one of the key issues. We've made sure that even in the phase of load shedding, our stability is not really impacted that much. This involved upgrading WAN, which is the wide area network, to fiber connectivity and hosted disaster recovery. Those who have got the tendency of hacking and all of that, we are prepared. We are prepared, and we have made sure that in the fusion center that you spoke of, that we have shared this capability, right? There's a tendency that dockets get missing and all of that, so we want to make sure that we are not caught unaware, right? And then optimization pillar has been concerned with improving and refining the operational value chain. You see, that's the value chain I spoke to you about, and its application systems, right? And we remove duplications. Remember, it's about efficiency, okay? Not going through it in detail. Digitization, of course, we want to really ensure that we understand the demands of the new world. We always say, those who are corrupt and criminals, they also have strategy sessions like us. They make sure that they want to make sure that they're a foot ahead of us. But we want to make sure. We want to also make sure that we can catch them at their game, right? That's digitization. And really, without going through this in detail, as we're saying, we are overhauling our WAN to a high speed and high bandwidth fiber network. Now, the second paragraph, our investigators are equipped with the ability to securely access our internal systems and print wherever they could be. And I'm sure it's something that really you can relate to. And the ICT team further migrated all internal applications to secure platforms. I'm not going to go through that. In the middle there's also a time management system, because we spend a lot of time investigating, because remember that we charge fees, just like I'm sure some of your companies, we charge fees as we investigate, just like the Auditor General. So it's important that our time sheet system works and works very well, because we need to account, right? And then the implementation of disaster recovery and business continuity. We saw this, in action during the COVID time. And then, of course, the data analytics and the data warehousing that we are working on at the bottom there. Right. I did talk about the data warehouse. Right. Then the machine learning part. So all of this really is more around, the improvements that we want to bring into the business. Now, you spoke about this, program director, around the personal protective equipment. This is the investigation that was just as complex as anything. And what made it complex is because we were dealing with, you know, at the time of the COVID, of course, and as you know that when the disaster management was declared by government, those who were corrupt, they just saw that there's an opportunity to siphon money. And, you know, read our report, which was submitted on the 10th of December in 2020. You'll see that we have outlined the methods that they have used in siphoning the money. And again, just to underscore what the program director was saying, we worked closely with other law enforcement agencies to ensure that we reach this kind of results. And we're really proud. And here, this is where technology really proved that if we deploy it appropriately, it really can serve us well. As you can see, the contracts that were under investigation, it's about 144 billion that we were dealing with. It's quite mammoth. I mean, it just tells you the magnitude of what we were dealing with. And really, without going into detail, I'm looking at the time. This is really the mammoth investigation that we dealt with. But our investigators, firstly, they were equipped with the necessary tools. You know, as you investigate, you've got witnesses that you need to interview. We use the technology to interview. You know, we need to do affidavits. And usually we really wouldn't do electronic signatures. We would devise that once we have done the interviews, we find a way of ensuring that you sign it appropriately. It gets to be commissioned so that it can stand the test of time in court, right? So we were so challenged that, you know, we had to be IT innovative to ensure that we reach our results. Right. Now, some of the investigation methodology using technology, through data mining, we have implemented a new focus on generating trend analysis reports that enabled us to identify weaknesses, unpacking the result of data analysis reports. Then we work with state institutions to highlight areas of potential action, and we ensure that we educate members of the public in terms of our awareness program. And at the bottom there, we use the opportunity to inform the parties about what type of information it needs to take to take the allegations forward. Right now, this is the laboratory that we really pride ourselves, and we have compared it with international entities like our peers. We compared it. I mean, the most successful entity in the world is the Hong Kong, the ICAC. You know, the ICAC of Hong Kong, and Singapore as well. In fact, the Singaporeans, they pride themselves as having taught Hong Kong to do the work, but now Hong Kong has overtaken them in terms of doing the work effectively. So we are really proud that as we do our work, right, our field investigators, and they get all those gadgets, right, digital forensic acquisitions, right? When we get all those gadgets, phones and laptops and all of that, during all those sessions that we do, bring them now to the specialist at the laboratory, then they in possession of the computer or digital evidence on all networks and external hard drive storage, making forensic sound images of the hard drive. We image them and folders and files and the recovery of the deleted data. You would probably all relate to this, right? More often people think that when you have clicked the delete, you know, you can get away with it. We are able to reinvent that. And then identification. This step involves identifying what data could be recovered and electronically retrieving it by running various computer forensic tools and software suites, which include the mapping of the file system, the recovery of deleted data, physically carving out known data types. And then, of course, forensic examination and analysis, analyzing of digital evidence in line with accepted standards. This is where accepted standards assist us to ensure that the evidence that we pull out, we should be able to present it in court and successfully, right? And then, of course, presenting the report by the laboratory. This step involves the presentation of evidence recovered in a manner which is understood by our forensic lawyers and civil litigation lawyers, non-technical staff management, and suitable as evidence. I did indicate that. Now, in the few minutes that are left, I would like to really just talk about the whole of society approach. You've seen the kind of work that we do on a technology basis, but we dare not say we can do this on our own. Now, the National Anti-Corruption Strategy number 3 there advocates the whole of society approach in the fight against corruption. And SAIPA finds itself in the community of society, professional society that needs to work with government, law enforcement agencies to ensure that we do our work, do it effectively, hold those who are responsible to account. And what do we do by doing that? Of course, the logical consequence is that we reduce corruption and those who are responsible are held to account, whether it's criminally, civilly, and so on. Right. We take into account some of the instruments, including the United Nations Conventions Against Corruption. You would know that Article 5 and 6 of that convention, really advocates for the whole of society and stakeholder approach. We took into account National Development Plan. You would know that Chapter 14 of that plan deals with anti-corruption and how is it that we work closely. Now, the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, and of course, there's national and international stakeholders. On the international side, you would know that there's various processes. In fact, it's out there in public. Our investigation in Denel has actually uncovered that some of the systems that Denel uses have been stolen, and they are now somewhere in the UAE. Now, our international stakeholders, we work closely with them to ensure that we retrieve. Of course, those processes have to follow the legal prescripts and ensure that, including the mutual legal assistance, right? You would know of late, whenever my colleague, the National Director of Public Prosecution, stands up, one of the questions is, when are the Guptas being brought back? The mutual legal assistant falls here on the international stakeholders, okay? You would know that we're dealing very closely with international forums. Nationally, stakeholders would include professional bodies like yourselves. Right, inclusion of civil society organization, professional organizations, and of course we include others like labor, business, faith-based organizations for that matter. And then of course the supreme audit institutions. This would be your auditor generals. There's a United Nations process that is developing standards around how the supreme audit institutions should assist law enforcement agencies in the fight against corruption. Have a look at that standard. I'm not sure if it's been published, but we can engage further. When it's published, you'll know it's probably going to guide your work as well as accountants in terms of how to assist. Now, as we conclude, as we do the whole of society approach in the fight against corruption, we have done what we call corruption risk assessment, right? And this is in the quest to ensure that we do a contribution to the prevention. And I've seen my colleague, Ms. Minya, the CEO of IMSA, she'll probably be coming after me. We work very closely. We would like to ensure, and probably this is where you could also contribute, we would like to develop what the country could call, corruption prevention framework. Just so that we identify what should go in that framework. As part of the implementation plan that the President presented in Parliament on the 22nd of October, part of the big job that needs to be done is the prevention framework that needs to be developed. And we are going to be leading that. So we would need members of the society, including professional organizations, to contribute. But when we did the corruption risk assessment, we came up with some of the sectors that we need to prioritize. We wanted to pilot this sector approach in the quest of implementing the whole of society approach. And now, this in the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, you will find it in Pillar 6 of that strategy. That Pillar 6 says we need to protect vulnerable sectors, right? And vulnerable sectors, I mean, let's face it, all the sectors are vulnerable to corruption. But what did we do? Okay, this is still some of the collaborations. I won't really spend, if I have a few minutes, I'll come back to this slide. But these are the sectors that we came to after we did the corruption risk assessment, right? As I said, really underscore this one, that we know that each and every sector is vulnerable to corruption, okay? But we wanted to test this model of a sector-based approach in the fight against corruption. So we prioritized health. That's number one. We prioritized the health sector. This is the first health sector anti-corruption forum that we launched. The president launched it in 2019, and it's really doing wonders. We have invited all the healthcare players, the regulators, Council for Medical Scheme, Professional Healthcare Council, you know, all of those regulators are participating there. Government departments, labor, as I said, business also, and that forum sits every quarter. And you know, as we speak today, there's a whole lot of matters that are being looked at, but also the prevention side of doing the business. Recently, we got into a collaboration with the CSIR because we want to, that data analytics, we want to demonstrate that it can contribute, right? In the 3 minutes that's left, the data analytics that we want to do is as follows, that when we get the data that we have as SIU and other law enforcement agencies, we want a scientific way that can help us to do a predictive analysis. The modeling that we are putting together, of course, you would have seen CSIR, and we actually are lucky to have that man who did all the modeling during the COVID. He's working with us to model the data so that we come up with predictive models. And what do they help us? You would know. You come up with scenarios, and that would help us so that we understand the vulnerabilities in these sectors, right? So we are really proud that we are going to demonstrate how the sector-based approach can work using data, using the technology that's available. And the other sectors that we have prioritized, it's construction, infrastructure build. We've also prioritized SOE. It's yellow because we are still putting together the forum because, you know, we get questions all the time. There's the SOE Council at the presidency that we present our results from the investigation at ESCOM, DINEL, SAA, and all the other SOEs. And of course, we read also the outcomes of the Zondo Commission that have helped us so much. So this is really the sectors that we are working on. And I really want to edge as we now talk about how is it that we collaborate. I said I will go back to that slide where we doing the collaboration with partners in the 1 minute that's left. On the next occasion, we want to add SAIPA here, right? We want to add SAIPA so that we understand the value that you bring. How is it that you can collaborate so that you enable us, we add value to what you do. We have partners with various bodies out there. Globe Network is part of the United Nations. There's African Anti-Corruption Authorities on the left bottom. United Nations, of course, Office on Drugs and Crime. And we are in partnership with the French. That's why you see a French flag there to include some of the investigative methods. SADC, we are the chair. In fact, the outgoing chair of SADC, we chaired it in the previous year. On the 23rd to the 26th, we are chairing the heads of anti-corruption meeting here in South Africa. And we would like to ensure that they are on board. And then there's the International Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities. We are on the EXCO there. We are the deputy president of that. And of course, those are the prevention work. We want positive perceptions by the public and continue to do our best. So we really want to thank you for inviting us to ensure that we share with you at 000. We don't want to go a minute over. We really want to thank you for this opportunity, and we look forward to engaging with SAIPA. The mechanism that we engage on, we sign the memorandum of understanding, and we spell out how is it that we can work together and cooperate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there are any questions from the floor, we'll take them now. Hopefully nothing about your own lifestyle audits. He's not in a position to answer that now. The left-wingers, you've been awfully quiet. Are you suddenly checking your bank balances to check the validity of transactions? Any questions from this side of the floor? None whatsoever. I think everybody's worried about lifestyle audits.
Just a comment. The corruption prevention framework is going to include various initiatives, including lifestyle audits.
Especially lifestyle audits.
Including lifestyle audits. So those are indicators. If you are a risk manager, I'm proud to be part of IMSA. If you are a risk manager, you like indicators. Hey, forewarnings. So we will be including that. Thank you very much.
It's coming. Thank you very much, Advocate Andy Motibi, right there. A round of applause, please.
Let me take that.
Cool stuff. We're now moving on to our second panel discussion, and I think following up on the theme where we've seen how technology can essentially enable law enforcement to work a bit more effectively, it's quite important for us to explore the ways in which this is currently being done. And of course, at SAIPA, if there's one part of SAIPA that everybody knows, it's the Center for Excellence. And the leader of the Center for Excellence is going to be running our panel discussion today. I'd like to call upon him to come onto the stage, Professor Rashid Small. The professor makes his way up here. Right. Professor Small, oh, you're there. Thank you. Our second panelist, and I think he might be joining us online, is Scott Hansen. Scott Hansen, if you're in the room, you can run onto the stage. Scott is, of course, from IFAC, which is our great partner organization. Well, there's a version of him behind me.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be there with you virtually.
Director of Policy and Global Engagement at IFAC. He also holds a BA from the University of Chicago and a JD from Brooklyn Law School. So that is Scott. He's joining online from what I see.
Hello, everyone.
Our next
it's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, right behind me. How she didn't want me to be to introduce and have like a very big introduction coming. Pat Simenya, are you in the room? Pat is, of course, there she is. She is the Chief Executive Officer of the Institute of Risk Management, and someone who obviously understands very well the type of things that the SIU now wants us to worry about, these things of lifestyle audits, and perhaps also critical insights onto essentially how the risk management is evolving in light of what we're seeing in our work as professional accountants and also in what our clients do. Pat, please do join us on stage. Our next panelist is Yako Diaga, who is a lawyer. We all like lawyers. Accountants, don't be hostile towards lawyers. I know on Twitter there is an ongoing war between all those people whose professions are defined by alphabets. So the alphabet gang are the doctors, the medical doctors with their long alphabets. They've got 5 of them. And then there's LLB Twitter, which is always fighting. And there's IFRS Twitter, which are the innocent people, with the exception of a couple of people who are problematic. We are the most innocent ones out there because all we have to do is talk about debits and credits. LLB Twitter, on the other hand, is always trying to outsmart each other. Some of them tell us that you can sue a person for saying that you're not pretty, and then they issue all these defamation letters, 500,000 Rand, and it just never works out whenever LLB Twitter is on a wall. MBCHB Twitter, on the other hand, are always trying to figure out what cars they're going to buy as soon as they qualify. It's messy on Twitter. Stay away from it. Yako is obviously on the wrong side of Twitter because as a lawyer, he is with Absa Bank's Legal Collection, Estate, Data Administration and Sequestrations Department. He understands very well what the fraud risks that we all face are. Yako, welcome to the panel. By the end of this panel discussion, I imagine there's going to be a lot of questions, particularly from the left wing. I always get worried when the left wing doesn't participate in democratic processes, because had they not participated in Brazil this week, Lula would not have been back. So the left wing must really rise to the occasion. Professor Small, over to you.
Thank you, Kaya. I think I monitored the heart rates and the temperature while the advocate was speaking, both online and offline. And as he mentioned, the number of frauds and corruptions investigated, the heart rates for most of the professional accountants just went off the screen. So what we're going to speak about is primarily linked to that. I think, first of all, the morning session was quite good. We felt happy that technology is providing us with the tools to get better insight, to provide value-added services to our clients, and also increasing our income earning capacity with all these tools that we have. And we were all celebrating and applauding, and the heart rates were quite low. Then we came and said, but the professionals are now becoming the custodians of information. They're sitting on a gold mine of all information. But also what they're doing is they're using that information now to add value to their clients. And what the advocate has said now is what we're going to discuss about is to say that when you start fusing technology with professionals, does it lead the professionals to become enablers, facilitators, or preventers of fraud and corruption? And I think what happens is that fraud and corruption is the fastest growing industry globally. You need no qualification, you need no designation. You just get in and try and get out as quick as possible. Okay. So that is what we're going to speak about. But fraud and corruption is the most devastating on society. And I don't think we realize that. And we as professionals have the responsibility to ensure that we minimize that. I think furthermore is when you look at the profession in general, I think whenever, I think all the SAIPA colleagues, Faith, when we see so-and-so has been found out by SARS, the first message we get from the CE, is it a member of SAIPA? And then we run left, right, and center, Carl and the others. And the moment we get the message, no, then our heart rates go down because it's not our members, because we want to be an ethical institution. So with me, I've got the experts, and one is Scott Hansen, who's from IFAC, as stated. He's driving the policies. You heard the advocate speak about the framework for anti-corruption. Scott is driving the development of the anti-corruption standards for the accountancy profession. Then I have two of my colleagues with me here who I've been working with long. Pat Semenya, who worked at ACCA when we were working together, but then she thought, no, I'm better at risk. I don't know if it's committing the risk or saving it, but she's there now. So she'll speak to us about that. And then my other colleague, Jaco, we've also been working a long way, and he's from the forensic examiners. So you can see we've got people who's writing the legislation, we've got people who says fraud and corruption is because of risk, and then we've got those people who go and examine them. So we're going to have a very fruitful discussion. So if you can have Scott Hansen, each of them are going to give a 5-minute presentation, and I got the easiest job is to ask the easy questions. So if you can have Scott on, please, so that Scott can give his 5-minute presentation on what's happening globally.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Scott? Yes, we can hear you. You can go
Very-
ahead with your presentation, and I know you normally lay the table quite well for us.
Very good, very good. Well, thank you, Professor Small. It's always a pleasure to be working with you and to see you. My sincere apologies to everyone for not being able to be there in person. Again, my name is Scott Hansen. I'm a director with IFAC, the International Federation of Accountants, and I lead our policy and advocacy work in the anti-corruption and broader economic crime space. For today, I want to focus a bit on the Financial Action Task Force recommendations and explain what these are and talk about the role that standards play in moving the fight against corruption in a broad sense. But just to start, I would like to make a point following up on what Professor Small said. We understand from estimates from the United Nations that approximately $7 trillion per year in investment is necessary to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. $7 trillion per year. At the same time, similar estimates from the United Nations demonstrate that the loss from corruption is roughly $3.6 trillion per year. When you add that up together, effectively half the money that we need to finance a sustainable transition and meet the UN Sustainable Development Goals is being lost to corruption annually. So that just gives you a sense of the magnitude of this problem and how serious and interconnected these issues are. So that's the first point I'd like to make, how serious this is. Second, I'd like to connect the issue of money laundering and anti-money laundering to the anti-corruption discussion. For most professional accountants that are outside of the public sector, their intersection with corruption is going to be through money laundering, through money laundering compliance, through anti-money laundering. There's a quote from the Financial Action Task Force that is quite simple. It says, corruption and money laundering are intrinsically linked. They're really flip sides of the same coin. At the same time, money laundering is also how you'll see any other money from any other crime try to circulate through the financial system. So that's why I'm going to be talking a bit about the implementation of global standards for money laundering here. FATF, the FATF, or the GAFI, the GAFI for the francophones in the audience, is the global standard setter for money laundering, for fighting money laundering. It was started in 1989, and the FATF recommendations, there's 40 of them, have grown from 7 pages to 149 pages in the years since, sort of showing how the scope of the money laundering standards have grown over time. There's an important issue here that I'd like to highlight. That's the difference between writing standards, implementation, and then effective implementation. Because what we see is we have a very robust global system of standards that have been created, but effectively extremely poor implementation. And that's what I want to cover here today. So the data in front of you, this is from a very recent report from the FATF itself, looking at and reviewing compliance with and implementation effectiveness of their standards. I'd like to draw your attention to the third bar, the 76 and 21%. What we're seeing is that globally, 76% of countries have adequately adopted the FATF standards. They have technical compliance with these standards, but only 21% have effectiveness. There is a huge gap here between technical compliance with money laundering standards and effectiveness of that compliance. And that's at the highest level. That trend we see throughout individual standards of these 40 FATF standards across the board. And I'll get to that in a moment. But that's our starting point here. There's a huge gap between the standards themselves, technical compliance with them, and then effectiveness of that implementation. There's, again, 40 different FATF recommendations or FATF standards. I want to highlight just a few that are extremely relevant to the accountancy profession and then to the whole technology discussion. Beneficial ownership transparency. This is effectively who owns, or ability to see who owns shell companies or legal persons or trusts. As everyone has been following issues over the last year, everyone can understand this is foundational issue for being able to effectively fight money laundering. This is an area where compliance and effectiveness worldwide is extremely low. Again, if you look at the bars on the far right, the 45, 52%, and then the 9%. What we're seeing here is that roughly half of countries have technical compliance with the FATF standard for beneficial ownership transparency, but only 9% have effectively implemented that. So again, a huge gap here, and showing us that really at a global level, we're in very bad shape in terms of effective implementation of beneficial ownership transparency requirements. And when you consider that being the foundation of the anti-money laundering framework at the global level, it shows how far we need to go. One of the standards that's very relevant to the accountancy profession, of course, is related to supervision. Supervision of professions, including accountants, but also lawyers, real estate, gem dealers, art dealers, any profession that can be abused for money laundering purposes. The same issue here again. We have a significant gap between between technical compliance with these supervision requirements and the actual effectiveness of those requirements, again, at the global level. What this is showing us is that there are commitments out there. 200 countries around the world have committed to implementing the FATF standards, and there's extremely low effectiveness in terms of the supervision commitments for the professions. What this says is that in the coming years, globally, there's going to be significant change and escalation of the level of supervision of professions, accountants included, for money laundering compliance. The last slide here, just to finish up my presentation, is looking at South Africa specifically. When the FATF does mutual evaluations of its implementation of the FATF standards, they assess 11 immediate outcomes. And here are the scores for South Africa there. Moderate and low across the board. No high, no substantial levels of effectiveness. Now, to be clear, this is not an outlier in terms of countries. If you look at Canada, the United States, Australia, very similar situation. So this just, it gives you an understanding of where South Africa sits. Again, this is not unique among G20 countries at all. I'd like to draw your attention to outcomes 3, 4, and 5, which are shaded green. These are the ones that are most relevant to the accountancy profession. One is supervision of DNFPBs, that's designated non-financial business and professions, accountants. Suspicious activity reporting requirements for professions, that's number 4. And then beneficial ownership transparency, that's number 5. So again, moderate, and low on those. That's all to say that over time, South Africa is likely going to see significant changes in the legislation to come into compliance with all of these outcomes, as those are commitments that South Africa has made. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much for your attention. Looking forward to hearing the other speakers and joining the panel. Professor Small, back over to you.
Thank you, Scott. Jaco, you can go ahead with your presentation. For Jaco, please.
While they're busy loading, thanks very much for the opportunity of being here. Thanks, Scott, also from your side. I can tell you, and I'm going to refer to 2 reports here, the report to the nations, as well as a benchmark report that the ACFE released about technology and the impact of technology and technology, what tools you can use for your purposes. And I will suggest you get your hands on these 2 documents. I'll share it actually with Rashid, and you can get it from him. The average organization loses up to 5% of its gross revenue due to fraud. This is not only a ACFE statistics, this has been confirmed by other audit firms like your PwC and EY and KPMG. So just think of the amount of money that goes missing due to fraud. Of that, 64% of all frauds being perpetrated internally. Do you hear that? It's So we spent a lot of money in protecting the organizations from people from the outside. And if we talk about IT-related crimes, 91% of all your fraud happens internally, or with the assistance of someone internally. So it talks to what we deal with on a day-to-day basis, and it talks to the question that you raised earlier, Rashid, whether IT is helping us to commit fraud or whether helping us to protect the organizations. Now, if we look at financial scandals in the last decade, there's a whole list of companies that talks to these scandals, and I think you know of all of them. South Africa is not standing aside when we set, almost like you indicated, the benchmark. I would say it's one of the fastest growing businesses in the world, is fraud, specifically corruption. And people are seeing it as a business, and Andy is quite right. They are having regular meetings among syndicates to discuss how can we commit fraud against companies. What's working, what's not. What are companies looking for? And how low do we fly to remain under the radar? South Africa had its own scandals, Steinhoff, Tongaat, VBS, and many more. And if you look at the numbers that's involved, Bosasa 12 billion, EOH 1.2 billion. It's not small change that's involved in this. And Andy is quite right. There's a specific need of skill sets that you need to understand fraud and understand what you need to do to mitigate the risks. Fight against fraud can feel like a battle because it's an ever-evolving industry that we work in, or technology is ever-evolving. I've heard the other day that they say in certain cell phone groups, you find up to 6 changes in a cell phone per year. Now that means for us that need to investigate it, or the members that need to investigate it, you need to have the equipment and new equipment each and every time a new cell phone comes out. From traditional data analytics to emerging options such as robotic process automation and computer vision analysis, anti-fraud technologies, these are all available to organizations to mitigate their risks. I quickly want to show three or four slides in this technology benchmark report that would talk to your question posed to us, Rashid. What data analytics techniques do organizations use in fighting fraud? Have a look at these. Are you implementing these? Are you recommending these? Do you use things like your data visualization technique, the I2 or now the IBM technique, systems, for instance, text mining, geographic data mapping. We've seen now, I spoke yesterday to one of the universities who said that when they do their audits on students, they will see that the student log in Gauteng, look at the exam for a couple of minutes or seconds, and then suddenly log off and log in again in Cape Town. And the question is, how can you travel so fast? Who's writing on your behalf? These type of things are things that you can implement internally. What risk areas do organizations use analytics in? In most of these industries, you play a role as auditors and accountants. So do you apply your mind? Do you make use of the right types of data? Did you know that there's more than one type of data source that you can make use of? Do you use other records like public records, social media? We've seen so many people nowadays make use of social media to do their investigations, actually. Lifestyle audits, and he spoke about it. I just came from an SOE organization. They got the sign-off to do lifestyle audits on the top 2 tiers. The executives, even the board members now signed off. They can do on them. They finished now 440 lifestyle audits in the company. I mean, that speaks of transparency. It speaks of commitment. Do we use all the systems available to us, and do we share information with other professions and other industries? I know that we work closely together with other professional bodies like SAIPA in looking at how we can improve systems, how we can also improve standards for our members. Unfortunately, the majority of organizations still feel that it's their IP. Now, again, coming back to the question, I think you're shooting yourself in the foot, because if you don't share information, how can you get information? Budget is one of the biggest complaints, that companies don't budget for having the necessary systems. Fortunately, we've seen after being hit, most of the organizations have a turnaround in nature. Then they want to start looking at how they can prepare themselves and also safeguard themselves. In the benchmark report, most of the organizations have said that they would see now more and more of their budget being spent on having systems in place. COVID made a huge change in how we look at technology and the use of technology. I want to again say that technology needs to be used as a friend. A friend to detect, a friend to prevent and investigate. If we don't use it correctly, then we will remain at risk, because although I'm a BC born person before computers, I can tell you the syndicates out there upskill themselves daily to make use of the technology that's available to them. Thanks.
Thank you, Jaco, for that. So now you saw we had the standards coming out, legislation, then we've got the forensic examiners, but all of this is underpinned by risk, and Pat will speak to us about risk.
Whilst my presentation is loading out, there we are. Good afternoon, everyone. It is quite funny that the whole intent of technology was to actually make our lives better and easy, right? But then we find ourselves that with the emergence of technology, we now see a spike in cyber crimes. But on the other hand, we've heard when Advocate Mutibi spoke earlier that it has actually played a very good role in actually solving some of the crimes that have been happening for years and years and years. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword. But I think the community that we're in today of accountants, I think this is the community that's actually got the key to actually unlock that potential of how do we make sure that what this technology was intended for actually works. So I hope that I'm not going to repeat, or will try not to repeat what my colleagues have touched on. But I think what I'm going to do is that I'm going to try and peg my presentation on what is technology risk management. Because I think our profession is evolving as it is, right? We are accountants, I understand. There are IT specialists in this room and so forth and so forth. But at what point is there convergence? And are we even talking with each other? Again, referring to the SIU presentation, where we saw that there's different sections of the profession that work together to actually make sure that you uncover fraud and all those things. So we're going to look at probably just a quick, what is technology risk management? What are the common types? I'll probably touch a bit on the benefits of technology risk management, and how do we stay ahead of the game? And what are some of the options and the opportunities? Because with every challenge, we know that as an accountant, we're trained to think we must not be so negative as everybody perceives us. We must also try and see how do we make sure that we leverage on the challenges that we have. There we go. So to sum it up in 4 points, technology risk management talks to be about being proactive. We all know that the risk management ultimately talks to the strategies and the processes of finding, preventing, analyzing, and so forth and so forth. But then when you start adding the element of technology in it, because the technology develops at such a fast rate. So it means that as professional accountants, our role is to be proactive. We need to be proactive to stay ahead of the game, if you like, to identify it before it even occurs. When they say your data analytics, they perceive something that's going to happen before it even happens. And this is where I think we should leverage on technologies as professional accountants. Plan to address. It should be plan to address. I always find it difficult to understand that how come for so many years we're comfortable with using the word mitigate. Because mitigate is like literally just putting a plaster on a bleeding wound, right? Hoping that the bleeding will stop. But then when you address, you put a stop to it to avoid reoccurrences and so forth. And also, as my colleague said, it's not just external, because nobody's gonna come rob your house if they don't know what's in it, right? So if you're busy putting all these electric fences and all these softwares and the people that are doing it are actually writing it internally. So that is why then some of the crimes that we've seen go uncovered. So what are the common types? So I think phishing, malware, data breaches, old equipment, I think are the top 4 that comes to mind. And I picked these ones because these are the ones that relate really to both organizations and individuals. And how this came about, if you think that there was a rapid rollout of technology in the last 2 years, I think COVID was almost like the catalyst of ensuring that everybody just don't want to miss out. You're locked down, you can't see anybody. Companies are trying to stay afloat. And in that sense, what did we do as accountants? We're not proactive enough to say, wait, before we roll out a certain software, do we even understand the source? Because if you don't understand the source of the problem, you'll never understand the impact that is going to have in your organization. And then you run a risk of not even putting together the right infrastructure to address those problems. And if you don't put in the right infrastructure, this is what we saw with many organizations in the last year, that there was overload and literally systems just failing. And then your organization is at risk because we didn't do due diligence in terms of understanding where the source of our problems is. And I know, in risk management, we always talk about before you apply a solution, don't understand the problem, understand the source of the problem. Because once you understand the source, you're more likely to actually find the right solution. So what are the benefits of technology risk management? I think the very common one that we all know, it's talking about reducing vulnerability of our organizations and ourselves, right? However, if you think that we've been taught that every risk has got an associated cost, the biggest one that I see for organization is the risk of your reputation, financial loss. Because once you lose your reputation, you can just as well shut down, because then nobody's going to trust your business and all that and so forth. Improved agility. When there's shutdown, that way we don't have agile recovery models, business continuity models, because our risk management system does not exist. This is where you find that your company shuts down longer, you lose revenue, and then again, you report losses, and eventually the organization does not become sustainable. How do you stay ahead? One of the things is that I think vulnerable services, you will never be able to be ahead of cybercrime and the likes if you do not update your IT equipment. It is our responsibility here as professional accountants that we are continuously doing IT audits. Because if your software and your equipment is old, you'll never catch up with the criminals. In fact, this is why you find some people say, we've been hacked more than 10 times. Learn. Why are you being hacked over 10 times? Because what you do, you mitigate. You take a plaster, you fix where they're broken, and then they broke in the next room, and so forth and so forth and so forth. And this is where we need to be proactive, because I always say, when I look at the accountancy profession, I think actually a whole new door has opened. I don't see us being replaced by computers anytime soon. Because now we're starting to think broader around, there are some mundane jobs that a computer can do and so forth and so forth. But then there's a big element of cyber security. And like you say, if you don't understand how to interpret those numbers, we know numbers talk, right? If you don't understand how to interpret those numbers, you'll be left behind. But even further, it talks to us upskilling now, because then you have to make sure that you work with those data analytics, to make sure that you get out all the information and you stay ahead of the game. You're able to advise your IT specialists and so forth. In fact, the way I see it, when you talk about forensic accounting, you're actually talking about, I don't see it being able to be done anymore by one person, because we have to have litigation skills, you have to be an IT specialist, you have to be an accountant, you have to be all that. It's not possible, because imagine if you were to do all that and belong to all those professional bodies. Your CPD and your membership fees will go through the roof, right? So this is where now I see higher collaboration with professional bodies, risk management, SAIPA, ACFE, and the likes, IT. We're gonna start to work with engineers as well to understand how systems are driven. And this is where I see a big opportunity that's actually quite exciting for accountants. Right. Some of the treatments of opportunities, like I said, appropriate technology. Understand the source. Do not rush because the CEO has said, can we please have a solution by the end of the week? And then you go to the next service provider that you meet and say, please give me a solution. I need to tick off the exercise. Risk management is not about ticking boxes. It is about making sure that you detect, you prevent the reoccurrence. And you cannot do that with half the tools. So you have to understand your tools. And this is where I'm saying, all the time, accountants, we have to keep skilling ourselves in terms of the direction of the impact of technology on our roles, right? Funding as well. You see, in South Africa, we're very good with putting together legislature and all that. But the problem is implementation, as you all know, right? So you find that companies are really not keen to actually invest in risk management tools, because it's seen as an expense. Things are fine until something happens. But then imagine a world where there was a legislature or regulation, which probably this is where you get the likes of Nico, is it Nico, involved around. How about we start having a standard in terms of reporting around reporting your cyber attacks? Because once you do that, it kind of like removes the bureaucracy around it's too expensive to invest in the right tools for risk management, right? Skills as well. I think I touched on that point. I won't labor again on it. We need to start looking at how do we then work together as professional bodies to support you as accountants in terms of the type of CPDs that you get, in terms of that additional, because you know, accountants are like MBA people. They're like, once you become an accountant, we have an MBA, what can you study? The whole new world has just opened. Where now you realize that actually when it comes to enabling me to actually be agile and actually add value in my organizations, I need to fine-tune my IT skills. And I probably need to start working more in collaboration. I remember back in the days, you always find the accountants sit in a little corner office there. By the time you get to them, it's like, no, because they handle sensitive information. I think the tables has changed. We need to sit in the middle of the room, because then you need to collaborate with your IT people and so forth and so forth and so forth. Monitoring and reporting. Simply because you did your integrated report at the end of the year, everybody's happy, everybody got a bonus. Doesn't mean it's the end of it. It might be for the end of it in some departments, but not risk management. And this is some way now you actually need a team of risk management in every organization. It cannot be a situation where now you find that technology risk management or risk management in the broader scheme, come in at the end. In fact, I think strategies around the boardroom and so forth, before they even start talking the company strategy, they should first understand what are the risks involved in the market and internally. And then from there on, then they can sit a strategy meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. That was quite three diverse but converging discussions. My questions to, first of all three of you. I don't know if Martin Luther King Jr. was a visionary or if he was the leader, but this is what he quoted. An intelligent person is the most dangerous person to society. And if I look at all the fraud and corruption, it was the cream of the crop of intelligence. My question to you is, are we equipping our professionals generally to be what we all said, walking on the double-edged sword, either being an enabler or a preventer, or how do we do it? Will legislation standards help us, or do we need to say that we need to get into the souls of our professionals? Anyone like to answer it?
Look, I think the problem is deeper than that, right? So you cannot have a situation where somebody comes into the profession, they go on to do their articles, and then they start working 6 years later, and then you want to throw an IT CPD on them. It starts deeper than that. I think we should go back and look at even our basic education, because otherwise you find that, and I see it now being at a professional body, there's this huge skills gap between those that come from high school and those that are at varsity. Because now, varsity, everybody is now expected to understand technology, and the reality of our country is that it's not everybody's privileged to have those resources in their schools. So now it again creates that inequality gap, so it's getting wider. So now the question becomes, are we doing enough as professional bodies to make sure that we upskill our pipeline of accountants from bottom there, right? And then once they're on board, are we collaborating with the right bodies again to make sure that we are well-rounded because you can't know everything on your own. But then that continuous partnership, I think this is the way of the future in terms of our education system. And I think probably just the entire revision of our education curriculum to look at, can it be integrated? You know, can we stop talking, you're doing, well, I'll reveal my age now, biology and what, I don't know what they're called, they've got nice names now, you know. Can we stop, can we look at probably an integrated system? Because the way of thinking that is required to thrive in today's world does not require those silo mentality learning, especially in technology.
Rashid, from my side, I think it starts before technology. When you talk about schools, like Pat was talking of, I think it's all about morals and values. So even before it's like driving a car. You can drive a car responsibly, having been taught to do so, or recklessly, having no license in doing it. So the thing is, when we go back to school level, I think that we need to go back to morals and values, teaching that to children. When we talk to professionals, I don't think that we have a lack in systems that's available. I think what's lacking is the fact that the professional bodies don't spend enough time educating their members on what is available and what not. So that's a concern for me. And then the other thing is, if you look again to our report to the nations, and you look at the ways that you can detect, and those that's supposed to detect fraud, and all the different levels, well, a lot of emphasis is, for instance, on internal auditors and external auditors. But your internal auditors in the last 2 years only detected 16% of fraud. And if we talk IT-wise, and this is why we're here talking IT, only 1% of all fraud was detected through through IT. Now the question is, why is that? Because we don't have systems. We've got enough systems. My personal opinion is understanding how to use the tools that we've got and understanding the reports that's been populated. We can get all this information, all the reports. If we don't know how to read the reports, that's a problem. So training-wise, we need to become more specialist from professional body point of view in how and what we train our members so they can use the tools the right way to have the right outcome. Currently, the statistics is that, well, in the last 6 to 7 years, it was 5% of all cases, fraud cases, went through the court system successfully. That means prosecutions. That figure dropped to 4%. Why is that? It's because professionals is no longer doing what's expected of them. If you look at all the external auditors and the firms and all the scandals and cases that's against them, now I'm talking about not only the big four, I'm talking of all the other audit firms. The question is, why are they not doing what's expected of them? And that is to protect us, shareholders, general public, and also working those that's working in organizations, companies. Professional bodies need to stand up, step up, and train the right things to the members and make sure that when a person say that they are CFE, professional accountant, chartered accountant, whatever, risk manager, that's not only a title, and that they meet the expectations of the people who appoint you.
Thank you, Jaco. Interesting. Scott,
And yes, thank you,
question for
Rashid.
you
And-
in terms of the professions all around are highly regulated in terms of legislation, standards, etc. And you prove that the level of effective implementation is very low. Do you think that adding more and more standards into the profession to address fraud, corruption, money laundering, whether that will assist us in addressing the issue and minimizing those risks? Or do you think it will just be another tick box approach to say, yes, I've gone through that. I did it when I was studying because it was a module in something else. And when I'm in the real world, I'm chasing money.
Yeah, no, I understand. So let Let me actually, I'll get to that question, but let me address a few things. First, I want to pick up on Pat's comment about the double-edged sword and technology as a risk and an opportunity. So I want to give a few examples here. On the risk side, I've been talking about the Financial Action Task Force, the global anti-money laundering standards. On the risk side, in 2018, for the first time ever, a technology issue was brought into the global anti-money laundering requirements. This was with respect to virtual assets and virtual asset service providers, so cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. So we've had this 40 years worth of anti-money laundering framework that has been developed, and at this recent juncture, they've added these new technology concepts into this, demonstrating that those issues, virtual assets, had become a material risk that needed to be addressed with global standards. That's the first time that's ever happened, and that's quite recent. So that's the risk side. On the opportunity side, you have a large proliferation of new technologies, new apps, new service providers that aim to do customer due diligence and know your customer processes more quickly, more efficiently for banks, for accountants, for lawyers, for others that need to do this type of due diligence. That's an incredible time saver. The reason that there's so much activity in that space is because this is such a costly area for the professions and for banks and other regulated areas to deal with. So there's a lot of technological attention going to that. The point that's really important to make here, though, is that technology is only ever going to be a tool. There's always going to have to be human judgment involved in using these tools. So even in a world where we have the best know your customer due diligence app, a technology solution that can get you all the information you need and be incredibly rigorous, all of these things, it's still going to come down to a human, a professional at the end of the day, to make a judgment call as to whether to do business with this client or not. And that's never going to be outsourced to technology. There's always going to have to be human judgment, professional judgment as part of the equation. And that's where the qualified professional comes in. So that builds off of what Jaco was saying. Effectively, there's this moral, there's the judgment aspect that needs to come into this. You can have incredible technology tools, but at the end of the day, there's going to have to be professional judgment that comes in here. Standards, ultimately, requirements, all of this, without judgment at the end of the story, they're all just on paper. And that's, I think, the really important point to make here. The final thing I would like to say on this is IFAC, as part of our anti-corruption action plan, we're looking and have recently started a survey initiative to understand the education programs of all of the 180 global IFAC members, so including SAIPA. The idea here is we want to understand to what extent money laundering or anti-corruption topics are covered in your qualifying education or in your continuing professional development at any point in time. The goal here is we want to understand at the global level what's being done, what's being taught on corruption and money laundering. As we have a sense that once we look across 180 professional accountancy organizations around the world, we'll get a good sense as to where the gaps are if there needs to be anything addressed at the global level. So maybe there is need for more education in this space. Maybe it needs to be better integrated into accountancy education. It's important to note that the first global anti-money laundering standards came out in 1989. That is not very long ago. And professional accountants were only brought into that framework several years later. So we're really talking about a subject matter that's quite new. And do we need to modify the approach to accountancy education that reflects this and that integrates those topics in a more meaningful way? So thank you, Professor Small. Back over to you.
No, thank you, Scott. Are there any questions from the audience before I ask the esteemed guest a couple of questions that I'd like to ask? Anyone? Yes, there's a gentleman there.
Thank you, Prof. I just want to go a little bit back before technology, and I've been involved in the profession for a long time.
We can see by your age you are big.
Yeah, for a long time. And the debates around the table in very heated meetings at times have always been, and I think it is still around, is the fact that accountants, professional accountants, chartered accountants are of the view that it is not their job to detect fraud in the first place. And I don't think that view has changed. And then the second one is a question to those who are promoting technology as a tool to detect fraud, whether technology will ever be able to exercise professional judgment and professional skepticism, or will those two qualities remain the wealth of accountants? Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Anyone else? There's another gentleman there, and then we'll take the third one there. So I see all people from the center to the left are ethically and non-corrupted, while the right seem to be a bit corrupted, but go ahead.
Thank you, Prof. For me, when I look at the panel, it's supposed to represent the future of us as accountants. Because I think from the morning, we've been saying there's an IT intervention which reduces the role of accountants from being more of a number crunching business to be more of advisory. Now, to be an advisor, you need to have to be equipped with a number of skills, those of a risk, those of an investigative, be part of you, including those of you as an accountant. Now, my question will be, might not be answered now, maybe might need some consideration for the future, but it's more strategic in nature to say, is there any possible, not collaboration per se, but a bilateral agreement between IMSA and the certified risk examiners with SAIPA so that to position us as accountants for the future? Thank you.
Thank you. Then the third one there, Mr. Kamdar. I know you're only asking questions because I'm sitting here, but you know I'm always right, but go ahead.
I just want to raise two issues very quickly.
Second hand. Hey? I don't care. I said I'll take the easy questions. About the second-hand motor industry and insurance. When I drove in here, I didn't know where to park my car because I have a second-hand car and the other cars were all new cars. So I think it has been reversed, so it doesn't exist any longer. And then the next one is about technology, and I think that is where Pat spoke about. We need to think about technology proactively. We must stop being reactive to say, oh, this is a side effect, what do I do? If I'm proactive, and I want to do a simple example, Faith, can I have 3 more minutes? 3 minutes max. Okay, a simple example. I want all of you to look at the palm of your hand and tell me, what do you see? If you are seeing lines, then you are the accountants of yesterday and of the present. If you can see what's happening behind your hand, then you are a futuristic accountant that will know how to deal with technology and future issues, incapacitating yourself. So, anyone want to answer Carl's question? You know about the professional skepticism and professional judgment. But he can listen to me when I have my digifusion, but I'd like to hear your opinion.
I'll quickly deal with the easy ones as well. Just to talk about the skepticism. There's a lot of machine learning taking place within organizations. If you read the report again, I referred to, I think it will talk to your questions and also give you some examples. There's a lot of machine learning taking place, but the machine can never compensate for your good common sense. So while we've got the common sense on our side, the skill sets that we developed and keep on developing, a computer cannot replace that. So I agree with Pat on that side. But if you stagnate, and a lot of our members do, they try to specialize in a specific industry within a specific department, and then they tend to forget that there's a bigger world outside. If you don't network, if you don't attend sessions like these, if you don't talk to one another, if you don't share information, I can tell you, the machine is going to replace you because they can think and they get updated. They talk to one another. The developers talk to one another. Pertaining to your question, sir, second car dealers is still a problem. There's a huge problem with them. If you look at systems, there is systems that's developed to assist insurers to detect the second car dealers that use parts that shouldn't be there. There's systems that's been implemented at police stations to look at where numbers have been hit on the serial numbers have changed, things like that. So that is taking place. So there's machines that is starting to assist the police departments. Will they be able to take over? I'm not sure. What you can do is there is a session on that coming up at our Fraud Awareness Week on the 14th. It is for free. Talk to Rashid. He'll give you that information. Pertaining to your pulse, I'll answer you now. If you visit the right doctor, your doctor should know your body and should be able to give you the right medication so you don't need a pill on a pill on a pill. All right. Just on the last gentleman, before I take your question, and Pat can answer as well, we are working closely together with SAIPA. We've developed together the forensic accounting standards, and we're going to develop a number of other standards for our profession. When I say our profession, I agree again with what Scott said as well as with what Pat said here. You need to be multidisciplined in order to be doing exceptional work and stand out above the rest. That's one of the reasons why we wrote the standards. So you need to have more than one skill set. I don't agree with you. You need more than one designation to enable you to understand and to do what's expected of you. By the way, I understand your reasoning of mitigation. From my perspective, we mitigate aggressively. So we go after the criminals, we make sure that we stop the loopholes, we make sure that we get the money back, and we put the person in jail. And then we've mitigated the risk of the organization. So from that point of view, it's also your understanding of it. Hope that answers. You've got a question now for Pat, I assume.
I just want to raise one question. It's widely known that second-hand car dealers have a knack of reducing the odometer reading of motor cars. So if a car has done 200,000 kilometers, they have a way of reversing that. How are you going to use IT to minimize that?
Well, in the current cars, all your cars are driven electronically. So at the back end, we can actually go to the computer and do a full audit on the back end of that car as well. So there's ways of doing it, but that's a discussion for another day. I think Pat also wants to comment.
I was saved by the clock.
Thanks,
Faith is still busy.
and the MCs are also quite ready to come up. But thank you for the discussion. Thank you for your questions. And I think all I can say is watch the space to see how professional accountants won't save the world, but beat fraud, corruption, and technology. Thank you very much to all the guests.
Thank you so much, Prof. Apologies for rushing you off, but we actually are between us and the gala dinner. So we still need to go and get ready for the gala dinner. And we have our last speaker, and we will take the highlights tomorrow so that we save on time, because they still need to turn this room around to the gala space. Just to add that SAIPA is doing quite a lot. One of our primary aims is in our strategy for the next few years. We have got fighting against fraud and corruption as one of our primary objectives. And watch the space, because there is a lot that we actually are going to be doing together with the professional bodies that we are going to be linking up with. And Advocate Motibi from the SIU, we will be in touch with them and collaborate as far as possible in fighting this scourge that is facing our country. So I do not want to waste time, but let me also just indicate, for those that wanted to go back home and carried their outfits just in case, you don't really have to go back home. You can use our change rooms, or you can speak to any of us that are staying at the hotel so that you can go freshen up and get ready for the gala dinner, because we really want to start on time for the gala dinner. And with the load shedding, you know how the traffic lights are. So even if it's 5 minutes away, it's going to be an hour away with the lights that are out. So we will now hear from one of our sponsors, which is DraftWorks. El Stein is going to come up on stage. He's in person? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so he will be coming to the brief that we gave our sponsors is that they need to be speaking to us as to how technology can be utilized in ensuring that we are enhancing what we are doing as a profession. So El, with 22 years in the industry and DraftWorks being around for over 22 years, where it has been a solution to our financial reporting. So he is going to be telling us how we can use not DraftWorks products, but technology in ensuring that we are delivering a quality service to our clients. Thanks, El.
My name is Earl Stein. I'm the founder of Am I good? Okay, good. Well, that's going to cost you. Hello, everybody. My name is Earl Stein. I'm the founder of a solution called DraftWorks. And well, what do we do? Well, a few years ago, we were the underdog in financial statements and working papers. Now, with the last MAP survey, we are now 4 times bigger and used more than our closest competitors. Well, basically the only other competitor in the market. So we're very proud of our achievements. And we thank all of our clients for putting us there. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to do that. So we are a South African company, but we're a company that's looked beyond our borders, and we've been using technology and we've been innovating. And we started with this desktop product. And in the last few years, we've started to move to the cloud. And for those DraftWorks desktop users, don't worry, we still love you. Desktop isn't going anywhere. Okay, but cloud offers a lot of nice little benefits. Jerry, I'm not sure if you can pull it up. Perfect. So with cloud, we have a numerous amount of benefits. And one of the main benefits is the ability to go across borders very easily. So if you pop in to add a new client, what we're doing around DraftWorks is we're looking at the globalization of accountants. Why stick to South African borders? Why stick to doing South African companies where we have so many neighbors? Where if you know IFRS or IFRS SME, you can spread out into the rest of the world. If you look at the UK, their frameworks are much simpler. So for us to go and prepare financials for the UK and charge in pounds is absolutely ridiculous. FRS 105 is basically a balance sheet income statement and one or two notes. A dormant entity, this is quite an interesting one. One of our island entities was dormant. They charged us 750 euros for a set of financial statements that was dormant. Okay, so South Africans, think about the possibilities. And through our technology, we've now enabled multiple countries. You can sign up to DraftWorks, and you can go and select the country that you want to draft for. When you get into that country, you can select the applicable frameworks, and in those frameworks, it'll give you guidance on the Companies Act. It'll have the Companies Act implemented. It will have the accounting frameworks implemented as well for your reporting. The best thing about DraftWorks Cloud, no subscription fees, okay? No monthly payments, no annual payments, no user payments. It's purely pay as you go. So a big change happened in COVID. We saw the rise of what I call the part-time accountants. Everybody that was now employed, unfortunately that had been retrenched or salaries had been reduced, looked for an alternative stream, revenue stream. We saw 3,000 new users within a space of 6 months come onto cloud. That's now doubled since COVID hit to about 6,000 practices and just expanding. Because you can control your cost, if you need to do a set of financial statements, you'll know your input costs, you know exactly what you can charge your clients. Again, no subscription fees, no monthly fees, no nothing. Pay for what you use. So if you need to do a little CC, 115 bucks, including that. You need to do a PTY, 230. If you need to load any assurance working papers, compilation, review, just load it on as you go, as you use it. It will just charge you. Simple, basic. Okay. Unlimited users. So load your entire practice on to DraftWorks Cloud. Okay. Don't get charged. Now, what we then did, we expanded across the borders, and we've loaded all of our neighbor countries. You'll then also see within this week or next week, we'll be bringing online Mauritius, we'll be bringing online Liberia, Zimbabwe, UKI, Ireland, and of course all the breakdowns for England, Wales, Jersey, Guernsey. All of that is coming live in the next few weeks. So you can now start to spread your wings. Our integrations, simple. You can go and you can integrate into all the major accounting systems. And I heard there was machine learning talked about earlier. When we do our integrations, when we're drafting financial statements, you import a trial balance, and we do something called linking, which is the categorization. It's just a first-year item where you tell your TB where to go. Very simple, but often time-consuming. So what we've been doing is we've been bringing in machine learning. Okay, it's a nice new buzzword, as at least everyone stopped saying artificial intelligence. It drives me mad. So what machine learning does is it will look at your trial balance that you've imported, and you might have an account called ABSA. Now, to you and me, we know that that's a bank. To a computer system, it doesn't know it. If you look at our link numbers, our map numbers, we have bank balance. It doesn't know to tie up the two. But it will now look at the account number, and it will go look at all of our million-plus financials in the cloud, and it'll go and say, okay, who links ABSA to what? And it'll be bank balance, and it'll automatically link that. So you can import a TB, and you can have machine learning link that TB in a few seconds. And it's going to be accurate as hell. The only thing that you might need to change is maybe shareholders' loan might be moved from a current to non-current, etc. Open up your financials are done. As quick and easy as that. Roll forward next year, import the new TB, and you're good to go. So some nice technology just coming to make your financial statements easy to use. And I I'm a previous accountant. I used to always make my money from financials. That was the cherry on top. So if you can spend 5 minutes or 10 minutes getting a draft set of financial statements out there, that's a lot of nice money. Your client doesn't need to know that it took you 10 minutes. So actually, I got an SMS the other day from clients that rolled forward, imported the TV, took me 20 minutes, charged 8 hours. Thank you very much. And that's what we do. Debit and credit is easy and systems do that, but the cherry on the top for our income is financials. So we want to try and make it as easy as possible for you. The nice thing for those of you that do use desktop, the machine learning component is also going to come down to desktop in the near future. So we're looking forward to the future. It's been a pleasure to sponsor the SAIPA event. If you have any questions, we'll be out at the back. Thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful dinner. Thank you for your time. Appreciate all of our clients. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy. Take care. Cheers.
Thank you very much. And yeah, for those of you that want to draft financial statements in a seamless way, DraftWorks seems to be the way to go. It's been a remarkably long day, and of course, the day is not over yet because the highlight for some people is going to be the gala dinner, and I'm not sure what to expect. Faith, what do you think is going to happen?
We have a very good lineup for everyone. As you go away and put on your cocktail dresses, you put on your tuxes, you then come back here. Outside right now, there are refreshments, so you can help yourself to that. And you can then go freshen up and come back ready for the gala dinner. There will be, I'm told, a champagne, a chimpompo fountain that will be somewhere bottomless. So you can actually come and enjoy, or else go and fight with Kaya on the bar. Yes, you do have competitors that are going to be there to fight you. And also don't forget your dancing shoes, because we will be letting it down until the early hours of the morning and still be ready for tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being such a wonderful audience today. We really have learned quite a lot. And it also is telling us that as professionals, we have got a long way to go. There are a lot of things that we need to go back, absorb, and see how we implement, because that is quite important for us. We cannot just listen and hear, but we need to implement. Just a question that has been coming up. For attending the accounting Indaba, you are entitled to a maximum of 10 hours. So in various categories.
Not 10 hours at the bar, 10 CPD hours.
CPD hours. And those 10 CPD hours will be automatically loaded onto your profile. You don't have to do anything. They will be automatically loaded to your profile if you are a SAIPA member. And for the non-SAIPA members, they will be issued with certificates of attendance. Those that are joining us remotely, unfortunately, you will only be entitled to the number of hours that you spent on the program, not when you left the computer running and went to do other things, because the system that we are using is going to tell us exactly how many minutes you were online and actively participating online. So that's what's going to happen. So please do not worry about your CPD hours. And yes, please give us about 2 weeks, because we need to do all of those reconciliations before we actually load the hours for you, but we will do it as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, go freshen up, come back looking dashing, and we will see you at the gala dinner at 6:30. But right from 6:15, I believe from 6:15, the cocktail and welcome drinks will actually be ready for you. See you later.
Uthando lwakho lusanele sonke, umkhulu ngalekhela, imanga zawo umhlaba wonke, amaZulu nomhlaba, uyakudumisa,
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could please ask that everybody clear the room. We'd like to do a changeover. If you could please move out and clear the room. Thank you.
Still sound right. You are the sovereign God. Bonke utiko, akekho onjengawe. Bonke utiko, you are the sovereign God. Kithi bonke utiko, akekho onjengawe. Bonke utiko, you are the sovereign God.
Sukuzoke siyathandaza uphendula ngothando awehlulwa lutho uthando lwakho lusanele sonke umkhulu ngalendlela imakaza umhlaba wonke amazulu nomhlaba uyakudumisa kala uJehova yena ungaphezu kwakho konke konke kuba bonke Thixo akekho njengawe konke kuba bonke sibathandaza umhlaba wonke Asimona mfana nawe, asimona mjengawe, welupagele wenda ukezi peso babo bonke, Still sound right. Ubonke uThixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Oh, bonke uThixo, akekho onjengawe. Oh, bonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Getting oh, bonke uThixo, akekho onjengawe. Oh, bonke uThixo, you are the sovereign God. Nsuku zonke siyathandaza, uphendula ngothando, awehlulwa lutho, uthando lwakho lusanele sonke, umkhulu ngalendlela, imangaza umhlaba wonke, amazulu nomhlaba, uyakudumisa, kala, oh, uJehova yena ungaphezu kwakho konke, konke kubo bonke Thixo, akekho njengawe, kubo bonke sibathandaza umhlaba wonke, akekho Asibonanga mfana nawe, asibonanga njengawe, wena ufakele wena ugeze phezu kwabo bonke, akekho njengawe, kubo bonke Thixo, akekho njengawe, kubo bonke Thixo.
Still sound right. Ubonke uthixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uthixo, you are the sovereign God. Ubonke uthixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uthixo, you are the sovereign God. Kithi ubonke uthixo akekho onjengawe. Ubonke uthixo, you are the sovereign God. Yeah. Nsuku zonke siyathandaza, uphendula ngothando, awehlulwa lutho. Uthando lwakho lusanele sonke, umkhulu ngalendlela, imangaza umhlaba wonke, amazulu nomhlaba uyakudumisa. Kala ngcwele, oh, ayingcwele, unguJehova wena, ungaphezu kwakho konke. Ubonke kubo bonke uThixo, akekho njengawe. Ubonke kubo bonke, sibathandaza umhlaba wonke. Akekho
Last night I saw you standing and I started pretending I knew you, you knew me too. And just like a moment, you were too shy. But you weren't the only cause, so was I. And I dreamed of you ever since. Now I build up my confidence that next time you come my way, I know just what to say. Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. I started to write you letters, but I wanted to be more clever. I wanted to get down and speak of you, baby. But just like a baby, I could not talk, and I tried to come closer, but could not.
Hey, how are you? Dalam masjid. Yes. Now take dollars.Unda dufika kwasolokujahile. Kwasolokujahile lapha etrafikini yajaha. No. Kulokusiza nami itafulanyana babela. Yeah. You know. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's make a show out of it. You know. Yeah. Bago pa ba sa sura ka pa? Pwede si pero staff ne. Babe, bukan selela. Bukan selela atas. Atas kita lah masuk pita.
makes any difference. I still love you, girl. You're my weakness. You change my world. Share my life. Trust in me. You're all I want. Everything I need. Ooh, baby. Makes any difference. I give you all my heart. Girl, my sun sets anywhere you are. Maybe I'm a dreamer. You're still my queen. Your love's like a river, girl. It's running right through me. Share my life. Share. Hey, girl. You can trust in me. Trust, baby. Girl. You're all I want. You're all. Hey, girls. You're everything I need. Hey, babe. You're my dream and my joy. My heart belongs to you, girl. So I sat down one day and I wrote this song. 'Cause I need you in my world. Share my life, baby. Share. Hey, girl. You can trust in me, girl. Trust, baby. Girl. You're all I want. You're all, baby. I want. Baby. You're everything I need. Yeah. I really mean it, babe. Share. Hey, girl. I'll give you what you want, babe. Share. Baby. Hey, if you want it, you can have it. Share. Baby, it's yours. Listen, I want you right here in my world, here in my life, here in my soul. I want the world to know that I need you, baby. I believe you, girl. I'll never deceive you. Share my life, baby. Share my life, baby. Share my life, baby. Share my life, girl. Share my life, baby. Well, my friends, the time is come. Raise the roof and have some fun. Throw away the work to be done. Let the music play on. Everybody sing, everybody dance. Lose yourself in wild romance. We're going to party, caramba, fiesta, forever. Come on and sing along. We're going to party, caramba, fiesta, forever. Come on and sing along all night long. all night long, all night long, people dancing all in the street, see the rhythm all in their feet. Life is good, wild and sweet. Let the music play on, play. Feel it in your heart and feel it in your soul. Let the music take control. We're going to party, night, fiesta, forever. Come on and sing my song all night long. Oh, all night long. Yes, all night long. All night long. Yeah, once you get started, you can't sit down. Come join the fun, it's a miracle. Everyone's dancing their troubles away. Come join our party and see how we play. Somebody takes it to more. Yeah, jumbo, jumbo, reach your party, go, we go. Oh, jumbo, somebody takes it to more. Yeah, jumbo, jumbo. Oh, yeah, we're gonna have a party. All night long, all night, all night long, all night, all night long, all night, all night long. Everyone you meet, they're jamming in the street all night long. Yeah, I said, everyone you meet, they're jamming in the street all night long. Feel good. All night. In 1,000,000 years, I never thought I'd meet someone that's perfect. I never thought that someone could make my mind go around in circles. I never thought there was a beach with jet black sand in Jersey. Like my legs, I can't walk around without you. Like my heart, the rhythm bound to change without you. The way it beats, tapping on my mind when I think about you, girl. Holding on, I can't let go of you. Oh yeah, should I heard that it never really rains in Arizona? That's what I heard, and it came from the mouth of the one that I'm all in love with, girl. Like the words of a preacher to the ears of a deacon. Yeah, I don't see the same when you're sleeping. I'm so in love, in love. Guess I'm going to Arizona. I can't walk around without you. Walk around without you. Like my heart, the rhythm bound to change without you. The way it beats, tapping on my mind when I think about you, girl. Holding on, I can't let go of you. Holding on, I can't let go of you. Now, if I had to choose between money and you, girl, give me sunshine and rain, pleasure and pain. Oh, I'd rather be holding your body. I can't walk without you, girl, no. Baby, yeah. Like my heart, you like my heart. The rhythm bound change, girl. The way it beats, tapping on my mind when I think about you, girl. Holding on, I can't let go of you. Holding on, I can't let go of you. Holding on, I can't let go of you. Never too busy. I'm never too busy for you, babe. Never too busy. No. I've got things on my mind. I'm not too busy for you. I'm not too busy if you're feeling alone. I'm not too busy for you. I'm not too busy. Girl, when we first started, we were spending all our time together in love. Now we're growing old and you're afraid of losing me. Don't be. Even though I might not show it, I feel like you're mine. And just so you know it, you have my attention. Anything you need at all, I'll be there when you call me. Taking my time, but I'm too late.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Please find your seat as the show is about to begin in a few minutes. Thank you.
To introduce, no, she hasn't.
Want.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make a noise for Megan Carlson.
There ain't no gold in this river that I've been washing my hands in forever. I know there is hope in these waters, but I can't bring myself to swim when I am drowning in this silence. Baby, let me in. Go easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I was supposed to do. So go easy on me, on me. There ain't no room for things to change when we are both so deeply stuck in our ways. You can't deny how hard I've tried. I changed who I was to put you both first, but now I give up Go easy on me, baby. I was still the world around me. I had no time to choose what I was supposed to do. So go easy on me, on me. I had and the highest hopes, but I know right now it probably doesn't even show. Go easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around us, what I'm supposed to do. So go easy on me, on me. Kerwin, you can give me a little bit of reverb. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Kerwin, could you start that track again, please? Can I get more volume on track, please? Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful, yes. Shine bright like a diamond. Fine light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I were like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star I see. I'm alive, we're like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away, all right away. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I saw the light inside your eyes. You were like diamonds in the sky. I too was so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Oh, 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 we're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Oh, 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 we're beautiful. Universe as we moonshine Emily, feel the warmth, they'll never die. We're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star I see, vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I saw the light inside your eyes. You and I, we're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I too was so alive. We're beautiful. Oh, we're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Oh, oh, oh.
We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. 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 Oh, yeah. Hey, yeah. You don't know, babe. And kiss me slowly, it's the sweetest thing. And it don't change. If I had it my way, you would know that you are. You're the coffee that I need in the morning. You're my sunshine in the rain when it's pouring. Won't you give yourself to me? Give it all. Ooh, I just wanna see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. I know you're a star. Where you go, I'll follow. If life is a movie, then you're the best part. Oh, you're the best part. Oh, the best part. It's the sunrise and those brown eyes. Yes, you're the one that I desire. How we make love, it makes me feel so nice. You're the water when I'm stuck in the desert. You're the Tylenol I take when my head hurts. You're the sunshine of my life. I just wanna see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. You go, I'll follow, no matter how far. If life is a movie, then you're the best part. Oh, you're the best part. Oh, the best part. And if you love me, won't you say something? And if you love me, won't you? Oh, and if you love me, won't you say something? And if you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you? And if you love me, won't you say something? And if you love me, won't you? Oh, and if you love me, won't you say something? Won't you? Oh, you're the best part. Oh, the best part. Oh, I can't believe it. You're a dream coming true. Oh, I can't believe I have fallen for you. And I was not looking, was content to remain. And it's ironic to be back in the game. You're the one who who's led me to the sun. How could I know that I was lost without you? And I want to tell you, you control my reign. And you should know that you are life in my veins. Oh, you are the one who's led me to the sun. How could I know that I was lost without you? And I can't believe it. You're a dream coming true. Oh, I can't believe. And I was not looking, was content to remain. And it's erotic to be back in the game. Oh, you're a dream coming true. Oh, my, how I, to me, you're a dream, you're a dream. Oh, my, how I'm falling for you. To me, you're a dream, you're a dream. Oh, my, how I'm falling for you. Ooh, you're a dream, you're a dream. Oh, my, ooh, oh, to me. All the single ladies, all the single ladies, all you single ladies. Now put your hands up. Up in the club. Thing you decided to dip, now you're gonna trip. Another brother noticed me. I'm up on him, he up on me. Don't pay him any attention, 'cause I cried my tears for 3 good years. You can't be mad at me, 'cause if you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it. 'Cause if you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it. Cause if you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it. Oh, 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 oh. I got gloss on my lips, a man on my hips, fit me tighter than my dairy on jeans. Acting up, drink in my cup. I couldn't care less what you think. I need no permission. Did I mention? Don't pay him any attention. It's had your turn, and now you're gonna learn what it really feels like to miss me. 'Cause if you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it. And don't be mad when she say that he won't it. 'Cause if you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it. Oh, 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 oh. Don't treat me to these things of the world. I'm not that kind of girl. Your love. And here's a man that makes me, takes me, delivers me to destiny, infinity and beyond. Pull me into your arms and say I'm the one. I'll be gone. All the single ladies, all the single ladies. Now put your hands up. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your evening.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Lashipha isakazuka isikhumba sengqongqo. Vulani indlela kugabuka ubumnyama. Bina jojo. Khandana amachiza konakala ukuhlala. Ha! Namhla sigagene kodwa ndinguyinongqawusa intombi kamhlakaza. Yena wadiliza intaba zikaXhosa. Diligubeve lemvelo utiba ujiyani siba soshubela abantwana ukhala khululumla abantwana. Umgodi omdala wadida amantshotshi inkomo zikaThimba inkomo zikaSijekula. Inkomo zikaNwambe ezadla intsimi kaBhangqoza ikhukuza zayitshayela zemka nengqambu. Namhlanje sibhiyoza ngengqongqo ingqalelo yokugcina inkcubeko nocwangco. SAIPA udizama SAIPA usifuba sibanziswa ikwangamadoda embadu. SAIPA the global moss. The dusky dragons will snow like a morning dew on a mountain Hermon. Uthi kaniphume nithi qada. Nithi qada. Come one, come all. Let us celebrate the 40 years of your wealth. My wealth. Our wealth. Our generational wealth. Oh, dijagameni lobuntu. you, which is the first principle of accountability. Phesheya kwencimo, phesheya komlambo, phesheya kwencimo, phesheya komlambo. Zibuyile inkomo zikatata, zibuyile inkomo zikatata, zibuyile hayi inkomo zikatata beziyolobola amavili. Owe aye wawo. Namni nalanti ubonayo kamazolwandla yayaluzela na. Hayi. Is it a daffodil in the Rocky Valley? Inyibibi intyatyambe eqaqamleyo enqabene ezithotyeni ngaphakathi kwamalwalwa kusini na? Hayi! Yisaipa! Accountants! Moving! Spinning within the merry-go-round of the rotating earth, advancing our lives, instilling a sense of responsibility towards continuous review and development of the policies that will regulate our wealth, concurrently building unity in diversity. In SAIP, you find us. In SAIP, we reach our global dream. For SAIP is the source of power in fulfilling God's purpose about your lives. Inclining marriage alls in the bright lights, in the midst of flickering fires, glittered by cold. Highlight and enlightening the sentimental life relevance and realities of soul blessing. The glimpse of soul glory is the reflection of patriotic love. The treasure of Almighty Creator's gift within you and me. Ngacho makhawa sekhaya, ngacho makwathini, ngacho zintokazi, ngacho nani bafazi. I know it has not been easy. The journey to transformation. The hill has not been scarlet. It's been slippery. But through your compassion and dedication, this world has become a better place to live in. Sitting you are the gold. You are the original gold. You are the continental gold. You are the regional gold. You are the African gold. You are the global gold. SAIPA is the gold. As the ancient times of Egypt, where the oldest gold artifact dating 1352 BC to the ancient golden rhino of Mapungube found in the royal graves of our African kings and queens. To all the astronauts that explore a global planet with courage and resilience, masichile choche madoda, singunga singumshele, sikhanse sizombelela, sikhanse unongelemba, and tell our own story, build our own story, for we are the ones who will blow our own horn. Today is the time. The time is now. The time is now for us to build the Ark of Covenant. Lifikile ilixa lokuba sakhe ityala yomnqophiso. This Ark of Covenant will ensue peace and tranquility to silence the guns in our country, in the African continent, and the world at large. This Ark of Covenant will enable all the trade policies, including the Continental Free Trade Agreement. It is the duty of SAIPA to enable these policies. ensuring the decommodification of commodities. It is the duty of SAIPA to hold and take charge of their own commodities and monitor the value chain, ensuring the beneficiation and safeguard the illicit outflows. Now is the time for SAIPA to stand up and ensure that the policies of the human capital, prioritizing with the women and children in this country, are being our wealth, for we are the embodiment of humanity. Ubutyebi bubutyebi ngathi. Oh, we are the eternity. We are the eternal wealth that is built on top of the great generations, our kings and queens, our political leaders, the great icon of humanity, Nelson Mandela. Remember, ones who have made it possible for the world markets to trade in gold, in diamonds, and the food our stomachs still in. And today, it feels good to be an African. I am not an African because I was born in Africa, but I'm an African because Africa was born in me. ngenye imini ingqungquliya kwambheki inhlabeni egcwele yokhakhayi longovya kwamadhiba umalala ejongile emhlaca amagusha kwimilondo ekhaya elancancathi limakhakhakhakha elakhoma amakhoba lamakhoba angentshutshena ngoncuma emfazweni atsho adiliza ishumi lamadoda ngaxeshanye. Thabo Mbeki once said, hello hoy, hello hoy, hello hoy, home home. I am an African. I owe my being to the hills and the valleys. Seas, the trees, the deserts, the flowers, and the ever-changing seasons that define the face of our native land. Remember, we come from all those who were transported from India and China, whose being solely the fact that they could provide physical labor. Those who taught us that we could both be at home but foreign. Demanded freedom as a necessary condition for human existence. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Keep on digging deep that hive of prestigious knowledge and wisdom and bring the traditional leadership, bring the thought leaderships on the table for the enablement of our policies to build the generational wealth. Thina ke nto zaziyo bethu nasothuka nganto kuba kaloku madoda le nto into yaloo nto athi kamakhosi isikhova ququmbelathi esiphilayo sesithethwayo esihlelwe ke sidla ukuhlala. Keep on keeping on and take courage. Uthi uJoshua, uJehova umdali wezulu nomhlaba kuJoshua chapter 1 verse 5, akuyiko mamntu phambi kwakho kuyo yonke imihla ukudla kwakho ubomi, kodwa yomelela ukhaliphe, be strong. Gloom and despondency have never defeated adversity. We should not be despondent when the weather is bad, nor become triumphalist because the sun shines. For our strength as people is not tested during the best of times. Trying times need courage and resilience. Thina ke nto zaziyo sothuka nganto masitshile sitshotshe madoda sikhathe sizombelela sikhathe nongelemba sithi halala SAIPA halala, halala SAIPA halala. 40 years to the night to come. Say, mandiniya kabafazi balenda ubona thakatha. Ndiyahamba, ndiyahamba, ndiyancincelele.
Wow. Can we please give Jessica another round of applause? Wow. I think my hairs are up on my, anybody else with goosebumps? Anybody else with goosebumps? Wow, just one more time for Jessica. Whoa, I could see some guys, you know, trying to translate to people that didn't understand Xhosa. I'm watching, you know, as she's saying, you know, Mandela wati. He turns to him, Mandela said. And then he says, ah! Hey. Master! I also didn't hear there, but let's nod. All right. Well, thank you so much, Jessica. Well, you guys have actually had an amazing day, right? First day of the Indaba, and it's been how many years since we met actually physically like this, right? Right? COVID has been an issue, right? So now we get content that you've had today was definitely designed for your guys and the current needs of an accountancy professional. I heard you discuss stuff like how AI works, women in accounting, metaverse, NFTs, networking like a pro. You guys were networking like pros already, so I'm sure you guys were also teaching that. And also the all-important topics, but to push those aside right now and to go straight into our celebration of the evolution of finance through technology. We are celebrating SAIPA's 40-year anniversary. 4 decades of striving to be the best. And the pride we feel because we know what we've become, right? One of the foremost and most respected professional accountancy organizations. And as we celebrate for our 40th anniversary, I think it's time we just take a look back at some of the great stuff that we've done over the years. We'll check it decade by decade. For example, in the 80s, it was evident from the start that SAIPA's goal was to build accounting capacity that inclusive to all racial groups, you know, and championing the acceptance of Black accountants in. We became the first accountancy institute in South Africa to establish our presence on the World Wide Web. And then in the early 2000s, we were marked by growth and expansion beyond South Africa, with agreements with Russia, Australia, and other international PAOs. In 2011, SAIPA became a founding stakeholder and permanent board member of the Pan-African Federation of Accountants, which allowed us to play an influential capacity and professional excellence. Yes, we are definitely proud of where we are right now because we know where we come from. We know who we are right now, but we are confident of what is more to come. Here's to the next 40 years. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 SAIPA Gala Dinner and Awards. It is said that 1 out of every 3 people is either remarkably beautiful or exceptionally handsome. It's a scientific fact, but I'd like for us to prove it right here, right? That 1 out of every 3 people is either remarkably beautiful or amazingly handsome. So let's put it to the test. I'd like for you to turn them real well. Just look at them very well. Turn to the person on your right. Turn to the person on your right. Look at them, like look at them down from head to toe. Yeah? It's obvious it's not one of them. You're the beautiful one. Give yourself a round of applause. My name is Lebogang Mokoena. I will be your mood engineer. Short and entertaining. But just to greet everybody by title, to all the board members, a very good evening to you, to the executive committee, to our stakeholders, our affiliates, the students, sponsors, partners, our members, and also those non-members who are hoping that today convinces them to sign on the dotted line. A special welcome to also our guests that are joining us online. Since the advent of COVID, you know, we've had the possibility of actually hosting things virtually too. So a very good evening to you guys joining us at home. We are having a wonderful time right here, and I hope you and your family there at home are doing exactly the same thing. I spoke to him a little bit earlier about turning 40, that SAIPA turning 40, and he said he has a sense of pride when he looks back, which is only just matched by the excitement of what still lies ahead. Said that obviously since we're turning 40, she's honored to have served as a professional body so steeped in rich history, yet open to embracing the future. But as a human, when you turn 40, it's a little different than an organization. To those that haven't turned 40 yet, well, here are a few tips of what's going to happen. First of all, when you turn 40, if you're a guy, everybody starts calling you uncle. If you're a lady, all of a sudden you're a Tani. You're a Tani or mom someone. Your birthday present is usually something to deal with your old age. If you're a guy, it's nose hair trimmers. And if you're a lady, it's usually something to in some way. They say that at 40, we start looking like our driver's license pictures. To the guys that are in high school, enjoy how you look right now. When you turn 40, you will remember this speech right here. Just to start with the housekeeping rules for everyone that is here, in the unlikely event of an emergency, please do not run. We will use the following exits that I am going to show you. We'll use 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those are our doors that we will use in an orderly fashion. Mr. Daniels, I've kept a secret exit for you and I. In case the emergency is serious, we need to keep SAIPA going. It's here at the back, don't worry. And then in terms of smoking, please note, I did try to speak to the venue. I begged them. I said, what about Inzu? Can't they smoke that? They said, no. What about a vape? They said, no. I said, what if it has a flavor? They said, no. So to those who smoke, it does remain a non-smoking venue, but you can do so outside by the balcony. All right, and your phones, everybody got your phones? Please take out your smartphones right now. The reason I want you to take out your smartphones is because a little bit later, we are going to have a party, as you see the dance floor right here in front of me. But I want you to take a picture of what you looked like when the event started. This is just to ensure that you have a memory of how great you looked when. All right, so usually when you are on your own, it's known as a selfie. When you're on your own, it's a selfie, right? But when you are with others, it's known as an ASI. So let's take an ASI together, the largest that SAIPA has ever taken, and I will count us down. All right. And if you are appearing in someone else's picture, at least smile. All right, let's go. Are you guys ready? All right, hold your smartphones. I can see the guys with Huawei's are shy to take them out. Take out that Huawei, man. Take it out. You know? All right, let's hold us. You can see the iPhone users are like, woo! Does everyone want to be in my picture? iPhone 11, man, just wait. All right, are you ready, guys? Let's all hold our phones. I will count us down. I will count us down. Are you ready? When I say go, we all say 2, 1. SAIPA! All right. Well, now you can take those phones, put them on silent, and keep it somewhere where it won't distract you, so that this just becomes a memorable experience that you experience with all of your senses. Because as you know, that SAIPA is a professional accounting organization committed to serving and protecting public interest. 40 years of influencing, uplifting, transforming, pioneering, advancing the profession, and a pioneer to the South African economy. We have such an amazing program for you today. We get to hear from our keynote speaker all the way from the United Kingdom. Then we hand out the awards for various categories before we acknowledge some of our fallen heroes who will not be forgotten. And then after dinner, we say goodbye to our outgoing board, and then we get to hear from our current chair on her experience in serving in the board. And then on top of all of that, we have seasoned musicians who are absolutely passionate about creating everlasting memories that will wow you and put you on the dance floor for the whole night. We end off the night with our fire DJ, but for now, I think it's time we started off well. But before I get Mr. Daniel is listening and everybody follows instructions really well, all right? So I would like for you to just put everything down and put your hands like this quickly. Your hands, Just hold your hands like this. Yeah, too much today. All right, put your hands like this. Fantastic. All right, I'm gonna count. 1, 2, 3. When I get to 3, I will say go, and then we clap just like that. Like saying the instruction is too easy. Everybody got it? To the matriculants, you got it? All right. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, go. You said the instruction was easy. I saw you, ma'am. You actually even gave me the eye. Like, oh, this guy, right? But what's an important lesson in that is that people don't follow what you say. They follow what you do. So from today, as we are obviously setting the tone, I want you to set an example for yourself. I want you to bring your full self to this event right here. There was a small boy who had so many marbles, beautiful marbles, and a girl for a little girl. So the boy said, I also want some sweets. Is there a way we could swap? All right. Girl said, definitely, we can definitely swap. Tomorrow we meet, we swap our stuff. All right. Boy went to his house, and as he was taking his marbles, he said, you know what? Let me put some, the nice ones away, and just take these ugly ones. Went to the girl. Girl went to her stash, and she said, I'm sure he's packing all his marbles. Let me take all my sweets to come and give. All right, then the meeting happened. Then the boy said, here's your marbles. The girl said, here are my sweets. They all went their merry way. The girl slept peacefully at night, knowing what she did. The boy was tossing and turning, thinking, she kept her best sweets, this girl. And the lesson from there is that if you don't bring your full self today, you're going to think that someone else is also not bringing their full self. Please bring your whole self here today. All right? Be part of the celebration. Shout with me. Scream with me. Have fun with me. Take a dumb selfie with me. But make sure that your full self is here to enjoy. All right. Are you ready for fun? Are you ready for fun? To the kids there, are you ready for fun? Oh, are they here? To the kids, are you ready for fun? No, you know what the problem is, guys? Technology. They are used to screaming with an emoji. They are used to responding to everything with a WhatsApp. They're telling their friend, this guy is so awesome. But with just an emoji doing this, Nothing, no words whatsoever. I'm telling you, my wife and I were like, let's check our son's phone and check what he's talking about. After 2 minutes, we're like, we don't know what he's saying. You know? So I understand you guys. We'll try have a chat line where you can just use your fingers. All right. As I said, we want to start off the night really well. And to start it off, I want to bring a man that has held numerous leadership positions in non-governmental and professional oriented towards small, medium, and micro enterprises. He's held in high esteem as an innovative and visionary leader in all spheres of the profession, both nationally and internationally. A man who is very passionate about the profession and taking it to the next level. Executive Officer for SAIPA, Mr. Shahid Daniels.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, members, stakeholders, sponsors. It's really a good evening to have you here tonight. And it's really my pleasure and honor to welcome each and everyone here tonight to celebrate with us the gala dinner of our 40th anniversary. If you weren't able to join us today and tonight, it's the first we're seeing you, you're missing out. I've got a small, unfortunate situation that the technical people is struggling to do the recording online for our virtual members. They keep on trying. However, this evening will be recorded and distributed to the members who's online. My sincere apologies for the members that's online because the network keep on dropping tonight. Not sure what's the reason for it. I also want to acknowledge a few special guests this evening. But I want to start off just to acknowledge the International Federation of Accountants' President, Mr. Alan Johnson, Professor David Venter and his wife, Matotsi Ratsimbelani. Matotsi and Professor Venter and myself were a committee that worked over an 18-month period in terms of transition, the constitution of this organization, which was approved in June 2022. I also want to acknowledge the Stoop family, the late Professor Barry Stoop's family, the JNT family, the Wilo family, the Abasa President Linda, the Abasa first President, number 1, Jeff van Rooyen, the Abasa sixth President, Sati Gounden, Mr. Visnaidu, Rakwali from Saiga and all his colleagues from Saiga, Porsche from ACCA, Naveen and his team from Vodacom, Mr. Ismail Momoniat and his team from National Treasury, Mr. Emre Nagia, the regulator, and if I've missed out any others, my apologies if I didn't mention your name. I also want to acknowledge the award winners tonight. I'm not going to go into the detail. We'll deal with that later tonight. Our members that are here and online, our staff that are here, and especially the marketing team and the Fluid team. When I left 12:30 last night, they were still working. And all other stakeholders. Colleagues, I'm not going to say too much here because we've got a big program and the formalities out of the way. So very brief down memory lane. When SAIPA started, 1982, I was in my first year as an undergraduate student. And I've ever since been involved in this organization as a student member. My lecturer at that time and my first undergraduate qualification was at Peninsula Technikon. He introduced me to the then Accounting Technician Association. And I have numerous mentors on this journey, the likes of a lady, some of you won't remember, or most of you won't remember her, but those who are older than I am will remember, and they were my pillars of strength in this accountancy profession was June. Mr. Robin Dixie, who was my mentor in the accountancy profession. I remember vivid clearly way back in 2006, when I joined the structures of the organization as a volunteer in Cape Town at the then coastal workshops. And some of you will remember those coastal workshops, and I was responsible for transport on the committee. I was co-opted onto the committee, and the immediate next meeting, I was elected to the meeting, and I was chairman of that meeting. I served the Western Cape region for 3 years as chairman, and I'm honored to say that I was the first person of color that was democratically elected to serve on the national council of this organization. The founding fathers who have started this organization, and we have continued to build on the foundation which they have set and laid for us. So we start from humble beginnings way back in 82, and we have progressed into our career, into the growth in the cycle of the organization to where we are today in our 40th anniversary. I want to acknowledge very briefly a few of the past presidents. Unfortunately, they cannot be here with us today, but the first president that I got to know and work with in the structures is Mr. Kulu Landman from Port Elizabeth. In order to re-establish the organization to such an extent with those two gentlemen, Mr. Ignatius Sohuli and Mr. Karim Hussein, or in fact, he was the first CEO in the IRBA as well, that we have decided on our name, South African Institute of Professional Accountants. I'm not going to go through all the other names. And we were honored on the 31st of August 2006 when we relaunched this organization, and we are honored that we have the then Minister of Finance, Mr. Trevor Manuel, that graced us with his presence and relaunched this organization. From there onwards, it was never looking back how we repositioned this organization to where it is today. So I've come a long journey with this organization, worked with numerous people, and that journey is a journey of both local and international. We have a working relationship with our sister organization. Sometimes it's not always reciprocated, but it's important in the interest of the profession that we need to work together. It's important, and as I say to some of my other colleagues, especially my colleagues which I recently engaged with at SAIGA, is important that we work in the best interest, firstly, of the profession, the betterment of the profession, and in the best interest of the members for which we serve. It's important to realize once we set the foundation, those who were before us, those who built it to where it is, and we join them, and those we need to leave this organization when we're not there one day, that they can look back into another 40 years of those of us who are here today. I will come back to you later in the evening on the program where I'll give you a bit more information about my current or my outgoing board of yesterday and my incoming board, and I'll say a few words on that. I think it's important that I keep my address to you very short and sweet because I want to acknowledge the award winners, the students, the thesis winners, the accountancy, the accounting and the tax thesis winners, as well as those achievers in the SAIPA board exam, which we are known as the professional evaluation examination. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and privilege to stand here in front of you today to say to you that this journey of this organization comes from most humble beginnings of this 40 years, and we're looking forward to the next 40 years and more to build this organization in a future profession, the future of the profession, taking the challenges and the demands of the profession that we are, how we're going to position ourselves to become digital professionals in the accountancy profession. I wish you all of the best. Enjoy the evening, enjoy the engagement. Thank you so much for being here with us, to be celebrating this evening with us. But we're also looking forward, tomorrow's program is also just as important as it was today. Thank you so much.
Mr. Daniels, a very, very strong Stormers supporter. I'm sure he was disappointed when he saw the Blue Bulls walk away with the trophy recently. And you heard, as he said now, tomorrow's agenda is also important. Then he looks at the dance floor. So, yeah, just make sure that as you are dancing, you remember that you have to be awake tomorrow and listening to a few things. All right, so let's give him another round of applause, guys. They say never ask an accountant to motivate you. Yeah, last time I did, you know, the accountant just said to me, well, here you go. 2 things are inevitable in life, death and taxes. And at least death comes once. That's the whole motivation, and that's where it stopped. So we're never doing that again. Thank you so much, Mr. Daniels. We move over now to our keynote speaker, a man who became the IFAC president in November 2020, having previously served as deputy president from 2018 to 2020 and a board member since November 2015. He was nominated to the IFAC board by the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants between July 2018 and September 2020, he was a non-executive director of the UK Department for International Development and chaired his Audit and Risk Assurance Committee. He flew in all the way from Brussels, and the last time an IFAC president was here in South Africa, Nkalagata was still famous. Yes, you've guessed it. We've never had an IFAC president here in the last 20 years. So I would like for us to give him a South African welcome when I call him up on stage. I would like the ladies to ululate the gents to scream. Please help me welcome IFAC President, Mr. Alan Johnson.
Am I meant to read this? I have to say, I only discovered less than an hour ago that I was going to be asked to make a keynote speech. So it's neither keynote nor is it a speech. But let me first of all start by thanking SAIPA for inviting me to be part of this celebration this evening. And of course also